Good morning, chat. Hope y'all are having a good one. Had a good stream yesterday. Good conversation. I think we're gonna follow up on some of that today for sure. Another stream where the elitists tell us what they want to make the game more exclusive while trying to tell us that doesn't make them elitist. Sounds like fun times. I mean, we could even like go off of that comment to begin with, to be honest. I was gonna get into like that kind of specific thought process here in a second. Although I don't know if you're just trolling old man cringe, but there's comments like that. But my initial thought process of that is always like, well, you're not against any elitism because you still need to qualify for worlds. You still need some amount of championship points. So you're okay with some elitism, but people just kind of like draw the line at, oh, because influential / top player says something should be harder, then it's elitism. But because something is harder than it could be, it still means it would be elitism, which means you're okay with elitism, but you're only okay with elitism that Pokemon tells you is okay elitism, which that's where it just gets kind of annoying, because I just want you to have your own opinion and your own thoughts. Which is like, it's okay if you're fine with elitism, or it's okay if you're against the idea of it making it harder to get to worlds, but don't just be like, whatever Pokemon says is the correct amount of elitism and gatekeeping. Be like, this is what I think. Don't just be like, oh, Pokemon said it, so it's correct, and anything else is just stupid. Or elitist, whatever. Yeah, good morning, chat. How y'all doing? The real question here is Mr. Elitist attending Indy, and what's he taking? I am attending Indy. I'm not going to tell you what I'm taking. Yo, what's up, Pokedubs? Can't hang around at the moment, but want to drop it and say hi at least. Hope it's going well for you. So long as there is any sort of qualification process, Worlds is inherently an inherently elitist event, which is fine. I don't think that fits the term of elitism. I might be wrong, or an elite. I may be elitist. I don't know, but like, once again, it's still like something that is earned. It's still something that's earned, so I don't know what the definition. Like, I feel like elitism can't be earned. My understanding of the term elitism is that like, if you're like earning it and it's open game to be earned by anyone to an extent. Obviously, you could break it down to be like, well, you do have to travel to some amount of major tournaments. Some people can't travel to major tournaments, therefore it's elitism. But I think that at that point, that just becomes nitpicking, for the sake of nitpicking. But yeah, like basically anyone can earn their World's Invite as long as you're able to play in the Pokemon TCG competitively. As long as you do that, you can earn your World's Invite, and because it is earnable by anyone, there's nothing like stopping you from attempting to try and earn it. Obviously, like, once again, time and money is the resource that not everyone has infinite of or enough to earn their World's Invite. But if you're chalking that down to being elitist, then literally everything is elitist. If we're calling that elitist, then literally everything is just elitist in life. So at that point, the word has no meaning, which I don't think we want the word elitist to have no meaning. But the people who are advocating for what they're advocating for being elitism basically are getting to the point where they basically are advocating for the idea of elitism not being an actual word that means anything. I understand to be receiving things for your status, not for anything you did, while everything in PTCG is earned through travel and play. I think elitism is misdefined. I don't think it's misdefined. Elitism, it's defined as it is defined, is what it is, but people are misusing it in the Pokemon TCG community, which is what is my problem. My problem with this whole thing, and the only reason I'm so passionate about this topic, is because I think the word elitism is being used incorrectly in the Pokemon TCG community, or the people who are using it in a way that they think is like righteous and for what they think they're using it for is what they think it is and aligns with their opinions, when it actually doesn't. Because like theoretically everything is elitist at a certain point for the way that people use the word. Only elitists don't leak their list before majors. True. Holy balls, we're still going from yesterday for at least a little bit. We'll see how long it goes. To be something is earned, I think it is still technically elitism, because it favors more skillful players. The question is whether the elitism is in place is good for the game and it should be increased or decreased. So if we're assuming elitism can be good, can be bad, which let's just say we are, then it shouldn't be a term people just like kind of end their thoughts on. It's just like, oh, that's elitist. Well, it's like, well, yeah, but elitist can be good or bad. So why would you just like end your thought with that's elitist? Doesn't make any sense, right? It should be that's elitist in a bad way because, but no one does that. They're just like, that's bad and that's elitist. They don't go, that's elitist and it's bad elitist and here's why, which is the problem. People don't have an opinion or they don't want to have a conversation or like having a, like, yeah. And if you're not going to, if you're just going to end every thought process with that's elitist and assume that it means bad, then just don't have an opinion. Just don't enter the conversation. Just stay home. Just stay home. If you're not going to have an opinion and actually have a take or a conversation, then just don't, yeah, just stay home. 100% agree. Most people don't actually know what the word means. They just saw it once and are blindly using it. Yeah. Well, elitism is like a very big political word in society right now. Like, it's a very misunderstood word that people use as a way to label stuff negatively, very aggressively, in like today's current like political landscape in society. So it's just like enter the PokemonTCG space for no reason, and the PokemonTCG players with no idea what the word means are then using it to just be like, I don't like that. Elitism. I think you have good intentions. That's all that matters at the end of the day. I appreciate it, Tri-State. I wish people would at least approach, this is something I'll talk about because I want to go over the comments on the YouTube channel here. I wish people would approach the discussion or attacking my viewpoints from a good faith perspective with things like where I say, I literally don't like, we'll talk about that when I take a look at the YouTube comments. We're gonna take a look at those. For the first few years, all I ever did was just play regionals and your front end. Eventually, I decided to chase the Worlds fight. Don't think there's elitism in the game. It definitely doesn't feel like it. I feel like this whole thing could be avoided if TPCI was able to book events big enough for everyone. Well, yeah, obviously dial VGC, but we're not there, and there's always going to be some potential of events selling out. Like, I don't think it's a bad thing if EUIC and NAIC sell out every year. Like, if like that's good. It shows there's growth in the game, shows the game is big and growing, and it helps the tournament organizers more appropriately figure out how much venue space to get for the next year, right? They just like, it's kind of like a year-over-year thing. Like, venues should always sell out. Should they sell out instantly? Ideally not, but it's going to happen sometimes, right? But as long as they're giving us adequate someone made a funny tweet. As long as like they're giving us like reasonable number percentages year over year, which is the thing I keep bringing up about cap space at regionals, is like they're giving us a good percentage increase. I just think no region should be able to qualify by just maxing out on league cups and challenges. Other than that, got to get your hustle on if you want it. I mean, I think it's like an interesting take. It's a little bit different in other regions though, to be honest, Hitch, because like specifically Latin America doesn't have very many majors. Specifically, Latin America doesn't have very many majors, so they kind of like need locals to lead to potential invites. I think the only system I have reasonable, the only system I'm willing to talk on is the North American system because it's the only one I've really played in. So, yo, appreciate the Prime subs there. Luna's Mitchmaster. Did they reset all the sub counts? Like the month counts of subs? Because Mitchmaster, Gangar Guy, and Stefan Inc. This is definitely not your first time subbing to me. I think Just Drew as well. I appreciate the subs, which I assume are supposed to be resubs, but for some reason aren't resubs. Or at least on my end, it doesn't look like resubs. But I don't know. Did they do something with the subsystem on Twitch? I changed my mind about elitism. I think the term is supposed to be used in regards to making a barrier for new players to reap the benefits the best players earn. I think elitism does not really exist in Pokemon since basically every event is open entry and points reset each season, so a new player has a good chance to earn a stipend and invite. Thank you. Yes, let's go, McSun, bro. They show us resubs on my end. Oh, maybe it's just something weird on my end then. I don't know. Dude, McSun, let's go. That is literally... That's just yeah, yes, let's go. I love that comment. I'm glad your mind was changed, because that's what you just said is why it's not elitism. Like the season resets, everyone's on an even playing field. If they give priority registration to people who just succeed the best and play the most at tournaments, which resets at the beginning of every year, then like it's just giving, everyone has the same potential. And then from there, yes, some players can go to more tournaments than others. True. If we chalk that up to being elitism, though, then we chalk everything up to being elitism, which means the word has no meaning, and that's just not what we want. Even though I think the word is being used incorrectly, I still want the word to have meaning, because that way I can feel like the word is being used incorrectly. But if elitism has no meaning, then there's no reason for me to care if the word's being used incorrectly, because it doesn't mean anything. Mexico's got their first TCG special event in years. Well, yeah, there used to be. I went to Mexico City regionals like 2 or 3 years in a row. They used to have a whole regional championship in Mexico City. I don't know how long they had it for. I only went to it for a couple years in a row, but I don't know if they had it like prior to those years. Proof that Azul only likes people who agree with him. I mean, if I think I'm right, then like I'm gonna be like, when someone else gets it and it changes their mind, that's a dub, right? I do think I'm right? I'm not against trying to be convinced I'm wrong, but like, I stand up for what you think, right? What you believe in. I totally understand the business aspect and selling out an IC. I'm just tilted that I whiffed in registration for NAIC. I got my email putting me in waiting list. 10:02 on Friday. Second wave was capped in a minute. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I understand. It's gonna be frustrating. I agree. That's not. There are situations where like when someone feels bad or frustrated about something, it's probably like unreasonable, and it's good to tell them why that's unreasonable. But I think it's reasonable to be like frustrated about not being able to make the NAIC. With like the cap at end. Yeah, 600 points isn't reasonable for Canadians with 2 annual regionals and a few American ones close to the border. I mean, North America definitely has it. I'm just gonna keep saying North America, but saying US and Canada just feels so weird. North America, no. US and Canada definitely has it the worst. Not the worst. It is hardest to get an invite in US and Canada. That much harder in Canada compared to the US. Azul claims he wants an exchange of ideas, but he hates on other opinions. No, because no one gives an opinion. All right, well, you've put the kappa at the end there. You put the kappa. The thing is, no one gives an opinion. They just say elitist / bad, and then they don't say anything else. If some of these top players were assholes and look down on new players, then they are elitists. I agree. From what I've seen, every player seems like a good person. I'm sure there are some bad apples, but the PokemonTCG is so far from elitism. I also agree. I wonder how much of it is also based on TPCI being generally quiet and unresponsive, so people feel like their concerns aren't being heard. That is reasonable. And Pokemon can always be doing better, even from where they currently are. But we're definitely in like a system. We're definitely in a system right now where like Pokemon is we're having like a decent back and forth with TPCI for sure. There's not good communication, but you know, it does seem like if we complain enough or bring up a point enough, a change does happen around that point, which isn't ideal and definitely could still be improved, but it is an improvement. So I think we're in a situation where hopefully it keeps improving, and ideally just more article posts. When they do like the article posts where it like has a bunch of talking about just more of those. I don't know how often they could even do like a monthly update or like every 2-week update on Pokemon.com, just talking about where like state of the game thing. I don't know. Would that be a thing? Once a month would they could probably come up with enough stuff to put a little article out once a month talking about state of the game and stuff. State of the game, state of the system, saying that they understand these concerns and maybe this is what we're looking at changing these things or these things. Because like even like a big thing like at the beginning of the season, Pablo basically added someone on Twitter who works at Pokemon. I forget who it was, and he was like, "Why for stipends and travel awards is there 6 league cups? Can you go to 6 league cups and challenges per quarter?" And the person basically responded to Pablo and was like, "Yep, we understand that's a concern, and we don't think it's great, but we couldn't change it this season." So if that level of communication is happening just on Twitter, why can't they just like put that kind of stuff in an article and like once a month or something? There's just some privilege being shown when there's people trying to create more walls. Rich doesn't always equal being a better player. You're just a player that can play more events. Not offended by that at all. It's just funny that the privileged players want to make it less accessible. For what reason? I don't know. Well, the reason is that the reason, which I don't think this is like a terrible reason. We'll talk about let's just like the reason is just like they think worlds should be harder to get to have on average a higher level of player at worlds. That's just that that's it. But that's not inherently a bad take. It's not like inherently a bad take. And I like when it comes from someone like Liam, I guess Liam has to be the example here. When it comes from someone like Liam, who probably put it a little bit bluntly on Twitter, I can understand how it like rubs people the wrong way. but I'm sure there's people who are not top players in the game who probably also feel similarly. So it's not that it's, and I'm not sure how I stand on that one way or another, to be honest. I'm kind of neutral. I understand the thought process of like wanting to make Worlds a higher level event, but at the same time, I've always kind of like been like, Pokemon's a pretty open circuit. Like, it doesn't have to be that hard to get your Worlds invite. Like the 600 threshold this year seems like fine. So yeah, I don't really have a super strong stance on that myself, but I don't like look at Liam's opinion and be like, well, I think the current system's good. And I don't look at Liam's opinion and being like, oh my gosh, bro, how could you ever have that opinion? That is terrible, bad take. And then like try and demonize Liam and his opinions. It's like, I can see that. Like, makes sense. Like, you know, when we're talking, if you're a fan of competition in general, like you like seeing the highest level of whatever play against each other, right? Like, you think lottery like Japan is the move? No. Ridgeway, we've reached the upper limit. Like, Orlando and Indianapolis both are at like 3,000 competitors in the TCG category, and neither of them capped. Indy is maybe capped at this point, but it capped way after. We're at the upper limit. We don't have 10,000 people trying to show up to a 3,000 person tournament like Japan does. We don't have that many people yet. A lottery system is maybe the answer in the future, but we're so far away from that right now. It's not even remotely should be a thought process in the current landscape of the Pokemon TCG. Like, and there's definitely way bigger venues. The problem in Europe and Latin America is that they just need to get bigger venues. Like, they have the bigger venues or the more space, they're just not doing it. But in America, we've reached the upper limit. Like, 3K people, but we're towards the upper limit. Like, it just, there's no there's no need to like look at any like we're on a really good track here in America. Like, people are like it's like fear mongering. Is that the word? Like, people are trying to create something from nothing. People are trying to create something from nothing from like current problems with American majors. There's no problems with American majors with the way that people are seeming to say there is. It's just not. Like, even for NAIC, it sold out really fast. I said this yesterday though. They gave us a 33% increase. So far, it looks like a 33% increase. That's a pretty big number. We'll see how next year goes. Maybe it'll sell out instantly again. I don't think it's a bad thing if EUIC and NAIC sell out instantly. They're like the two biggest events of the year in terms of attendance, and like keeping them that way would be dope. So yeah, if they give us like another 33% increase, that's a large number. Just keep going. If we can keep showing up with 33% more people every single year over year, we're on a good track. And if they keep giving us the space for it as well. Even once a quarter would be cool. Like, I'd like to hear why they said no June championship points events. Well, didn't they kind of word that? Didn't they did post an article for that specifically, right? Didn't they? The only way people stop complaining is if Pokemon stops allowing qualified players to return to regionals. That would absolutely be one of the worst things for the game. So thankfully, it will never happen. True. That's the one true solution, but Pokemon won't do it. Literally any newsletter type communication from Pokemon would be better than nothing. I feel like I'd find everything about how to go to tournaments from word of mouth. Yeah, that is true. Communication's poor. Finding information is poor. And they could even like mix in like PTCG live updates into the newsletter as well, right? Newsletter, talk about the circuit, talk about stuff in general. Put like a note from the PTCG live developers in there as well, what they're working on, what they're aware of, you know, just that'd be like such a good flow of communication. Once a month, just put out a newsletter, little PTCG live note in there from the developers, you know, just keep communication flowing. At the end of the day, like, dude, I don't even want to be told when something is going to happen. I just want to know that they're aware of it. And like, but sometimes I feel like maybe they're not aware of it, but then we'd also know they're not aware of the things if they don't mention them in the newsletter. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's just communication. Even if it's to the point where they're not telling us when something is happening or if something is happening, if they just tell us they're aware of the thing, that's like good enough. It's like a great starting point. WRT, I don't know what WRT stands for, but I'll read your comment here. The number of players at Worlds. Why are people acting like a large number of players at Worlds is bad? The game has seen like 30% growth year to year. It would make sense with the point system. The number will increase as total players count increases. So the basically people just want to see Worlds be some people want to see Worlds be, and I don't think this is a bad take. I honestly just don't think it's a bad take. Like, no one, like, yes, it's not a bad take. People want to see Worlds be, like I said, it's not my take, but I don't think it's a bad take. There's like merit behind it. So I'm not gonna, like, even though it's not my take, I'm not gonna instantly demonize it. Some people want to see, because, like, all right, so the amount of, like, let's say you said the growth of the game increases by 30% year to year, or has the last 2 years. There's that the pool of players is being diluted initially, for sure. So, like, we're getting, for every one really good new player, you're getting, you know, whatever, I don't know, a couple hundred, like 200 average players or something. I don't know, whatever the number is. So, like, theoretically, at Worlds, it'll just lead towards the overall skill level, average skill level of the players at Worlds is just going to be down, like, less. The more players you have at Worlds, the average skill level of the players at Worlds is going to be lower. So the people who want a smaller Worlds, a harder to get to Worlds, simply want the average level of the players at Worlds to be higher. That's it. And, like, that's not a ridiculous take. It's like, it's the World Championships. There is already some level of cutoff to go to Worlds. So the people who, like, immediately jump to, oh my gosh, why are you trying to gatekeep? Why are you trying to, like, okay, so this is one of my problems, is, like, someone says, I want it to be harder to Worlds. I want there to be a higher level of player at Worlds. I want it, let's just say someone was like, and they even came out with this system. They're just like, I would take the current system and I would increase the championship points from 600 to 700 going into next season. Right? They said that's the only thing I would change. I'll just make it, you need 100 more championship points to get your Worlds invite. And instead of people being like, okay, that's interesting. Here's why I think it's bad. Here's what I would do instead. Here's why I think the current system is good, or a different system would be better. They're just like, that's elitist, that's gatekeepy. And when you just end, when your whole thought process and opinion ends with elitist and gatekeepy, your opinion becomes irrelevant. And anyone who has a real opinion should no longer care about your opinion, because you don't have an opinion. Because currently 600 championship points is theoretically elitist and gatekeepy. If 700 championship points is elitist and gatekeepy, where's your outcry that Worlds shouldn't be 0 championship points? So you definitely are okay with some amount of elitist, some amount of elitism and gatekeepiness, but, like, you're not giving an opinion as to what you think is the correct amount. You don't have an idea of, maybe I actually think it should be 650 championship points, and here's why. Instead, you're just like, elitist, gatekeepy, bad, and you just end your whole conversation and opinion just ends there, which is just, that's, like, it's just cringe. You just have a real opinion if you're gonna enter the conversation. Enter it and be like, okay, you think 700 is correct. Here's why I think 550 is correct. And then it's not just because if you think any number is elitist and gatekeepy, then you think the current number is elitist and gatekeepy. So what is your solution? With that being your only thought process, that means you think any amount of championship points to get to Worlds is elitist and gatekeepy, which means you think the World Championship should be open for everyone. But I'm being good faith, and I know you don't actually think that. I know I'm not just going to be like, oh, that's what you think. I know you don't think that. But if you're going to end your thought process at elitist and gatekeepy with a potential increase, then I'm not going to have a conversation. I don't want to see your opinion. I don't want to, like, interact with you. But if you're going to come at me with an opinion and a take as to why you think increasing it is bad, or why you think it should even be lower, then I want to hear your opinion and I want to hear your take. But so many people end their thought process as, oh, any potential increase, especially if it's a top player who says it, is elitist and gatekeepy. Their thought process immediately ends at, like, oh, that's elitist and gatekeepy, and they just stop. They, like, turn off. And it's like, you don't have an actual opinion then, because if that's your take, then that means you think any amount of championship points is elitist and gatekeepy, which means you think the World Championships should be 0 championship points to enter. But I know you don't think that. So at least if you're gonna come to the conversation, at least have an opinion or have a take, or develop your opinion, your take, or try and understand the other side of it, and then come back with a rebuttal. And that's what we're missing. That's what we're missing right now. It's like people just shut off at that point, or too many people shut off at that point. It's like there's too high a percentage, and there are some people who are willing to go back and forth too. There was a lot of people who actually, like, brought up thoughts and opinions on Liam's post, and, like, Liam had a back and forth with them. So it's not everyone, but there's too many. It's not everyone, but it's too many. Liam said on your stream that he had fond memories when Worlds were 100 players. Then you said 100 Chinese players are competing this year, and he said that's a great thing for diversity. Or such nonsense. How can he say both things in the same breath? Well, he said, like, he thought the smaller Worlds, there was, like, a different level of prestige and feeling to a smaller Worlds. And I don't think he was being disingenuous when he said that the Chinese players being to compete in Worlds this year was really cool. It was really cool to see that extra level of diversity being added to the World Championships, which I think is dope. I think it's so cool that China's going to be playing the World Championships this year. That's so cool for the PokemonTCG. That is like dope. That is so sick. Like, I'm so excited for that. I can't even like explain, like, it's so hard to explain how I feel about the PokemonTCG. Like, and this is like a feeling that I've had just like recently this season, like how much this game means to me, how much I care about the community, how much I want to see the game grow and thrive, and how much I want to do whatever I can to push it there. It's like really hard to explain, which it feels that much worse when people like come at my takes with bad faith. It feels kind of bad. Like when people like say stuff like, oh, Azul just wants more priority registration for top players because he's a top player. And it's like, even no matter how many times I say, when I'm no longer a top player, I will still want these things. And like I even made a comment as a response to someone on the podcast today, and I was like, if I was the #1 ranked player in the PokemonTCG and Pokemon came to me and said, you don't get anything, but we're giving the next 32 players under you something, I would be fine with that. Because I don't care about me. I don't care about me. If you took me out of the equation, I'd be fine with that. But people still come at me and are like, oh, Azul just wants it because it like benefits him. Which I don't care. Like I said, I could be the #1 ranked player in the world, but if they took me out of the equation and gave the next 32 players top player privilege, I'd be fine with that. Because I just care about the game and what I think is best for the game, and I want to see the game grow. So I wish people would at least like attack my viewpoints with good faith and take me at my word, because that's truly how I feel. But people just like to like, I don't know, just go the other route. I don't know. Elitism gives people something to strive for. If Worlds is hard to qualify for, it makes it feel like an achievement. Playing at NAIC means nothing because it means you typed your payment info faster than someone else. If you had to qualify for ICs, it would suddenly mean something to have participated. Elitism gives something people to strive for. Liam said on stream. Oh, the 100 Chinese. Yeah, so I don't think Liam is saying like, I want to go back to having 100 person Worlds. Liam is just saying, like I said, what Liam is saying, and I talked to Liam yesterday, and I summarized his points and confirmed with him that's what he meant. Liam is just saying he thinks you should have to achieve more throughout the TCG season to make it to Worlds, leading to a higher level player on average at the World Championships. He just thinks it's too easy to get to Worlds, and he thinks the level of player that can currently get to Worlds is like too low. Which I don't think that, like, how is that a terrible take? Because if like Pokemon came out, see, my problem with this is if Pokemon came out tomorrow and said you need 800 championship points to get to Worlds next year, some people would complain. But at the end of the day, we'd also just play Pokemon and we'd just strive to get our 800 points. Maybe that's a bad take. Maybe more people would complain than I think. But Pokemon made it harder to get your Worlds invite going into this season. And people did complain. That is true. People did complain. I'm like talking to myself right now. I'm not actually reading chat. But for where we're at now, no one's complaining about 600 points. I don't know. It's so weird because I come from a time where like when I started playing the game, I was like in my area, I was like the up and coming guy. I was like I could beat everyone except the good players. But even when I beat the good players from time, like I wasn't playing to get my Worlds invite. Like no one played to get their Worlds. It's so different for me to like think about it back then. No one played to get their Worlds invite back when I played the game. Only the best players got their Worlds invite. That is it. No one else got their Worlds invite. And now I'm not saying that's the better system, but I don't think that was also a bad system. I was there 10,000 years. I don't think that's a bad system. Like not the ELO system, but the, you know, only the highest level of players making it to Worlds. I don't think, in my head, that's not a bad system. I don't think it's better than the current system. I like it being a little bit more open for sure, but like, I don't know. It's just like not that. It's just they're different. It's not inherently bad. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants to bring out how TBCI is adding more diversity and that a lot of the players are coming from other parts of the world. What's the actual number of American players only? What's the difference in nations playing from when it was 100 people to now? Oh yeah, speaking on like the 100 player thing. Yeah, I don't think Liam is saying he wants only 100% people at Worlds now. He's just saying he wants it to be like a higher level of player who are making it to Worlds. He thinks this tournament should be reserved for a higher level of player than is currently being let in. Yeah. Which, once again, I don't think is, you could disagree with the take, but it's not like inherently like a bad take or a take that should be demonized. It's just a take. IMO. But I can understand how TBCI want to be cautious this year with caps. Yeah, so obviously, like, Liam's not trying to go back to 100-person worlds because that's not possible anymore with how many more regions are involved. Like, now we have China in play coming to the World Championships, which is, like, once again, super dope. So, yeah, we're obviously not going back to 100-person worlds, but, like... And it's not even, like... I don't even think Liam would give you a number of how many people he wants at Worlds. He would just tell you a certain level. I don't want to speak for him. And generally, I think most people who feel this way, not just Liam... They would just give you, they would give you a level that they want you to achieve to be able to play in the World Championships, basically. How do you feel about World Championship points and Championship points? Like the, wait, World Championships and Championship points. Like the WCP passes down at tournaments when players with their invite already capped, but they can get Championship points for the stipend they're chasing, or is that just bad for business? So you're saying like Championship points pass down? Nah, I don't think so. You still want people to be able to earn something, you know what I'm saying? If you're good enough to win a regional, I don't know why you'd care about the level of competition at Worlds. For viewers, the stream games will always be between good players. No, but that's the point, Abra. It's not about caring about the, like, if you're good enough to win a regional, I don't know why you're worried about the level of competition at Worlds. Now, once again, I don't want to misrepresent anyone here, so I'm not going to say Liam. My understanding is the people who have this take, they don't care about who they're competing against at Worlds. It's the idea of what the event represents and what you should have to achieve to be there is what these players care about. They don't care if they're going to Worlds. They don't care who they have to beat at Worlds to win the World Championships. They don't care who they lose to at the World Championships. And everyone, I'm pretty sure most of them would say, like, hey, you earned your Worlds invite under the current invite system. I just think next season it should be harder to earn your Worlds invite. Not because I don't want to play against a player I think is worse than the players who would have to be there to earn the championship. It's the idea of what the event is that I think they're more so advocating for the change around. But if I'm wrong, then I probably disagree with their take. But that's my, like, that's what I see when I hear them say it. That's what I think when I hear them say their takes. The number shouldn't matter, ammo. If you're good enough, you'll get through those. But that's what I'm saying. It's not about who you're playing against. So I did just explain that after I saw this. About Ewok, it's not about who you're playing against. It's about the idea of the tournament. Because once again, if your response to that is, well, why do you care? Just beat the players who are worse than you. Then it's like, okay, well then why do we have a championship point threshold to get to earn to the World Championships? Why isn't it like 50 championship points? And it's like, you'd be like, well, that's probably too low. It's like, okay, we both agree that's too low. We both agree that not everyone should be in the World Championships. It shouldn't be an open tournament. Okay, so then we just like, there's just a disagreement on where the threshold is, right? And then once we get to, I think once we all come to that level and have that understanding, I think we're all a little bit more civil with people's ideas and takes. It's like, none of us think that the World Championship should be open, right? But if your response to, hey, maybe I think it should be a little bit harder, and I'm speaking for the people who think it should be. If your response to people, hey, I think it should be a little bit harder, it's like, well, why does it need to be harder? You can't beat the players that are worse than you. Shouldn't that theoretically be fine for you to beat the worst players that are getting in? It's like, well, at that point, let's just make it open. But I know that's not your take. You don't want that. I don't want that. You don't want that. We want there to be some barrier to the World Championships. The conversation is just where we feel like it makes the most sense in terms of accessibility, what you should have to achieve to access it. Yeah. Liam's take feels like he wants in the club and wants to shut the door. He hates locals, understandably, so locals should not give championship points. He wants good players to play by themselves and not mingle with casuals or semi-casuals, therefore cementing the game to play by themselves. I think that's like a bad take, or that's a bad faith take on Liam's takes. I don't like, if he didn't say any of those things. You're making interpretations of that. He did kind of clarify, but I think he is actually looking through this stuff with like the scope of how he sees the game and isn't really looking at it through like the casual lens enough, or not casual lens, but yeah, like a more casual lens. Which when he does that, I think a lot of people, like he said, like he doesn't overly enjoy locals for the pressure that's put on him to like try and win them, and that's all he's there showing up for. But I don't think like more casual players have that same scope. It's really only the higher, like more competitive players, which I keep preaching this to the higher level players who like complain about locals. Just don't go to locals. It's really not that hard to just not go to locals. I don't get it. I feel like locals are in like a good spot in terms of structure and stuff. Like I don't agree with that stuff. Like I think locals should exist. I think they should give championship points. Like at least some incentive. And if they remove championship points from locals for whatever reason. If they came up with a incentive that is as good or better, then I guess that'd be the only reason to do it. But I think championship points are a good incentive, alongside like everything else, to like show up to local tournaments. Yeah, a lot of like top competitive players don't really enjoy going to locals. I don't know why they just don't go to locals though. It doesn't make any sense to me. I enjoy personally going to locals. I just don't have time to go to locals. I'm more passionate about creating content and streaming on the weekends than going to local tournaments. But back when I lived in like Indy, or back when I lived in Boston, like I loved going to local cups and challenges and stuff. You'd go play some Pokemon, hang out with your friends. But if you don't like it, just don't go. I don't know. I guess like they do feel, I get it a little bit, because the top competitive players, they do feel like a slight commitment to going to locals, because they're already committing to going to all these major tournaments, which they do love going to and playing in. And then it's like, all right, well, am I really going to miss out on this potential stipend or travel award money because I don't go to local tournaments? Or am I going to miss out on the possibility of not being top 16 at the end of the year because I don't go to local tournaments? It's like, you could probably, if it's really like a financial thing, then you could probably find some other way to make money instead of going to locals to make the same amount of money you would have made from stipends and travel awards. The one thing you wouldn't be able to make up for is like the buy at the end of year at Worlds. But like, if you just like didn't go to locals and put that time prepping more with your tournaments, then you wouldn't need to either. So there's not really a good argument for the idea that like locals are mandatory for top competitive players to go to. Yeah, I think it's a pretty poor, the top competitive players like argument against locals is like pretty poor. It's pretty bad. Like, you just don't have to go. If like trying to go get those 100 points with 2 cup wins to get your stipend for the quarter is that big of a deal, just go, I don't know, just go work, just go find a side hustle or something to make some money with. Like, it's not that hard. You can make up the difference for sure. So yeah, they have a pretty bad argument for that stuff, to be honest. But I think locals are fine the way they are. I don't think there needs to be anything too adjusted about them. So that's always been my stance on it, though. Champions point isn't really a reliable measure of a caliber of player. So champions points required equals elitism is redundant in itself. I guess, but it's like yeah, championship points aren't like the best. There's better ways to qualify who are the top players. Like having like a committee vote on who they, and like power ranking the players would probably be the best way to do it. However, we don't have that, and so championship points are like a good enough measure. Like championship points are a fine way to measure who are the top players right now, or something like that. Azul about a match, one Chinese guy playing Mew V plus Genesect round 1 at Worlds. Bro, what the heck? I'd give him the dub if they show up with it. I think the origin for the most people's complaints stems from their own best interest. Yeah, generally. If a more exclusive Worlds would potentially exclude yourself, people might get upset because they want to think that they deserve to go to Worlds and don't want a system that makes it harder for them. That's always going to be like a conflict in people's takes and opinions. That's always going to be a conflict in people's takes and opinions for sure. Yeah. So the take is people want less people at Worlds, so it's harder to get into the event, and each match they play at Worlds is more personally meaningful for them because it's harder. I don't think so, Boo. I think the take is, I did say this before I got to your comment. I think the take is the idea of what the World Championships is, wants to just be held higher. Some players think the World Championships should be held at a higher level in terms of, and it has nothing to do with whether or not they make it to Worlds. It's just they're passionate about the PokemonTCG, and they want the World Championships to, in their eyes, feel more meaningful in terms of how you get there, what you have to achieve to get there throughout a season in Pokemon, and what level of player on average will be at the World Championships. I don't think it has anything to do with who they play against, or how big the tournament is. Because I even I asked Liam yesterday, I was like, all right, what if there was 1,000 players at World, but they all top 8'd a regional championship? And he was like, yeah, that'd be fine. I think I asked him anyways. And he was like, I think he said, yeah, that'd be fine. Like, if the qualification was you have to at least top 8 a major, and there ended up being 1,000 people at Worlds, would that be fine? And he was like, yeah. So it's just about what you have to achieve to be able to be allowed at the World Championships. And once again, we all agree you have to achieve something. Someone disagreeing on what you have to achieve isn't inherently I'll have to repeat this again a couple times probably, but oh, with respect to WRT, I guess my point is if hang on. ICs are production and convenience. With respect, I guess my point is that if the number being high is bad, everyone says that only offering changes to the number of points. I don't think anyone thinks the number being high is bad. It's just what you have to achieve to get to Worlds. Some people think should be higher. When I say it's the top 64 players in each region, who get into Worlds if they want to be the best of the best. My opinion is that you want to be hard, but still have the point system. There's a disconnect there to me. To be clear, I don't think having a high barrier to Worlds is bad. I just don't think that the point system works if you want it to be harder. The point system can work if you want it to be harder, though. You just say you lower the best finish limit or you increase the amount of points. Like, that makes it harder, right? Just by default. The problem with Liam's argument is that it feels like he wants to pull the ladder up behind him. You say that, Derek, but like, obviously, like, you know, I know, we all know, and Liam knows, that this isn't changing this season. So Liam is basically, every time someone complains about stuff like this, or they make statements like this, they're advocating for change. Liam's like, I want next season to be different with his statements. He's not saying, oh, they should change this mid-season, right? No one's saying that. No, that's not going to happen, right? Everyone knows that. He's advocating for change. Next season, Liam, under his own system change, might not make it to Worlds. So I don't know if Liam is wanting to pull up the ladder behind him, because obviously, if he applied the system to his current achievements, he would make it to Worlds. But is Liam going to win a regional next season? Is Liam going to get 350 points without any local tournaments? I don't know. So he's not there to be even pulled up, he's not there to pull up the ladder behind him, because once again, it resets every year. So it's not like Liam succeeds it and then is like, and now nobody can follow me, because it once again resets every year. He has to work at the same rate as everyone else. So I feel like that's also like a bad interpretation of Liam's take, saying he's trying to pull up the ladder behind him, because he won't be there either. If you look at other TCGs, like MTG Worlds is a very prestigious event, very exclusive. Yeah, MTG Worlds is, I don't want Pokemon Worlds to become MTG Worlds. But that's fine. Like, I'm not saying you have that take either, Bladder. Yeah, MTG Worlds is like what, the top, it's like 16 players or something, right? I don't want Pokemon to become that, but I also don't think like that's a bad take that should be demonized. If someone was like, yeah, I think Pokemon should copy Magic. Yeah, if someone was like, I don't think that would be like a bad or take that needs to be demonized. It would just be like, I disagree. I think the Pokemon World Championship should be more open than 16 players, which is like what Magic Worlds is, or it's like 24 or something. I was like, that's too few. I think it should be a little bit more open than that. But I'm not going to be like, bro, elitist, bad take. You can't say that, bro. It's like, no, it's fine. I don't, like, that's a different kind of tournament that I think would be cool to watch, though. I'm not gonna lie. If we took only the top 24 best Pokemon TCG players in the world and put them in a tournament, that would be dope. That would be super sick to watch. You give it like high-level production that they have at the ICs, some kind of like, that would be dope to watch. I don't think it should be the World Championships, but I would like to see that. That'd be cool. If you have enough points to qualify Worlds, then you still did a lot of traveling to earn it and put out a lot of money. That's deserving of an invite. If I invest the time and effort to earn enough points, I deserve to go as anybody else. But it doesn't mean you like achieved the current level that you have to achieve to get your Worlds invite just simply from traveling a lot. And you have to achieve something, right? It's not like that you can just travel. You could what if you went 0-3 drop at every tournament? Traveled a lot. You traveled a lot, used a lot of money, but if you go 0-3 drop at every tournament and got 0 championship points, you don't deserve to go to the World Championships. Oh, the current system that Pokemon put out there is, well, if you win 6 cups, you win 6 challenges, and you top 128 6 regional championships, okay, you do deserve to go to the World Championships. And all the other players are saying is, I think maybe you should have to get at least like 1 top 32 at a regional. Like, change the system to where it's like that, you know what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with the best players only getting their invite to Worlds. After all, it's Worlds. Which, once again, is a fine take. How do you feel about playing into your IC and then that is the qualification event to Worlds? I don't know, to be honest. Honestly, I'm not against any of these systems for Worlds. I just don't have a super strong opinion on the method to get to Worlds, to be honest. I think Pokemon is a fairly open hobby. At the end of the day, Pokemon is a luxury hobby, especially if you're going for your Worlds invite. Yeah. But I'm so curious how you would ever measure someone is worse at the game because they only qualify from locals to get the majority of the points from locals. And then even with that, aren't those players at such a small percentage of the world feel that it doesn't even matter? Well, no, the argument, Boo, would be like, you need to at least like top 16 a regional. Like the system would be set up where it's like, if you don't top 16 a regional, basically it would be impossible to get your points, or like top 32 in IC. Basically the system would be set up between reducing points gained and best finish limit reduction, that would like some higher achievement would have to happen to get your Worlds invite if we kept a championship point system. But it's possible the Worlds invitation system could be, you have to top 32 a regional or top 64 in IC, and then maybe those are the only ways to get your Worlds invite. But if we keep it championship point based, which in my mind makes the most sense, because I think you want that local incentive to get people into competitive, being like, oh, I went to my first League Cup, I earned some championship points, I want to get more of this, I want to like see how far I can go this season, how many championship points I can get, and then maybe next season I'll go for my Worlds invite. So with that in mind, if we're keeping the local system, which I think we should, I think it makes sense, unless some other incentive that is better than it, that I couldn't tell you what that is, does come up and does exist, that could be a replacement for it for sure, but I don't know what that is. So as of right now, I was like, we got to keep local championship points. That's fine, let's keep them around, that's cool. But then it would be like, the system can be changed where some higher achievement at a major tournament could have to be achieved, and basically the structure could be shifted between best finish limits and points earned for certain placements at majors, where you're forced to get like a top 32 at a regional or a top 64 at an IC. Like you have to get one of those, otherwise you just won't earn enough points. I was told you're one of the best modern TCG players to exist. Can you confirm? Nah. Can we get TBCI to stream toward less than 3 times during Worlds? Not possible. The problem is the bar is so arbitrary right now. CP doesn't indicate the quality of player. Yeah, but it's like fine, Derek. It's like, that's a fine thing to work off of, is just championship points. It's like, if you're the ranked top 32 in championship points, like that's a good, like this, we don't have to like overcomplicate things. That's a good enough indicator. Like that's good enough. You get a priority registration. Like you're in the top 32 most championship points in America. Congratulations. Here you go. Here's a priority registration. Like we don't have to overcomplicate it. Even the best players in the world are not trying to like nitpick to being like, well, I don't have enough championship points to get into the top 32 in the world, but I'm definitely a better player than some of these players. Like if you played me up against, like even the best players in the world wouldn't care. Like the championship point, most championship points is a good enough threshold, and I think no one is gonna like argue against it. Like it's good enough. We're good enough. Lock it in. Go next. Are you gonna get Boo on the mic? I mean, if Boo wants to come on, she can, but no pressure. She's going back and forth in the chat, so that's good enough. The whole argument about a more exclusive Worlds has nothing to do with the difficulty of winning. Exactly. Thank you, Mixon. Thank you so much. It's the idea of Worlds as a it's the idea of Worlds as a fan of the game, as a competition. Yeah, Liam brought up his up RNG in his conversation as well. So it's partially worried about having higher odds of the decks copying out. But then you'll have to make the same requirements equal for each region. No? Well, yeah, of course. Like we're not like, we don't need to be nitpicky over like what is required here, what is required there. We're just like we're just using. I'm just using America and Canada as like an example, but like obviously like it's on TPCI to like refine the systems and get them to the point where if they want it to be harder, if they want it to be easier to get your Worlds invite, you know, they'll figure that out region to region. You know, like that. We don't need to get nitpicky with that stuff. It's like the ideas are the things that we want to discuss first. It's like, do we think it should be harder? Do we think it should be easier? And then once we agree on that, and then we can worry about systems, but we don't have an agreement on that first. Obviously, TPCI is the one who has to have the agreement, but this is why I like the previous day 2 system for Worlds. Make day 1 basically a last chance qualifier for the real tournament, which is day 2, and the best of the best had their day 2 invites. I've heard a couple of people say that, to be honest. I kind of like the idea as everyone being on the same playing field going into Worlds, to be honest. Like we all earned our Worlds invite, whatever that means. I kind of like the day 1. I kind of like us all playing in the same tournament, personally, to be honest. You should only be able to play in the World Championship if you won a World Championships before. True. Lock it in. Champs of the champs. How would you feel a more performance-based qualification system where, let's say, top 8 at a regional gets an auto invite? I think top 8 at a regional should get you an auto invite. Top 16 at IC should already do that. But there should still be some championship qualification probably, because we want to keep championship points in the locals. It's basically the conclusion I've come to. There has to be a line drawn somewhere. Some players will favor pro players. Some will favor more primarily locals. Yeah, there's always a line somewhere, right? Like making it less championship points does like favor the more casual player, the players who can go to less stuff. But like, just like at what point do you draw the line is really just how it works. What's your take on the day one, day 2 invites versus this season's buy system? I mean, the buys don't really mean very much, to be honest. They mean a little bit, of course. I'm sure. I mean, I like a buy. I'm not gonna say I wouldn't want to buy, but So I wouldn't want to buy. But I kind of like the idea of like us all going into the same tournament. Like when they announced that, I was like, I like that idea. So we'll see how it plays out this year and see what it feels like fully. See what they decide to do the next season. But I like the idea. Like we're all got our Worlds invite. There is like if you're in the top 16, you get your buy. Maybe expand on the buy system. Like if you're in top 16, you get 2 buys. And then if you're in the top 32, you get 1 buy. So maybe expand on that next season. If it feels, but like, you know, it feels fine to me. Like Chip said on the pod today, people who aren't going to earn a Worlds invite still really like earning championship points, even if they just get 100 on the year. Yeah, I think it's still like a cool thing to like strive for. How many championship points can I get this season? I know I'm not getting my Worlds invite, but like, you know, then I want to build on that number season after season. Why don't you want to compete and get better anyways? I have my invite and still love playing locals. Why don't you want to compete and get better anyways? I'm more passionate about, I like locals. I like playing Pokemon, like IRL. And locals are cool because they're a little bit more chill than like a regional, but I just would rather make content on the weekend. I'd rather stream. Basically, I'm more passionate about content right now than I am about playing locals. I disagree. My country don't have major events, and the only way to get enough points for Worlds is through locals and travel if you have enough money. The reason why no one thinks it should be open is because everyone who qualifies for Worlds should be able to go. This means there shouldn't be more people invited than the venue can accommodate. Further reducing the players to increase the average skill is not the same. Of course, advocating for a tournament for only elite is looked as elitism. But then so basically what you're saying though is like 600 championship points is also elitism. To an extent. 700 championship points you could say is more elitism, but like it's all elitism. So just ending your sentence with elitism is just stupid. You should be like, yeah, this is stupid. Like, we're not saying like yeah. I hate it when people end their conversation with, because 600 championship points is just as elitism as asking for 700 championship points. You can say it's less elitism, I guess, but like that's not an opinion or a take. Elitism is okay. I'm saying. Oh, maybe I misinterpreted what you said. Okay, I took your comment in bad faith. That's my bad. Obviously not all good players. How many people do you think currently have an invite if you subtract all the local championship points? Saying just don't play it or don't want to makes literally no sense if you're trying to qualify. Well, I'm talking about like the top level players, Nico. Like the people who complain about locals the most are like the players who are going to get their 600 points from going to, you know, the 10 to 15 majors they go to. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's like that, like, yeah, like people like John Ang complaining about having to go to locals, I feel like is like pretty redundant. There's also like, there's players who are very good players who aren't going to every major tournament. Oh, you're down to jump on, Boo? Okay, and I'll call you on Discord. Give me a second. And let me run through a couple more of these real fast. Everyone throwing the word, let me catch up on chat real fast, and then was saying locals. I think it's also fine to be like, you just want majors to give more points. I think it's fine as well. Like you want majors to give more. I agree with that. If people are top 8 caliber, they should be at the World Championships. Number is somewhat irrelevant. Okay, that's from Liam, by the way, what I mentioned earlier. Like Liam's like, yeah, if you make top 8 at a major, go ahead, you're in the Worlds. Even if there was 1,000 players, like. This community is toxic towards the casual player. Nope. That's like I hate takes like that, bro. Like, why? Say why, old man cringe. Don't just say this community is toxic towards the casual player. Why? Why are they toxic towards the casual player? Because like none of the things that we've said so far are like toxic towards the casual player. They're just like takes on like why people think the system should change or be different. The issue with Liam's take is it's too narrow-minded compared to the broad needs of the hobby. I could see that. I'm just gonna jump to the beginning of chat. Not helping new players will just affect the long-term health of the scene. It's important to help them, but new players are not being helped right now. Like, yeah, it's not like new players aren't being helped right now. I feel like the Pokemon community is super open to new players. There's local tournaments for them to play in, local leagues. Like, no one's like taking anything away from new players. Like, nothing is being taken away from new players at all. It's just like people feel like there's other things that should be expanded upon in the game in general. Add at the worst time. Bro, that's the perfect time to use your Prime. Only fair way to make Worlds invites given out solely based on PTCG Live win rate. Ooh, that's an interesting one. I'm actually down for that. Yeah, Boo, I'm going to send you a message on Twitter. And if you could just send me your Discord. And we can go from there. So you casual players shouldn't be complaining about not getting an invite since they are playing casual. If you want to be more competitive, you need to put in the time and get better and practice more. Competitive means competitive. You should be willing to put in the grind and know what that comes with. I mean, I think there's like a pretty distinct line in the current community between players who do that and don't do that, though, Tartarus. Like, me and Chip had a really good point on the podcast where me and Chip talked about, like, the vast majority of Pokemon TCG players aren't going to get their invite. A lot of them aren't trying to get their invite, don't plan on getting their invite, and those are like the casuals. There is like definitely a distinct line between people who are like, all right, I'm trying for my invite, versus the players who are just like, all right, I like playing Pokemon TCG, I'm gonna try and play as much Pokemon TCG as long as I'm still having fun with it and doing it. I think a massive point that people are missing is that the World's Qualification is not the only accomplishment to strive for. For example, a regional top 8 is a great achievement that is independent of Worlds. A player scene is not pointless just because they didn't qualify for the World Championships. I've talked about that before as well there, Big Son, and I do think that is true for sure, where I feel like the love for just playing Pokemon is being like muddied with the idea of having to earn your World's invite, instead of just being like, all right, I'm trying to go get that first top 8, top 32, whatever it might be. All right, I'm gonna call him Boo real fast.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Pretty good. How are you?
Doing all right.
It's so weird being on someone's stream.
All right, well, I'll let you start with whatever point you want to start with, and maybe we'll go back and forth with that, and we'll see what chat comes up with as well.
Okay. Well, I don't really know what the subject was when I joined stream. I actually just saw like a YouTube notification and you were talking, so I jumped on. And then you guys were just kind of like already talking. So I don't really know what was already talked about. So I don't really want to be like redundant, I guess. So
I mean, everything's been talked about. I've just kind of been going back and forth on literally everything. Whatever people are saying in chat, I'm kind of responding to.
Gotcha. Okay, so a couple things that I don't think have been talked about from conversations that I see. I guess I'll start with just saying, back when NAIC registration even happened for everyone, it was an absolute mess, right? Like for everyone trying to get through that.
Yep.
And I think it kind of already started like pretty rough, like these conversations, because people weren't getting in and then they're raging on Twitter and it was like a whole mess. But the initial response that I saw from that was kind of like people saying like, oh, you're elitist if you think that you should have gotten in over somebody else. And my thought behind that was like, dang, first of all, like, I respect our players that actually grind in this hobby and travel to these events and spend tons of money and time, especially like thousands of hours in this hobby. Like, I respect that a ton because I don't think I'd ever do that myself. So it's like, I was viewing it as like, dang, can you imagine, like, let's say you're in a sport or something and you were training an entire year for your competition or whatever, something that you're going to try to get into, but you have to keep at the top of your game because you know you're going to be competing with the best of the best. So you go to all these events, you practice a ton, and then at the end of the day, the only thing stopping you from getting in after you've already put in all this work was just not being at the right place at the right time and being able to like mash your keyboard hard enough. So like, I totally empathized with everyone that wasn't getting in to the event because I was like, dang, that sucks. And then it kind of sucked to see that the initial reaction was to just kind of like bag on those players, because I was like, man, like, that is like rough to see. So I actually recorded a whole thing, but it wouldn't let me post it on Twitter because I don't pay for it, so I can't post like long form anything. So that's, I feel like, why a lot of my stuff gets misconstrued, is because I can't type exactly what I'm thinking, but it's like, it's not long enough. But anyway, so when everyone first started talking about like elitism and stuff, I was pretty against that because I'm like, I think these people are earning like the space that they're in. And personally, I got into this game in the first place from watching previous world championships and from seeing how cool it is to see these like great minds of the game playing this game and like doing lines and stuff that I would never even dream to think of. And it shows that like the work they put into this game is like on full display on the biggest stages, like being recorded and then like infamous forever, you know? And that's how I got in this game. Like, it was inspiring to watch, and I started playing competitively because of that. So like, I would never want to eliminate the like top players or like top tier competition in the game. But like, I can say all that all day, but I often feel like the competitive side of things, they never have those conversations about the other side of the hobby, which is the beginner players, the new players, the casual players. Like, there's never talks appreciating that side of the hobby, but I do see plenty of talks appreciating people who are succeeding in this game competitively. You know what I mean? The imbalance is there for me. So it always feels like it's kind of like me against the world sometimes, because my content has always been based around getting new people into this hobby. And the only actual takes I disagreed with was Liam saying that you should have 0 championship points from locals, and then Jake Gearhart saying that 75% of the field should be for ICs, I think it was, should be have to have some sort of minimum number of play points. I don't agree with either of those, but those are actually the only 2 things I've disagreed with. I would actually be okay with having a higher percentage of priority registration for ICs, and I think Worlds is fine where it's at right now, and I have thoughts about that, but I know I just said a lot, so I'll let you talk.
Okay, I mean, I think so. I guess like the one thing I would like talk to a little bit about what you said is just like the appreciation of like the local scenes and all that stuff. I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, I guess not to like be overly harsh, but it's just like the general spectator of the Pokemon TCG. It's impossible to see or just to care about. Like, it's none of that's being like put in front of them, right? It's like the only thing that's being put in front of them that people see is the highest level players at the big competitions, right? So it's like hard.
Yep.
And I think understanding the importance of like locals and stuff is important. And like, my opinion currently is like, I feel it's like championship points until something. I think it's possible we get to the point where you remove championship points from locals, but there has to be an equal incentive that grows local scenes, which I don't know what that would be.
Yeah.
So until someone comes up with that, we got to keep championship points locally, right? For sure.
Yeah.
It's possible it exists. I just don't know what it is, so I don't really have like a super strong take on that. But it's definitely true that the local stuff is super important, and keeping that growing and healthy is also very important as well. So the removal of championship points doesn't make any sense to me until you come up with something better. I guess like, can you elaborate a little bit more on your point where you said it feels like people bring up and talk about the high end of Pokemon, but the
Mhm.
casual stuff isn't as talked about as much. And for you said that's a big deal because through you and your content with
Mhm.
your YouTube channel, you are making that connection from like the more like super casual collector side
Yeah.
to actually showing up to League and playing their first game of Pokemon.
Yeah, yeah. Like I've always tried to bridge that gap. And why it's so frustrating to me is because it feels like there's a limit, like there's a cap on how I can sort of lead people into furthering themselves as a player in this game. Because when you step like into that or like cross a threshold of like, okay, I'm just playing casually, I'm having fun, I'm going to locals, I'm chilling, you know, that's like a majority of my viewers and stuff are just playing this game for fun, right? But I want to convert those people into competitors as well if they have that desire and that passion behind it. But whenever I feel like it's getting to that point, it always like sours that person getting into that side of the hobby because of the scene that is already established right now. And so when you see takes like, no offense, Liam, but your take that I obviously had issues with yesterday, when like those are the conversations coming from our top players, looking from like an outside perspective in, it's never going to be like a welcoming thing, you know. And I'm not saying that you can't post those, like you can have whatever opinion you want, but I do want people to recognize how those things are viewed from a different perspective, from like just casual players or whatever that might want to step into more of a competitive um, piece of this hobby, you know, because people keep saying like we need to make worlds more prestigious, we need to make it more prestigious. And I'm just sitting here wondering, like, who is saying it's not prestigious? Because the only people I've actually heard say that are people from like Magic the Gathering or other card games saying that like Pokemon is too open field.
Um, well, yeah, like their world championships are kind of insane. It's like 24 players or something. So it's like a different. It's like the complete other side of the spectrum, right? Like I think as far as card games go, like Pokemon is like all the way on one side, and you got like Magic on the other side. And I don't know where like One Piece and stuff fall in that either, or Yu-Gi-Oh. But they're definitely more towards the Magic side than the Pokemon side, which once again I don't think is a bad thing. But like I said previously, I don't
Yeah.
have a problem with Pokemon's current world championships. It's not something I have a super strong opinion on that it needs to be easier
Mm-hmm.
or needs to be harder. But I don't think the opinions that it going more towards the Magic side of the spectrum isn't like a bad thing either. It's just like a perspective on how you view the game. And I think when people like Liam say that, I'm not saying Liam is
Uh-huh.
saying make Magic. I think Worlds is about 40 players now. I don't think Liam's saying make the Pokemon TCG World Championships 40 players, but he's saying
Yeah.
he thinks because of his love of the game, his passion of the game, his passion of high level competition, especially with Pokemon, because that's just what he's
Yes.
in. He just wants. And Liam asked if he could join the call, so if you're okay with me having Liam join the call here in a second, I can. So if he wants to voice any of his thoughts, I think Liam just wants a higher level than currently is being displayed at the World Championships.
Yeah, I think I understand the take that he's saying. Well, especially after you kind of said a couple other things like earlier. But I just, again, I think there's an imbalance there because like if the reason for wanting a like less people to compete at Worlds is to make it more prestigious or, you know, make it more meaningful in some way, or like, you know, make it more high level competition,
Yeah.
I don't see how there's more of an upside to doing that than there is an upside of having a wider field as we do now with our current championship system and world's invite system. Because to me, those people, like, let's say they get their invite, like, how meaningful is that for that person? And then they actually travel to worlds and then they compete. You're going to have more people that are not only, you know, posting content, getting people involved, playing throughout the entire season to earn this invite. So you're having more people promote the hobby in general, but then they get to that point where they get to the world championships and then they're actually able to compete at it at a competitive level. And I think that alone is going to retain more players in the game than it ever would limiting it down to make the event more prestigious, if that makes sense. Like I think we already have a higher a high enough level of prestigiousness that we don't need to limit it more. Because the way I viewed events when I started playing in 2018 was that prestigiousness. You know, I've always respected our top players that invest into this game, and it's really cool to watch. So it's like, that's why I'm saying who sees it as not prestigious, because I don't think it's the wide audience of Pokemon. I think it has that level of prestige, but it's balanced enough with that level of like, people are still able to obtain it at a reasonable level. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I could see that for sure. I guess like the question would be like, all right, so I know obviously no system is going to be perfect, right? But it could like it being,
Yeah.
I mean, if Pokemon comes out next year and says they keep everything the same except they increase the championship points to 700, is that like by default bad, or is it like okay they made it a little bit harder, or what if they lowered it, right? They could lower because like theoretically the like what you're saying is getting the world's invite. You think that adds like a level of something for people to strive for, and once they strive for, once they complete it, you know, and once they see other people completing it around them, that makes them want to try and do it themselves as well.
Yeah.
But like, well, with that in mind, does it not make more sense to lower the championship point threshold to like 300 championship points in the same system? Like, at what point? Where's the line, right?
That's what I'm saying. I feel like it's already at like
you think it's like pretty
a good line. Yeah. I mean, I guess I don't know what it would be like higher or lower, I guess, in the same, because the thing is you can't really say like guess what it would be because we have so many more players in the hobby, you know, so it's like it's hard to like measure the effects it would have if they kind of changed everything, because it's, I don't know, I feel like every single year TCG grows so much that's like it would be hard to try to like guess how it would affect it.
I'm sure they have some system where it you know, makes things work. Like it's definitely, I think
Probably.
on average it seems to be easier to get your invite if you're in Australia or if you're in Europe, but I'm sure they try to make it about the same across the regions or as close as possible in terms of difficulty. Of course, in North America you have more opportunities than anywhere else, or America, Canada.
So do you think as far as like the level that we're at now, it should be decreased or increased?
That's the thing. I don't really. That's the thing. I don't have a super strong. I think the one thing is that they should try and make it relatively the same across the regions for whatever other factors they give, making it more or less championship points in Australia versus Europe versus America and Canada, versus I guess Latin America as well. Try and make it relatively similar in terms of difficulty across the regions, I guess. But like besides that, I don't like this. It's been this way for so long. Like it was harder to get your invite this year than last year. And there was the complaints, right? Going into the season, there was a decent amount of people like, this is going to be so hard to get your invite. And now we're here. And I feel like you don't have those complaints anymore. You know, everyone's just working to get their invite, close out their invite as we get towards the end of the season. So people have like come to terms with like, okay, this is what it is. And it doesn't seem unreasonable to try and attain it throughout the year or to give it a shot, right? Some people aren't going to succeed with their goal of getting their world's invite. And I don't think everyone should. I don't think like, or not in terms of that, I don't want people to fail to get their invite, but I think that's just kind of a natural part of this
like system. It should be, you're saying it should be difficult to get a world's invite. Yeah.
Well, I think the possibility of failure should exist for sure. It's not just like at the beginning of the season, everyone who says I'm going to try and get my invite this year should end up with their invite at the end of the season, right? There should be some amount of work and effort put in, and you should have to achieve something in the game. And when we look at what is currently has to be achieved, I know people don't like when people say, well, if you win 6 cups and 6 challenges, let's say you don't have to win, you're not going to win all 6, right? The best players in the world probably do, or get pretty close. But, you know, if you end up with like 250 points from, how many can you get out of locals? 360 or something? If you end up with like 275 from there, and then a bunch of top 128s at regionals, you didn't really ever push for like, the question would just be like, should you have to actually push for a higher achievement at a major tournament to get your, it's 390 from locals. So let's say they get 300. Yeah, the question would just be like, should you have to push for at least one higher achievement at a major? Because currently you can just get a bunch of 128s and then get like 300 from locals or whatever. Should you have to push for a higher achievement than that? That's where I have to come up with. Like I'm not sure if I feel like you should or shouldn't. I don't think that you have to be a very high level player in the PokemonTCG to achieve that, though. To achieve the world's invite through those point thresholds, I don't think you have to be a very high level player in the PokemonTCG to get like 300 from locals plus a bunch of 128s at regionals. Of course, that's assuming you can go to enough regionals to acquire those 128s. Maybe you get a 64 in there, whatever. But if you just like literally get the bare minimum, top 1,000 at an IC, I think you can do that now. 1,028 or whatever. I don't think you have to be a very high level Pokemon player. For sure. That I'll say for sure. But do I think that matters for getting a Worlds invite? That's where I actually just don't. I haven't fully formed my opinion on that.
So you don't know.
I don't know. Right now it seems fine. Like I'm not against right now though. I'll tell you that much. I'm not against the current system, the system last year. Like all I want is I'm kind of in the boat with Liam is where I want more high level games of Pokemon being played. And so the one thing I do want to see change is more priority registration for top players. Through, and like the big thing I'll like clarify here for the chat before they come at me is through a current like championship point ranking system where it's like every year it resets and the top 32 in the current region, you know, they get it. So it's like it's a clean slate for everyone at the beginning of the season. Everyone can play for it. Of course, not everyone's going to play for going to every major or something like that. And that's fine. It's just not for everyone. But that's just life. Like I said yesterday, Pokemon is not here to solve life. Like they're not here to solve the differences between someone more fortunate or less fortunate than others. They're like, we're going to give you a platform. We're going to give you a platform to play the Pokemon TCG competitively. If you want to join in, go for it.
Yeah, I got you. I think the issue I'm always just gonna have is, again, it's just around the broader like aspect of the discussions that happen around these things and how heavily I feel like the perspective of growing the newer player base and casual players and well, not just casual players, but casual players converting into competitive players. Because to me, like, what is a competitive player is pretty low. Like, I feel like if you go to a regional, I would like consider you to be a competitive player because I view regionals and ICs as like far and beyond the base level of like a person I start talking to about Pokemon. You know what I mean? I'm talking from people that have no idea what Pokemon is from scratch. Them going to a regional is like insane. Like, I consider that being a competitive player. So I know a bunch of people are like adding me in the chat or asking me like, don't you think there's plenty of other avenues for people to get into the game with enough prestige to chase through regionals and ICs? No, well, that's the thing is like, I'm going to have an issue with that. Again, like I think that the converting casual players into competitive players is not welcoming enough. And that's like just always the opinion I've had because I did it myself and because I interact with both sides, because I also cast and I also came from nothing in this game. And that's the majority of the people I interact with. So I'm hearing their views all the time. And then to hear like literally the opposite from the other side of the spectrum. And then also for them to be saying things like, I don't think B tier players should be able to earn points at locals. Like, I get it. You can have that opinion because, you know, if you're going to measure it like, okay, A tier player, B tier player, like I'll say that all day. I'm probably like a D tier player. You know what I mean? But the difference of like saying that to people publicly is like, that's crazy to me. And that's why I said in my video post yesterday, like, you can say whatever you want, but I'm going to tell these people that I essentially feel like I have to like stand up for my game, but also I'm standing up for these people who see this stuff and they're like, I don't want to freaking play this game. And I'm like, just like face palming. Like, why can't we ever have the other side of the coin from top players? And I really do think it's because they're too heavily ingrained in the hobby. Like, I think they're too like laser focused in on like what they're doing, like what they've worked toward and all of this stuff, that it is hard to ask them to step out of that. And I don't expect anybody to either, but I sure do wish it happened. That's for sure.
Yeah, I definitely could. I think it's 100% fair. I think that a lot of the, I don't know, just like, I guess like the way stuff is worded from players in general is like pretty, actually like sometimes like I guess it could kind of feel like dehumanizing a little bit, like something like using like a term like a B tier instead of just saying like more casual players or like, you know, I think like wording it like, you know, you should have to achieve a certain level to actually, I think you should achieve a certain level of accomplishment throughout the season to be able to show up to the World Championships. Things are definitely worded poorly from them. I don't want to excuse the poor wording. I think it's good for them to know that they word things poorly. And that they need to do better with that. I mean, I agree though. Like it definitely,
that's fine if it happens like once, but I see it happening like more than once.
Yeah,
actually,
and I
would say it is the majority of like top tier. stuff.
I think that is a good point, because that is probably discouraging as someone who's a little bit more casual, who just like looks up to these people, and it's almost like they're indirectly being like talked down on, right? So I think that's a good point. I think the way that people word things in the community, especially people who are gonna draw a little bit more attention, like we as the community have to like hold ourselves responsible and police ourselves in that kind of way to try and be the community we want to be. Because if you ask any of those players, do they want to be unwelcoming and discouraging towards other players, they would say no. It's like, all right, well then you have to like play the part then, and you have to correct how you talk, right? Like it's on you just as much as it is on anyone else in the community to be that much more welcoming. And it's fine to have these discussions. You just need to word things a little bit differently, which I think that's a fair point to make. One thing I will say, to the point you made earlier, where it's like you feel like the achievement of getting to the World Championships will increase the growth of the game, or increases the growth of the game, which or like it keeps what do you say exactly, keep players around, or like
I said that I think it grows the game because you have more people involved with it. So you know how like they have, oh, you're a person, but then you have like 20 circles attached to you and like so many connections from just one person. If one person is dedicating so much time and like so much of their life into this hobby, that's going to spread into the circles around them, right? People are going to be interested in it, or people are going to get involved with it. So you're growing the game outside of that. Even not if you're growing just competitive play, you're still growing the game alone, because that person is so dedicated, because they're going for the world's invite, right? But if you make that too unattainable, then that person's no longer going to see the investment that they're putting in worth the time that it takes to get there. You know what I mean? And then I said I think it will retain more players as well, because let's say you have somebody going to the World Championship that made their invite, and they do really well, or they love the environment, or they were super happy to play against these people, so they want to do it again and they want to do better next year. You know what I mean? You can have that side of it too, retaining more players because they want to strive to be better the next time around.
Okay, I think that can exist, and I think the PokemonTCG is growing great on its own, irrelevant of basically like anything in the game, to be honest. I don't think we need that to exist to incentivize players, and I do think, a lot of people brought this up, and I agree with it a little bit for sure. I think the idea of getting your World's invite in the PokemonTCG is become a little bit toxic, to the point where it's like, it's when people make
that's like all you're doing.
Well, yeah, it's all you're doing, which is like fine to have that as a goal or achievement. But I think, and like when I like talk to players, especially when I do like coaching with people on like a more personal level, what is their goal, what is their achievement? A lot of people are just like, I just want to make my first day 2. I want to try and get like that first top 64, right? Like, so I feel like there's this weird in between amount of players that is being spoken for constantly from both sides, but it's actually not that many players in the PokemonTCG in the grand scheme of things. There's the vast majority, which is under them, who are, they want to get their first day 2, or they're just showing up to play casually, so their first regional, or maybe not, but they're just showing up to play Pokemon. They don't care if they go 4-4 or whatever at this regional, or whatever it might be. And then there's the high end of players on the other side, on the way other side, who of course have all their on the other side is the high end players. And then there's in the middle, there's like that section of players who like are playing for their invite, might get it, might not. And I feel like those are the players who are like being spoken for constantly on both sides. And how do I even want to like word this? It's like, I feel like we don't get enough of their opinions. And I think some of them, like going into this season, the vocal people who are on Twitter who do fit that category, some of them were discouraged by the point increase. Some of them were like, that's fine, that's reasonable, like making it harder to get to Worlds, I'm not against that. And some people were like, well, just the invite's not for me this year if they're going to make it harder, but they weren't also against the change in the middle. So I don't know. It just feels like that like subsection of players is like being spoken for a lot. And it's like a lot smaller. Once I kind of put it into perspective and thought about it myself, that subsection of players is a lot smaller in the grand scheme of the PokemonTCG than people make out to be. But it's because it's the only subsection of players that gets talked about, then it's like what everyone thinks is that much more of the community than it actually is.
What do you consider that like middle tier person?
It's like the players who, going for their first Worlds invite, or the players who are, not as high caliber of player, are going to have to grind a little bit more to get their Worlds invite than maybe like a slightly like a tier above. And it's like it's like that kind of section of players who are like, or people who are going for their Worlds invite, but they're going with it like, this is like the first time going for it or something like that. And they do matter. Like, I don't even know what I'm trying to get at here. It's like the point is I'm trying to make. I've kind of lost my train of thought here a little bit, but yeah, in my opinion,
you said that you want to hear more of their perspective because you feel as though they're being like spoken for on both sides of the spectrum.
Yeah, like people are speaking for them on both sides of the spectrum on what they think should be done, and the changes affect those players the most. But we don't hear from those players. We're either hearing from people who are constantly advocating for just like, you know, anything harder is too much, and then we're hearing from the other side of the spectrum of the players where it's like we should make things harder potentially. And it's like the players in the middle, like, what do they care about? Do they think it should be harder? Do they think it shouldn't be harder? Are they like, even if maybe they won't be able to get their Worlds invite next season, if it does get harder to get your Worlds invite, do they care? Or are they like, no, I think that is reasonable, right? But it's like, feels like on both sides, the higher end of players sometimes feels like they want to take stuff away from those players. And then the other side of people who speak for them are just like making things harder or like in defense of them against the higher end players. But who knows if they actually care to begin with, to be honest.
I see what you mean. Like they might, I don't know, like they look up and they're in tune with the competitive conversations from like top players, but they also are playing weekly with their locals that will never step outside of locals, pretty much. Is that what you mean? Like they see both sides of it?
A little bit.
Because I would skew that person like almost always. And that's what I was kind of saying before is like, I feel like there's a cap on how far I can like help somebody grow in the game because
and then are you looking for, you want like the top players or like content creators in the space to just be more welcoming to help them push them to the next tier as a competitor?
I mean,
is that what you want?
I've wanted that forever. Yeah, I've wanted that for years.
Okay.
I mean, we're at bottom of the barrel in that sense. But yeah, no, it's also just like the more involved you do get into the hobby, the more like exposure you have to these topics and, you know, these things. Like the more involved you get, I feel like the more toxic it inherently becomes, I guess, in a way. And of course, this is not like everybody's experience, you know what I mean? And I guess that's what my goal is always going to be, is to try to make it more welcoming and a little bit less toxic. But it always feels like there's not many voices, I guess, on that side of things, you know? Like even people were saying like, you know, oh, like I don't see why people think eliminating locals or like not getting championship points from locals is a bad thing, because then you're just telling me that the only reason you go to locals is to get points, and that's going to make that more toxic. And I'm like, okay, first of all, that's not even true, because I play all the time with people and we're playing at unsanctioned stores, you know, like you can't even get anything from them sort of thing. But that's not the point. The point is, if somebody wants to make that step into a more competitive version of this hobby, I want that to be as easy as possible and as welcoming as possible as I can make it, or as I can help, I suppose.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. The other point I was going to bring up was one thing I feel like the game's growing really, really big. The idea of getting to Worlds and playing for Worlds Invite does feel a little bit toxic. And then where I want to go with that, before I went off on my tangent.
Well, it's funny because like people say, oh, it's like all the Pokemon company's fault for making that toxic, but like nobody ever speaks about the culture around the Worlds Invite either. That's coming straight from our players, you know, like everyone just wants to blame the Pokemon company for the toxicity around getting a Worlds Invite, but never holds anybody else accountable for how they're involved or speak about the game, you know?
Yeah, and that's what I think. It'd be nice if the whole community kind of shifted their idea around needing to get a Worlds Invite or playing for a Worlds Invite, instead of just kind of like playing Pokemon, and then just, you know, like you can have your achievements, your personal achievements, like winning your first League Cup, day 2 in your first regional, whatever that might be to you. You know, it's all gonna be personal with that. And I think even like a good thing to go with that would be like expanding the auto invites like down to like even maybe top 16 at regionals. So then it's like, okay, you have like a goal to achieve to get your Worlds Invite that doesn't involve, you know, going to a bunch of tournaments. It's like, all right, I'm going to go to 2 regionals and get a top 16 at one of them. I get my Worlds Invite. Because it was so much different when I started playing the game. Because back when I started playing the game, it was ELO system. top 40 from North America went, and no one played for their Worlds invite. So it's really hard for me to, because like if I wasn't in the situation I was in, I would still just love showing up and playing Pokemon, even if like my Worlds invite was unobtainable. And for me, when I started playing, I didn't play the game to try and get my Worlds invite. I just played to show up and play Pokemon. So I feel like if we could get a little more of that back into the scene, and then it's just like try and be a better Pokemon player, and then when that leads to your World's invite, that's dope. But if it doesn't, you're still striving to just be a better Pokemon player at your next event. And whether that means whether that means we keep the invite system the same or we make it harder, but I feel like it is like it's like a culture thing in the Pokemon TCG community where the pressure of getting a World's invite, and it is like toxic around the idea of getting a World's invite a little bit for sure. And I feel like if we could just change that as a community and make it more so about showing up and doing well and just trying to play Pokemon and do well playing Pokemon instead of I have to get top 64 to get these 20 championship points so I can get top 64 or try and get a top 16 at the next regional to get my next amount of championship points. Just be
that's
like,
honestly spot on. And I think that's exactly what I'm trying to say. There's too much conversation based around the numbers and the achievements and like the logistics. There's not enough conversation about like why, essentially. Like what are we actually involved in this for? I mean, I know people in the chat right now are talking about money. That's a whole nother subject. Or top players don't exist without mid or bad players. Oh my god.
And once again, even talking to that conversation, this actually still just falls under that subset of players. Like even when I'm saying this right now, I'm talking about that like very specific set of players, right? Who like there's at a certain point level of player where you're just gonna get your invite, right? It's not really even a question if you'll get your invite throughout the season, right? And then once you hit that point, it doesn't really matter up to the whatever the top from there. And then there's on the other side of it where it's like the higher end of that is like you're probably likely to get your invite. On the lower end of that, it's like you're maybe not super likely to get your invite based on your level of player or how many events you're actually able to attend. But then that subset of players is like what I'm talking towards, I guess, with that specifically. It's like I guess that's where it like exists the most around that. But I guess like getting into the game in general, when newer players get into the game, seeing the existence of, I guess, like that idea of the World's invite just kind of breeds them into being the players with that mindset still, where I think just like it would just be nice to have more people so many people just talk about getting their invite and getting their next top X to get X amount of points instead of being just like, I'm showing up, I'm playing Pokemon, I'm gonna try my best, I'm here to try and do my best. And like when I talk to people too, and I think even Trainer Hill put it in chat. Hill, I don't know if you said you wanted to jump on the mic eventually, maybe after Boo goes, but you said, what are you saying? You said when you're playing to get that placement, you feel like you play worse, but when you just show up and play Pokemon, you play better and you do better. And that's like, that'd be a great thing for like the whole community to just have that mindset and just being like, when you get your invite, that's dope, but if not, you know, it's not the end of the world and you still had a ton of fun playing Pokemon this season. Jay Smooth, I think top players forget how difficult it is to actually get a top 32 finish. They become accustomed to being better than everyone else. Even Azul doesn't recognize that a top 40 finish is still good, an accomplishment for most of us. I mean, that's just all perspective, right? That's what I'm saying. Like everything can be personal, right? Like to me, I don't consider an event a failure, but if I don't make top 8, that's my threshold for a successful tournament is top 8. If I don't top 8, it wasn't a successful tournament for me, right? But it's all personal. It's all like where you are. Like I said, someone's first day 2 could be that next step for them, and that's fine. But yeah, it's all just like, it's all personal stuff and where you are as a player, where you feel like you are as a player, what you feel like you can achieve and what you want to try and achieve.
Azul, they're saying that the chat is too soft. We gotta fight. We gotta argue.
I mean, I think,
if anyone in chat wants to roast me right now or say something, come at me, homie.
See, this is the thing. This is why I wanted to have these, to like actually talk to people, because like Twitter is difficult, and I feel like most of us will agree on most things, at least on like a level of understanding, if you just like talk to people. It's hard to do it through chat. It's hard to do it on Twitter.
Well, it's tough on, it's definitely tough on Twitter, especially because I'm limited to characters. That makes it really tough. And apparently time on my videos, if I record something as well.
You gotta pay Elon. You gotta pay.
I know, right? What the heck? What is it, like $10 or something?
I don't remember. But, I do pay for it myself, so I can do that kind of stuff. But
yeah, that's true.
Elon got me.
What did you say?
Elon got me.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Twitter's something else. Dude, Twitter's horrible. But yeah, it's just funny because like on Twitter, I mean, I'm used to it because I've been dealing with this for years in many different, it's not just Pokemon, you know, I've been in the online space for a very long time. So I'm pretty used to people like jumping down my throat no matter what I say, pretty much. And I think that's why I'm more willing to go back and forth with people. Because I feel like people think I'm going to say something and then not stick up or like stand up for what I'm saying. And it's like, nah, like if you at me and I find it's like a reasonable conversation to discuss or something I actually care about, I will respond to you, you know, and then we can talk about it from there. But then it's like people think that I'm saying something or like I'm always mad at them sort of thing. And it goes back and forth of like, no, I'm not mad at you or whatever. I'm just trying to like resolve this conversation essentially. But it's always like people view me, I think, as I'm always attacking people, and I mean, I'm okay with that. Like, if you want to view me like that, let's chill. Because I am always on the defense because I've dealt with this for so long. And you know, part of the conversation when I was talking about like, you know, when people cross that threshold of like casual play, trying to get into competitive play, I've been there before, and I don't think I would ever want to go back to that because some of like just the conversations that happen privately among like top players and some of these people is just not something I would ever want to be involved with. And that bleeds out in very tiny subsects onto Twitter. And I think I know where they're coming from because I have seen the background side of this stuff too. So like, I feel like some people on Twitter are not being genuine about things because I actually know and have heard their genuine opinions in private, you know? So it's like, like I'd rather people just be real and upfront with me on Twitter. If you hate me, just say you hate me, you know? Like, that's cool with me. No issues with that. Because that's how I always am, is on Twitter. Is like, I'm going to stick up for what I believe in. I'm going to, you know, be more combative, I think, because I'm willing to stand up for my viewpoints on that platform and anywhere really.
Yeah, and that's always gonna draw you. I mean, that's like if you want to go down that route, that's always gonna be you're gonna have to have the back and forth. And like I think actually I was gonna talk to that. I think there's like in the PokemonTCG community, there's like two. It's almost like it's politics. Like you're on one side or the other depending on how you respond to an initial tweet from someone. It's like there's the players who suggest change that is immediately called out as elitism, and then there's the defenders of the people. Like there's two categories. There's the elitists and then the people who are defending the people from elitists. And it's like immediately when you respond to something on Twitter in the PokemonTCG community, you're immediately put in one of those two buckets. And then you either are the defender of the defending the people who are defending the people from the elitists, or you are an elitist. You're immediately categorized as one of those two. I absolutely
hate that word. Like I can't stand it. I think it's just because I've heard it too much this past week. But oh my gosh, it's tough to listen to. I also don't understand like the elitism conversation. The only thing that I even see that like being brought up in is like, for me, I don't see a casual player as going to like a regional event, because I see regional events as like huge like investments of their money and stuff. You know what I mean? So it's like if somebody can't afford to go to a regional, then you take away points to earn from locals. Like that's why I would say that would be elitism, because it's like, all right, well, if you can't afford to go here, then too bad, you know, sort of thing.
My problem with that argument, though, is that you can basically turn everything into elitism if you make that your argument against elitism, right? Because you could say that about going to a single league challenge or a single league cup. Like if we made the championship point, like if you made the championship point threshold 50 and someone can't go to a single league cup, then they can't. Is that still not elitism at that point? Like there's a point where it's like, is everything elitism or is like nothing at that point?
No, I think as long as you have a basic level threshold of somewhere that people can earn points in a reasonably easy way, even if they're not going to earn enough points for like a world championship invite or something, then you can't argue, oh, well, going to a regional event, being able to potentially earn more points or whatever is elitism, because like you know, the only way it turns into elitism is if you eliminate that base level. That's what I'm saying, if that makes sense.
Okay. All right. So if you eliminate,
so like if you just took away locals, then it's like, or if for people arguing like, let's just take away locals altogether. I don't think I saw anybody saying that. I just saw it taking away championship points, which is a different subject. But then you're saying like, okay, well, the only way you can compete in Pokemon competitively is to go to regionals, and it's not feasible for everybody. So
yeah,
I think inherently that's elitism. Like, is that a bad take? No, not necessarily. It just all depends on how you view this hobby and which way you want it to go. But I certainly do think that people should be able to make championship points just from locals, because it's easy enough to get to them, in my opinion.
Okay, even with the idea that you might not ever end up with your world's invite, just being able to compete for championship points. Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess I would just be like behind the idea of just having an incentive to go to locals or like show up at tournaments. But like, yeah, I mean, I guess that's right. I mean, I agree with that being the current thing to be able to compete for, because I do think like that is like a nice thing for people to like go to a locals, even if they don't plan to get the world's invite, get championship points. Until I just saw Nico in chat say, why do you need championship points then? It's like until you come up with and I don't like that as a reply to it, because you're not adding to the conversation. You have to come up with an alternative to championship points as a motivator or an incentive for people to show up to locals, and if you want to remove them, you can't just end
why do you need CP then?
Yeah, you can't just end it at, well, why do you need championship points? Well, I think championship points are an incentivizer for players who don't plan on getting their world's invite to go to tournaments, right? So then you need...
Yeah, it's literally like, let's say somebody is still undecided about it, you know, if like where they want to go in the hobby, or if they have the resources to even be able to compete for a full season to try to get whatever their goals are, right?
Yeah.
So them going to a local, or maybe a couple locals, or earning championship points, I don't think that should be limited from them just because of, you know, XYZ. I don't think championship points are just useless if it doesn't get you an invite or whatever. I don't know. That's just my personal perspective, though.
All right. Okay. Well, if you had anything else you want to hit, we can go over it. Nico wants to get in a call, so I'm gonna go ahead and call him. Unless you're fine with him joining the call we have here, but if you're gonna head off, that's fine.
No, that's fine. I'm cool with whoever joining.
Okay. I'll get Nico added so we can get his takes. Nico, I don't know if I have you added on Discord. I probably don't. Go ahead and send me your Discord on Twitter so I can add you, or just add me on Discord. It's just AzulGG.
Saying if no CP, it's like 3 to 4 people who can't play at a base level. That is like the most crazy thing I've ever heard. That's what I'm saying. I don't think people are involved enough in these like just base level communities, whatever you want to call them, casual players, to think that, oh, it's only 3 or 4 people that are just playing this game in general outside of trying to get championship points. Like, what? Maybe I read that wrong.
I'm gonna go ahead and add.
Hello.
How's it going, Nico?
What's up?
Okay, so I think the first point you probably want to hit, and that I guess I would like to hear from you because we just read it, was the idea if I guess like the first thing I ask is like you're like talking about removing championship points from locals. We don't need them if we're not playing for our world's invite, right? But we still want to show up locals. But do you agree that we need an incentivizer for locals?
Yeah, so basically my point, I mean, essentially the same that I've been trying to make all day today on Twitter is, and that you've also gotten into with Boo like a couple of minutes ago, the whole Pokemon community completely being driven by the World's Invite, by CP and all of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's already the first thing that I severely disagree with what Boo and you said earlier, where it's like, okay, this is not TPCI's fault, because this is entirely TPCI's fault, because as you said before as well, and I've also started like in the ELO era, right? So
yeah.
When people didn't play for the Worlds Invite, just played for like casuals and whatever. And then by making Worlds more and more accessible, like by the years, this year I'm not like fully convinced yet how accessible it's going to be, because it's like the first time that we have another structure again, right? Because we have no auto day 2, nothing like that. So still have to see how Worlds plays out this year. But in the past years, especially like pre-COVID, they made it more and more accessible every time. And I don't think, like, I guess as a disclaimer already, before that conversation comes up, I don't necessarily think we need to make worlds more exclusive, because that ship has sailed long ago. Like, Pokemon has made it like very clear they want bigger worlds, they want more people at worlds, they want this to be like an experience, and they don't want like One Piece, Magic, Yugi, or whatever worlds, right? Like, that's completely clear, and that's also not part of this topic, right? Like, the topic is what we need to like try to improve is how does the game play out as a whole? Because something that Grant said yesterday, and I fully agree with, and I've also talked like to other people today, is like this whole we need to grow the game situation. Like, we don't need to grow the game. Like, the game is massive. The game is way too big already. We can't like sufficiently supply at events. Like, this is too big. Like, we can maybe keep it at this like rate. We can try to find like convention centers that can keep up with this kind of player size. But for example, EUIC, like as a direct comparison, EUIC 2016 and EUIC 2024 was like a very unpleasant experience in terms of around the tournament, right? Because it took you long to like get into the hall. It took you an insane amount of time, usually like too much time to even do it between rounds, to like use the restroom, get something to eat, whatever. So in that regard, I don't think we need growth. So what we need to do is improve the game as a whole, like improve the structure, improve how people perceive the game and everything. And the number one concern that I have with the perception of the game is this whole invite situation, right? Because people show up to locals because they want their invite. Like, you can see a massive decline at local tournaments once people have their invites, or once people know that they are not going to get their invite. And you can even see like a lot of people at the beginning of the season, when new CP thresholds are announced, in terms of like, yeah, why do I even bother? Like, why should I even play this season if I can't get my Worlds invite? And I feel like this is like a very concerning way to go for this game, because this, like, all of this sparks this whole like hyper competitive situation where all of this toxicity also essentially stems from. Like, this only is caused by this. And towards the local thing, like making locals more attractive, because you don't need the top players for your locals to grow. Like, if the game is enjoyable, if there's like solid whatever incentive, top players will show up, casuals will show up regardless. And I don't know how the situation is in the US, but for example, in my area in Germany, a lot of cups are even too full. So they would even do better if they had like less demand, because with people, because I, like, for those who don't know, like, I live relatively close to like the Dutch border and to the Belgian border. So we have people from the Netherlands, people from Belgium, all of them coming over as well. And these people also want to register, right? And if your cup has like place for 24 people and there's already like 16, 17, 18 locals, and there's people going to come from like 2 hours into like the north, south, west, and east, that's too many anyways, right? And if you force people to play locals, they obviously also want to get into locals. And what every other game does, where I was already like commenting earlier to you when you were saying like, okay, why does no one supply us with like a solution? That solution is from every single other game, right? Because Magic, One Piece, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Digimon, Lorcana, every single one of these games doesn't have a qualification as an incentive for their local tournaments. They're still big because they just have different pricing. For example, in One Piece, it's like promos, like even for weeklies that you can play in One Piece. So it's not even like a challenge that's like once per month. You can play it weekly. If you win it, you get like a promo card that's worth like 20 euros. And for Pokemon, that's also something that comes up like a lot of times, because you can see people are not even really happy with what happens aside from the cup. Like, you see people, once they have their invite, they don't show up anyways. It's like the pricing, right? Because once again, I don't know how it's in the US, like sometimes obviously you see tweets about, I want a booster box at this like League Cup or whatever. But for us, it's usually like you pay like 10, 15 euros. And if you win, you get the playmat, which is obviously supplied by TPCI, but it's also like not worth in terms of like monetary value. Like, obviously like the sentimental value, if you win your first cup or whatever, we can agree on that part, like that the playmat is nice. But then you get like 2 packs, and then you open the packs and you pull cards that are worth like 50 cents. And back in the day, which once again is something that Pokemon used to do like very good back in the day, was like city championships, which essentially are what League Cups are now. And back at cities, you used to get medals, you used to get like more prizes. So this is all just something that has changed, that was already there in the past. So we can learn just from Pokemon's past and from other trading card games what we can do instead of championship points. And one last part before someone can comment is the whole like, yeah, but we need CP because people can't go to regionals. Like, if you do the math, that doesn't check out at all, because that argument would only work in regions which LATAM and Oceania work, but Europe and NA don't. You can't even get your invite fully from locals. So you have to pay. So you have to travel anyways. Like, that's not being taken away just because you have CP. So just decrease the general threshold. Make people, for all that I care, make them need the same amount of regional finishes. Like, just make it still 6 top 128s or 256 or whatever. But like the whole cup situation, I just don't like where Pokemon is going in terms of this whole like Worlds drive as the only incentivizer to even play the game at all.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I think that is like something we mentioned as well, where it's like the Worlds might be the only thing. So, and I think that actually probably is a good solution, and that is a solution. Is it as good as championship points? I mean, we'd have to try it to like find out. But I guess like if you did remove championship points from locals and you just come up with a bunch of cool promos throughout the year, quarterly for like the League Cup shifts, and then even like weekly locals, whatever challenges, that would get like a decent amount of people to come out and play, right?
Yeah.
And then you said, with your thoughts as well, you wouldn't even care if that also led to keeping the regional finishes the same. So like currently, if you get max your points at locals and then you get like 6 top 128, so you're saying like 6 top 128 still getting your invite is fine, but just like remove the championship points from locals to make it for the more competitive players not having to go to locals. And then I guess in situations like for like your local shops, even freeing up space for more casual players to get into the game and actually play at these tournaments, instead of having like, you have 24 spots, 6-8 competitive players show up, take those spots. There's not even room for like the more casual players to even get started at something like a local tournament. I mean, I could see that all being reasonable. I do think that, and people can confirm in chat, because I saw some people talking about it earlier, I do think that the idea of still getting championship points at locals is something that people like, and it's almost like a personal record or personal high score that they can try and beat next season, right? If they go to just a bunch of locals throughout the season, maybe one regional, and they end up with 375 championship points. Well, it's like next year I'm gonna try and beat that. I'm trying to get 400 plus, right? So I don't know if removing championship points from locals is the best way to go about it, but maybe somehow making it so the higher level competitive players don't have to worry about championship points from locals would be the better approach.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like we're like, either way, depending on which direction we're going, we're not going to see like a drastic change, right? Like, we're not going to see an immediate removal of locals, or we're also not going to see like, I don't know, like Worlds being cut down or locals being like way more like flooded with promos or whatever. But I feel like it's just important that we try and find like a kind of in-between solution. And this is also, I feel like, something that a lot of people bring up, right? Like this whole regional argument and League Cup argument, that there's like nothing in between, right? Like, you literally go from a 20-player tournament to 1,000-player tournament. So maybe this is also why people need CP at locals, like as you were just mentioning, right? Like the whole like personal record kind of thing, because there's like nothing that you can just feasible aim for. Like, if you're aren't gonna spend 100 no, I guess 100 is not even like what you can afford a regional. There's like, let's say you pay like 300-400 for a regional, and that's like the only step that you would have from locals to regional. Obviously people are gonna try to find something, right? Like, people are gonna try to find the CP in this situation, because there's just nothing else that you can go for. And like weekly leagues, like I don't know how like popular those are, because I haven't gone to league in like, I don't know, like 15 years or something, so I can't really speak for how well visited those are and how popular, I guess. But yeah, I mean, like the whole challenge and cup circuit is really like the only perspective we have for locals. But yeah, what I can speak for is what I just said, right? Like the whole One Piece thing. And maybe this is also like, I feel like Pokemon also needs something in between, just because of how our game works, right? Because Worlds is so big, so it's still somewhat reasonable for people to go, because in games like Yu-Gi-Oh! And One Piece, you just don't have people playing for a Worlds invite, because it's just not realistic, right? Because in One Piece, you have to make you have to go to finals at the European Championship, which is like essentially EYC, and not a single player, like even in Pokemon, could plan towards that goal, right? Like, even Todd can't show up to an IC and be like, yeah, I'm just gonna get to finals. Like, obviously, statistically speaking, he's relatively likely to do that, but he's still can't just expect to go to Worlds if that would be the requirement, right? So I feel like an in-between solution is the best, but currently, like I just think the CP requirement and the CP like payout from locals also doesn't really put it into perspective how a regional works, right? Like even if we go for that personal accomplishment, let's say, for example, I would want to compare myself to, like, I'm a casual player at my local store and I want to compare myself to a slightly better player, someone that shows up to regionals, for example. And then that person gets a top 16 at a regional, which is 80 points. And I get finals at 2 cups, which is also 80 points. Like, I also think that perspective is not given. So you don't really, and that's like objective, like no person in this world like is delusional enough to tell me that a top 16 at the regional is as easy to get as 2 cup finals, right?
Yeah.
And so this comparison you would also not really have. So maybe like I'm completely up for just like keeping CP, but just like adjust it a bit, because right now it's like, especially with regionals growing and cups not growing, these CP are just running out of proportion. Like, I mean, I posted the one suggestion a couple of days ago and I realized like maybe it would have to be even harsher. Like maybe ICs need to pay out even more points and regionals need to pay out even more. But now it's like I went to a League Cup. Like I obviously now have to, because like a dozen people told me, yeah, get your invite, even though you didn't really play. So I showed up to a cup last weekend. And it was like, how many players were there? I think it was like 21 Masters. And I won. And this is not the equivalent of nowadays day 2ing a regional, right? Which you have to do for 50 points, which is a top 64 nowadays, which I don't know how you had to do at Orlando to get top 64, but I'm assuming it's like 30 match points or like close to 30, which back in the day even used to be enough for top 8. So it's like, this is also kind of like missing, like the whole perspective, like the proportion thing. So this is maybe this is where we need to start and then just like see, and obviously like the promo thing would just be a good thing for everyone. Like I don't think anyone will say, no, don't give us promos as a like additional pricing. We don't want it. We only want CP, right? So
yeah, I think the promos would be good in general. I guess like a counterpoint to what you said about like, I mean, you could like make cups and challenges worth less point and then make the top X finishes at regionals worth more points. But if the easier championship points are there available for everyone, and you still have to achieve those same placements at regionals, it kind of like works out, right? Like if like you can get max your points from locals or close to it, and then get a bunch of top 128s at regionals. If you just take some of those championship points and put it in the top 128s at regionals, you're still having to achieve the same accomplishments, right? And then I understand when people say like it feels bad to be like, I got top 128 at this regional championship that has 2,000 players, and the week ago I got more points from winning a 12-person League Cup. That does like it is proportionally off, but the availability is there for everyone. And I think on top of that as well, if you just directly just move the points to the same finishes needed, then it doesn't really change too much with that. The only thing it would do would be like, well, maybe the top players, it would just kind of satisfy potentially the top players' wants of like making locals less important, which I don't even know how important that is when you like look at the idea of them being basically, if they're the easier points, they're still the easier points for everyone. And then you don't have to go to the locals if you really don't want to. And if you are like one of the players who's like not only a good player and a competitive player, but you are going to like, 10 plus majors a year, like you'll probably end up with your invite eventually, right? So I don't know, I just don't feel like it changes much. It does look weird. I agree, it looks weird when you get top 64 how many do you get for top 64 to regional? Is it 50? And you get the
50.
same for a League Cup? Like if you go to a 2,000 person plus regional now these days and you get the same as much as winning League Cup, it does look weird. And I could see that being an argument for why it should change. Like just based on that, just being like, well, that doesn't really quantify.
Yeah, and also like one last thing towards the local thing is like what you were also mentioning in terms of like availability. I think that's also like a massive issue, because not everyone can even play enough cups. And if you put that much like emphasis on cups, like even if you say, okay, yeah, person X gets to a lot of regions, but you still have to play cups, right? Like
Yeah.
And some people have to travel like 3 hours for a cup, and I feel like it's reasonable to not expect people to have to travel like 2-3 hours for cups, because like if the whole point is accessibility, in terms of like, okay, you shouldn't have to go to regionals and then instead you can go to like cups or whatever, cups are also not accessible, and then other regions have more accessible cups. And but this obviously goes also a lot into like the whole stipend discussion, but that's like a whole different topic anyways.
Okay, so now that you've kind of talked about it a little bit more, and someone in chat, video game said not everyone go to regionals either, but you do have to go to regionals if you want your world's invite, right? So that doesn't really matter at the end of the day. So I actually, the more I think about it, if we did take championship points from cups and challenges and put them in majors, you'd be in a situation where you got to kind of, it'd be like a more of a choose your own adventure kind of thing, right? Where it's like, I don't want to go to locals, but now I can't. It's easier for me to just go to get 6 major finishes, 6 regional finishes, and end up with my invite. So kind of thinking about it in that perspective, actually, I kind of do like the idea of not removing championship points from locals, but making it less championship points from locals, and then put those championship points literally into the exact same finishes you'd need at majors to go with your local points for like the current season going into next season. So basically, you know, your top 128 finishes get plus 20 championship points, but your first places at League Cups give 20 less championship points. And then it becomes for more players, like you still get your local championship points, and then you would still need the exact same amount of finishes at regionals to get your invite alongside your local points, but it allows other players to be able to choose how they want to accumulate their championship points more. Instead of being forced to go to locals to go along with their couple regional finishes, they can put together their world's invite with just the couple regional finishes. So actually, that's kind of like now where I'm at actually now at this point, thinking through all of it like that, which is why I love these conversations, because now my opinion has changed on this completely. And we're not taking away championship points from locals, we're just making it less to make it possible to just only go to majors throughout a season if that's what you want to do. Like I said, you get to like choose your own adventure a little bit more than being forced to go to locals if that's not something you want to do.
Also, like, I mean, there's one person in chat I want to answer to, which is Tyler Variety. This take is insane. He personally can travel to a couple of regions, but not multiple cups. But what about the people who can do more cups, but not several weekends away at regionals? He's prioritizing his current situation. First of all, I was not talking about my own situation. Like, I'm in a very fortunate spot where I have like 8 cups per quarter that are like at most 2 hours away. So this is not about me. This is about people that live in more rural areas where the closest cup is like 2 hours from them. And I know that these people exist in every single country. Like, they exist in Germany, they exist in the UK, in France, in Italy, and also in the US. And just like Azul was also like getting, like the conclusion that Azul was also getting to, right? Like, you have to go to regionals anyways. Like, this whole cup argument, yes, it works for regions where Pokemon has recognized, okay, we cannot reasonably expect people to go to major tournaments, which is Oceania and like I guess South Africa as well, and then South America, because they know these regions are going to have very little to no, in extreme cases, major tournaments. So they need to be able to get their invite with just locals, because they have no other way. Like, you can't expect someone from I don't know, Argentina to travel to the US for a regional. Like, that's just not something that you can expect. But what you can expect is that a player from Germany that wants to get their World Championship invitation to go to at least like 2 or 3 regionals / special events in the region. And this proportion would not change at all. So I don't really see how people can get upset about this when it's like not changing anything. Like, you still have to travel to regionals. You already have to do now. Like, if you get 390, you still need 110 CP from somewhere else. You can't get online CP. This is not like, I don't know, international challenges or whatever they're called in VGC, where you can get online CP. Like, our simulator, unfortunately, is not good enough for us to have these kind of like things. And then, you have to travel anyways. And if we break it down, like, it's not even enough to get 2 top 64s if you want to get your remaining 110, which is already assuming you have maxed out local CP.
Yeah. So I'm going to clear up a couple things in chat real fast. So I guess for me and Nico specifically, we are just talking about America, Canada, and Europe. America/Canada and Europe. And I guess maybe Australia fits that bubble as well. Because I think you can basically get your invites just from locals. So lowering like local CP over there would probably be pretty reasonable, or not like ridiculous. I don't know about that, but we're talking about Europe. Yeah, Latin America, not talking about that as much. So, but that'd be weird though, I guess. Like, if we're having like, if you win a cup here in America, it's worth 30 championship points, but if you go to Latin America, it's worth 50. See, that'd be like that system. That'd be a point where it's like, all right, how does this? Or maybe I guess they would just lower. They'd make it 30, but they would just lower the amount of championship points you need to get your invite, right?
Yeah, they just
Um,
lower the invite, just like they're doing right now, right? Like it's not 600 in
yeah.
every region. So.
Yeah. Also, one more thing to clarify. It would not be harder to get your Worlds invite in this system that me and Nico are suggesting, because a lot of people just like did not understand what I clarified or what Nico was saying. Basically, let's say to get your Worlds invite, you need to just win 3 League Cups and you need a top 128 3 regionals. Basically, in the system that I'm suggesting, you would do this. You would need the exact same finishes. It's just you get more of your championship points from the top 128s at regionals. So you'd need the exact same finishes. You still need to win 3 League Cups. They'd be just worth less points. And you would need to get 3 top 128s at regionals. And they'd be worth more points. The same finishes for this season you would need next season. It's just how you can get your championship points would be different, which then opens up the possibility for players to potentially prioritize more majors than more locals, leading to, like what I said, a choose your own adventure kind of invite system, or a little bit more of a choose your own adventure invite system, where it's like, all right, because of the system, I can choose to just not go to locals and I can just go to majors, and that's fine. Or you can go to locals and you still need to get the exact same finishes at majors as you would last season or this season as next season. But they're just worth less points for locals, more points for the finishes at the regionals. But to get your Worlds invite, it's the exact same finishes. That's what I'm saying. And I actually kind of like the idea of that system because it does just gives up more freedom to the player to like pick how they want to gain their Worlds invite. It doesn't adjust anything. Because, yeah, currently in the current system, you can't just get your invite off locals unless you do live in Latin America or Australia. And in those cases, the point thresholds could be adjusted. Like, everyone could come down to, like, 30 points for a cup win, and then the amount of points you need to get your Worlds invite would just come down a little bit with that probably as well. So we're not trying to get overly into specifics here as well, chat. Like, we're talking about ideas, right? The idea of making locals less important with the idea of making regionals more important. And it's like, okay, I think that could be a good idea just based on, and then we put some numbers to it, but we're not trying to figure out all the nitty gritty. If TPCI agrees with us, they'll figure that out. They'll figure out, okay, this is how much you need for your invite in Latin America. This is how much League Cups and League Challenges are now worth. Like, we don't need to get to specifics. Like, too many of you guys in chat, like, immediately jump to, oh, but if it's worth this much, then this is impossible. We don't need the specifics. We're just talking about the idea of reducing the incentive or the need to go to locals and in replacement of being able to just get your invite off of just majors. So we're trying to get like every last little detail ironed out. That's for TPCI to do if they agree the idea is good. I did want to mention one more thing that you brought up, Nico, and this is actually something that Grant Matthew brought up yesterday, BooCK, which was just like and he hasn't even been playing that long. His first tournament was Salt Lake City post-COVID, but I would say that was a lot more enjoyable of experience space-wise compared to regionals these days. And that's something you brought up, right? You said like EUIC, it felt awful, right? Bathrooms, food, everything. And I do agree. And I never really thought about that before until Grant brought that up yesterday. And I was like, you're not wrong. And I remember playing back in 2010, bro. So much space. There was like, it wasn't crowded, easily to go to the bathroom. Like, nothing was a big deal back then. Plenty of room for everything, easy. Lunch. Everyone had lunch breaks at every tournament. There was lunch breaks at state championships. Like, plenty of time for everything. That's a little bit of a weird. It's a little bit of a weird topic. I guess like the thing that I would kind of counter with that, it's like, do we really want to potentially stunt the growth of the game in the trade-off of first figuring out optimizing how a tournament is ran? I feel like that's backwards. I feel like we have to try and just keep up with the growth of the game while the TOs figure out how to optimize a tournament's how a tournament is ran. I feel like it's just kind of on the TOs to try and catch up a little bit more, because I think that'll like hurt us down the line if we're like purposely trying to stunt the growth of the game now. It's going to hurt us a lot in the future for where we want the PokemonTCG to be, or just Pokemon tournaments in general. The VGC, I guess, are all included under this umbrella, right? So I feel like currently, and I think the big thing that I jumped to in kind of defense of the TOs, it's like unprecedented growth the last 2 years. And I think everyone could agree with that. Unpredictable, unprecedented growth the last 2 years. So I think we got to give the TOs time to just kind of like adjust to how they do things, and even like registration processes as well, because it's not quantifiable for them to have predicted this. Do you think that's fair, or?
No, I think the problem is I like to bash on TOs as much as the next person, but it's like the problem is with this one, like aside from the registration part, which obviously like for NAIC, no one needs to argue about it was TPCI's fault entirely, or like whatever, whoever they hired. But the problem is, what we need to recognize is what kind of venues are we renting for tournaments? And we are renting, because of like the massive size that we have, we're renting fair halls, right? Like, and those fairs normally have like a very like fluent run throughout the entire day, right? Like people go in, people go like look at something, people eat something, people go to the toilet. The problem with Pokemon tournaments is that all of this staggers up in a small time frame, right? Because our rounds are 50 minutes, but most people want to use the restroom, want to get food in the like, let's say like once the 40-minute mark hits until a couple of minutes before the next round starts, right? And this is not something you can just remove. We would need like bigger halls, like with more toilets, but then again, like that just doesn't fit, because you can't book like a 5,000 player hall for like 1,000 players just so that you have more toilets. So this is just something where it's like a very difficult thing to say. And I honestly also don't know how we could even potentially like make stuff more like a better experience again without, like, we obviously don't want to cut down, right? Like we don't want to go to like a 800 player regional again, because we don't want that, because we want the game to grow. Like we don't want the game to just like stop growing. I mean, especially in Europe, like we even have like the short end of the stick still to this day, where some of our tournaments are like way too small. Obviously we don't know how many players we could like have, but even those tournaments are already getting like kind of like rough. For example, like Dortmund regionals was not like super big. I think it was like maybe a little bit over 1,000 players. The toilet situation was horrible and the air was horrible in the venue. And that's just because this building wasn't made for a card game tournament with like 1,500 people in the hall. And this is something that TOs won't change, because I don't think there's like enough like venue halls in like maybe not even the world, but at least not in Europe, where you can be like, okay, this is good enough as a tournament, but also provides enough like facilities for everyone. Because you might have enough enough space, you might even have enough air conditioning, but maybe you don't have enough toilets. And so I feel like that's just an issue that we can't really address. That's just like a logistical issue that no one is really at fault at, to be honest.
You felt like similar about EUIC, right? Like not just the...
because EUIC was like a direct comparison, right? Because we have been at the Excel for like so many years.
Yeah.
So we know how it used to be. And then Dortmund was just an extreme example, because I don't know if we were in that hall the last time Dortmund Regionals was, but I don't think so. And like the air was just bad and the toilet situation was horrible. And I mean, and that's just something that repeats every single tournament nowadays, right? Like you always see there's like a 20-30 people line in front of every toilet, like every single round. So you don't only just need to high roll your rounds or whatever, you also need to high roll the toilet situation. So it's like,
is that an issue for NA though? For NA events?
I think this could be I think definitely outside of EUIC, that those problems are more, I would say, European problems, to be honest, which at the end of the day, maybe does that just come down to the infrastructure of Europe more so than the infrastructure of America? I guess that's what you could chalk that up to potentially, which kind of course, once again, Europe is in a worse spot than America with the Pokemon stuff a little bit there. I'm trying to like think about, what was the last one we were just at? Orlando? I didn't have a problem with the bathrooms at Orlando. See, I think...
And the thing is with the, I feel like most of the venues that we have as well for our larger events, like there's always the capacity to expand them too. Like they're always in the halls where it's like, oh, you just break down a wall and make it larger too, you know?
Liam just put in chat the issue is that it's just not sustainable. NA will overflow at some point too. Well, yeah, of course, theoretically with growth, but we've currently hit the upper limit of regionals in America. Like Orlando didn't cap around 3K. Indy has not capped around 3K. Like we've found the limit. We found the upper limit for the PokemonTCG division, and I assume the VGC division as well. So we know what we're working with, like probably reasonably moving forward. Obviously, NAIC and EUIC we're uncertain for where those can go next season and how much space Pokemon will actually give us next season to work with, and if we can fill it. I mean, EUIC was pretty bad for the bathrooms, to be honest. You had to like leave the venue every time you want to use the bathroom. And then there was usually like a massive line. So EYC wasn't great, that was for sure. But I guess like I mean, like you said, it doesn't feel like these halls are built with the idea of Pokemon stuff like Pokemon tournaments in mind. That just might be an overall issue, but I feel like it is more so of a European thing at the European events than others. I'm trying to think about other. There definitely has been some American regionals where I've like gone to use the bathroom. I was like, nope, this is just not possible before the next round. I'll just have to hold it to the next round. So it's there. It does come up in the situation. Like I guess Sacramento, I think, was specifically pretty bad. But yeah, I don't know if there is ever. I think you like you even said though at the end of your point there, Nico. Like you don't is there a solution? Like that's just venues, right? Venues aren't built with the idea of card game tournaments in mind, right?
Yeah, like I said, I don't really have a solution. It just was like a point that I agree with, like what Grant was saying yesterday. The tournaments are, like in terms of the experience, are just getting more unpleasant.
Yeah,
but
and
it's like I mean,
and that is something that's actually really interesting because a lot of players won't actually know what we mean when we say that. But we've been playing since when did you start playing? Like 2009, right, or 2010?
Yeah, 2009.
Yeah, 2009, right? Like we've been playing for so long, we know that. We've been to tournaments before that were definitely way more enjoyable in just terms of, and it mostly just came with less players being there, right? Because it was just like there was so much more room in the venue. Things were less crowded, like easier to get food, easier to go to the bathrooms because there was less people trying to do those things. But it might just be kind of and I never really thought about it until yesterday when Grant brought it up, but that might just be the landscape of the game moving forward. Like that might be the standard now moving forward. I don't know if how much that will actually be able to improve even now that TOs have an idea of kind of what they're working with moving forward. So yeah, I don't know if that might just be after something we have to work with, and then the players who are getting into the game now will just never know about they'll never know about the good old days. They'll never be able to experience that.
I just feel like the solution is never like, let's just have less people in the game, or like there's not enough room for people in the game. Like yes, I think like logistically it should improve, and I don't think that's on players. I think that's on Pokemon to take care of for sure, but I just don't understand the sentiment behind like the game is already too big, we can't like involve more people.
Yeah, I think
on competitive field or competitive play.
Stunting the growth of the game I don't think is the correct answer. I think trying to still grow the game as much as we possibly can consistently is probably the correct answer. I think what would probably come with that eventually, hopefully, would be just more ways to play the game competitively with earning championship points or earning world invites through potentially like other tournaments in between locals and regionals. So like almost like a disincentivizer to go to majors a little bit. Like if you already have your invite, you're not going to go, but as long as we're still filling up world, like as long as we have more people playing Pokemon, that's the important part. So as long as the number of people who are playing Pokemon goes up, even if the like year over year growth at majors like gets stunted a little bit, as long as we have people showing up to these more local tournaments, people showing up to more tournaments in between locals and regionals potentially, or a big one I think would be online tournaments. Like if you can earn a decent chunk of championship points, let's say it's still a championship point system like 3 years from now when PTCG Live might be ready for that. If you can earn championship points online, then we still have more and more people playing the game competitively. It's just not all at these major tournaments, but the major tournaments are still obviously like the biggest focal point of the competitive circuit. So I think that would be
that's where like the prestige part comes in. It's like these larger events are like, you know, where you're going to find top players in our game and be able to see that like level of competition for sure.
Yeah, and that'll still exist, but if we just have like less people showing up to them or not wanting to go to them as much, or not that many people trying to go to as many of them because they especially like in terms of like the people who go to a lot of them.
But then wouldn't you want to increase like the incentive to go to other events? Like, are you saying just add more events that
basically
are not
add
regionals?
Yeah, exactly. Like something maybe in between locals and regionals, and then also online as well. More ways to play.
If we had an online circuit, that'd be legit.
That's what I'm saying. We should always be striving for more players. We want the number of players who play the Pokemon TCG game in the idea of it being competitive to go higher as much as possible every single year, but it doesn't mean that has to be through them showing up to trying to show up to major tournaments. It can be through these other tournaments or online tournaments. We just want the number to be higher, the number of competitors to be higher every year, but it doesn't have to be at major tournaments specifically.
Yes, I think that's the perfect way to put it, actually.
But that we're relying heavily on TPCI for that, so we'll see what happens with that. And I'll be right back 1 second. If you guys want to bring up any point in chat or whatever, but yeah, give me 2 minutes.
What's up, chat? How you doing, boo? Hey. Pretty good. Am I a good role model? Liam, I don't really like know you, so Boo, what's your favorite thing to do outside of Pokemon? Currently I'm playing Planet Zoo. And I'm just like putting a bunch of animals in my zoo. What's up?
All right, I'm back. Yeah, sorry about that. I had to run and get the door real fast. Sorry to leave you hanging. Okay. Where were we? All right, Nico's still here?
Yeah, I think so. Or well, just
I'm here.
muted.
All right.
Yeah, I just grabbed something to drink.
Okay. Quick 30-second break. Azul's hella biased towards Pokemon. We need an unbiased opinion. Wait, what am I? What am I being biased against at that point? Then, if I'm hella biased towards Pokemon, unless you're just trolling right now, maybe you're just trolling. That's what it's hard to figure out. I'm hella biased towards Pokemon. What am I being biased against? Like, what am I going against here? Like humanity, other card games, real animals. Yeah, see if there's anything in chat worth bringing up. I know a couple other people in chat said they maybe want to get on Trainer Hill and then just play the game. Let me know. Nico, is there any other point that you wanted to make?
Not really. Just like want to still like point out like the whole like growing, right? Like I think the most important thing that we need to recognize is that we don't need to try and grow the game, which doesn't mean that we should like stop it from growing or that we should cut down growth. But it's like the Pokemon currently has no need for us to offer Pokemon to artificially increase demand, because the demand is there. It's way bigger than we can handle right now. So right now we just need to figure out how to just allocate resources properly, like maybe increase resources in certain areas for the game, to make sure that everyone that enters the game also has a good time, right? Because there's nothing worse than if people enter the game now, because this is something that's happening in One Piece. People enter the game, people want to play the game, regionals are capped, locals are capped, whatever, and they can't even play the game, they stop playing, right? And that's the worst case that could happen. That's not what we want. So we need to make sure that everyone that wants to play the game can play the game to an extent at least.
Okay, so yeah, you're not concerned at all with like trying to. We just don't
Wait,
need.
what is the artificial growth mean? Is that what you said, Nico? Sorry, artificial.
Yeah, it's just like trying to make demand higher for Pokemon, because why should we? There's no need. Like the demand is already way bigger than Pokemon can handle, so we don't need any like, because this is something that always comes up on like Twitter, where it's like, yeah, but we shouldn't do this and this because this might not incentivize more people to play. Like everything that we currently have already in place already incentivizes a lot of people, and we already have no new people like coming every single time. Like just last week when I was like at my local store, there was people that I haven't seen in like 10 years that want to play again next season, right? So there's always going to be new people, so we don't need to try to get new people.
Okay.
We should just try to properly deal with the people that we already have.
I don't think it's like when you say that the game is growing now because we have people that are trying to incentivize getting involved with Pokemon. Like if you decentivize people getting more people involved, then you're not going to have that same growth you're saying. But it sounds like you're saying that's kind of what you want, though.
Well, I don't think Nico's saying to de-incentivize it. He's just saying that like it doesn't need to be like an overly priority. It's like okay, we feel like the game is dying, and how do we get it back? It's like, all right, the game's doing fine, perfectly. He feels like that the prioritization right now should be to just make things better, because new players are already showing up to the game, but making them want to stay should be a bigger priority, more so than being like, how do we just get more people to want to show up to Pokemon stuff? It's like, how do we make the people who are showing up want to stay, and how do we make like the current even like major tournaments feel better for players to show up to and play in as well? If there is like a resource priority adjustment, we should switch it over to making things more enjoyable instead of just like I guess like for like putting more money towards advertisement to like get more people playing the game, put the money towards making it a better experience. And then maybe we get to the point 2 years from now where it's like, okay, everything is really great, everyone's enjoying it, and you know, it is slowing down a little bit. How do we get more people in the game?
I guess it's just the verbiage. If you're talking about prioritizing things differently, like you said, trying to find better venues and make players more comfortable. I could totally understand that. But yeah, I think just putting a broad statement of like, we don't need more players, like we don't need to worry about the things online that people talk about being more welcoming, XYZ. That is what I don't agree with, that part, because that's like saying,
Yeah, but that's
like,
not what I
I'm
said.
watering. That's like, well, no, that's what I'm saying. If that's not what you're saying, that's cool, because that's what I heard from you at first. Because it's like,
we shouldn't try to stop players from joining, but we also need to aggressively try to get more people, because people are already joining, and there's a lot of people already currently doing a lot to get new people to the game. But there's no need for, especially Pokemon, like for content creators, it's different, right? Because content creator heavily benefit from just like not only getting new people into the game, but they also get a bigger audience, right? Like that part obviously makes sense. But Pokemon as a company doesn't have to try and get way more players in, because Pokemon has shown that they can't deal with the current demand. And content creators and whatever other like people in the community, them making the community like more welcoming, and if this attracts more players, that's great. But like I said, like Pokemon shouldn't try to aggressively attract more players to the game where they already can't handle the demand right now.
I guess my question is like, what do you think they're doing as of now that is aggressively getting more players into the game that they should not be doing?
I mean, I don't think they shouldn't do it, but it was definitely something that they maybe underestimated, was the increase in prices. Like increasing regional prices and IC prices when you already can't really properly deal with all of the people that want to play right now. And obviously now you have even more people playing. And instead of like trying to, I mean, obviously this is not DPCI, but TPC, but like this new Pokemon Pocket, whatever thing that they're going to put out, like why not improve on current resources? Like honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if TPCI was trying to discourage people from joining the game by producing TPC here live, and we're like, okay, yeah, if people see this as their first experience, they don't want to play the game anyway, so maybe that's their whole goal. I don't know. Can't speak for them, but I, as a player from like, if I was new to this game, honestly, it would seem like it.
I don't think that's their plan. I've heard that take before. I don't think that's their. I don't think their plan with PTCG Live was to discourage people from playing the game. And I think, like I will say, I think the Pocket project is also like completely separate from any of this competitive scene as well. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, there's no need to. Are they doing that right now overly? I guess maybe not, to be honest. I guess like the one point I guess you did make that is decent, to be honest, for sure, is the prize money increase. That definitely got a lot of people wanting to. And I guess that's probably part of a lot of the big growth this year as well. Like last year was kind of just like a little bit more natural. And I guess you could make the argument that the growth this year is a little bit more artificial based on the prize money. In terms of like, a lot of people are going to try and get into the game to like, maybe try and win some money, especially like players from other games specifically. I think that would correlate with.
Well, I feel like, when they announced more prizing though, like I feel like it was a heavy sentiment toward that being a positive thing. That's what I'm saying.
Well, of course, like I don't think they should not do it, but
I also don't think they shouldn't have increased prizes. Like, don't get me wrong.
Like, yeah, they shouldn't not do it, but like I see what you're saying. Where like
so you're saying increase prizing, but also like make events better.
Not just like in general, Pokemon just like in recent years, like everything just keeps improving in the wrong way. Like everything that TPCI as a company is doing for the competitive game is marketing. And what do you accomplish with marketing? You get more people into your product. And what is the product of competitive Pokemon? It's playing tournaments. So by having better streams, which is a good thing, don't get me wrong, having bigger prize pools, which is a good thing, don't get me wrong, like all of these things are good, but they also increase growth. And if Pokemon stops at what they're doing right now and just improve the things that we already have, like make the stream better, make I guess don't increase prize pools, but whatever, like maybe spread it up differently or whatever, like keep it but then like one of the more important parts that they haven't cared about in recent years is stuff like the local scene, like is improving local tournaments. Like they've only gotten downgrades ever since I started playing the game, and I started playing the game 15 years ago, and if locals now are worse than 15 years ago, that's a bad sign. But why do they not care about locals? Because if you're already interested in the game, you're going to locals anyways. But what do you see when you're at home and you haven't played the Pokemon trading card game yet? You see the stream. right? So this is like the marketing that they're keeping an eye on, and I want them to care more about the competitive community that's already there. And that's my point. Like, don't try to grow aggressively, cater to the people that you've already gotten over the last like 5, 10, 15 years.
See, I guess I see it both ways. I think you should cater to both. Like, I think I see everybody like on an equal playing field, and that, you know, if something's improving for one group of people, it should improve for the other group of people. Like when you're talking about improving locals, hardcore behind that, like 100%. I'm super down for that.
I think that's like what like definitely makes me kind of understand Nico's point a little bit better. It's like he just feels like the product of the competitions is going down while more players are getting into it, and then the only thing that's being improved is the advertisement of the product.
Well, what is the advertisement though? Just streams?
Yeah, I mean, it's got the streams, any like the video stuff they do on like the main YouTube channel, stuff like that.
I feel like most of their advertisement is for like purchasing cards, right?
I know, but that's like once people purchase cards is how they get into playing competitively, right? So it's like it is.
I know, but like, what is their advertisement for that? You know, they don't like. They're not even working on our online game or advertising that at all. I mean, they barely update it, or when they do, it breaks the game.
Tournaments as a whole are the advertising. Like if they can say streams. We had Pokemon Tournament X with 2,500 players, then that's what people see. Like, right? Like other games, other companies, people that want to get into the game, they see, okay, there was a massive Pokemon tournament. But
I feel like people don't see it.
But why are you? But for example, let's say I'm little Jimmy from the United Kingdom, and I start playing the game. I start playing in like December of 2024, 2023, and then Pokemon announces a regional, and I see in my country because I'm from the UK, and maybe I live like 1.5 hours away from London, and then I go to London because I am fortunate enough to get into registration, and then I show up, and then I want to have a good time, and then I want to go to the toilet, and I can't, and then I'm having a miserable time, you know? So
no,
like...
not little Jimmy not being able to go to the toilet.
Oh, Jim. I just see it so differently, I guess, because like when I look at their advertising, I'm like, yo, your advertising is kind of garbo. Like I think it's kind of whack that we can't say if we're working an event until like a day before we work the event, you know, because I'm like, wow, I would love to like announce earlier, I'm going to be at this event, I'm going to be working this event, like you should come to this event. This is why you should come to this event. Like I'm literally working on a video right now as to why people should attend regional championships. And I feel like everything that I'm doing is kind of against what Nico is saying that he wants for the game.
Yeah, but
a little bit.
You actually, what you're doing is exactly confirming my point, right? Because the outside people don't see that we get our regional registration 2 weeks before. I see registration a month before. That the stream stuff gets their roll call a week before. People don't see that. And that's exactly my point. Like, why are you not putting in an effort to make, like, this is the whole discussion we had like a couple of weeks ago when people were like super upset that Worlds was announced so late. Like people from the outside, they don't see that. Like they don't care if they're not in the game, but people in the game care. And people like, you see this, like people are not upset about, like, I don't know, playing the game or people are upset about TPCI's decisions, for example.
Yeah.
Over and over and over again. Like for like ever since I recall 15 years ago, I guess not 15 years because back then it wasn't TPCI doing stuff in Germany, but someone else. But ever since TPCI took over, I don't remember a single season where we didn't complain about them. But and it's always the same issue. It's always communication every single time.
It's so confusing though, because when you talk about it, you're like, you know, you should improve things for like you said, someone who's been playing this game for like 15 years. But if you do improve the process for that, it improves it for everyone. That's what I'm saying. So why does it have to be like that conversation of like not including the newer players? Because it should just be the broad, like, let's improve this, let's improve this, let's improve this, not even coming into the conversation of like, you know, oh, someone that came in from 10 years ago isn't going to have a good time and they're going to leave again. And it's like, well, we have a bunch of new people too that we need to make this good for regardless. So
yeah, but see, this is the point that you're just like misunderstanding for me. Like I'm not saying ignore new players, ignore players that want to get into the game. This is why I'm saying like don't try to like stop people, but just like keep it steady, and you can try to like artificially or like whatever increase growth. once you can cater to everyone else. And I don't like, obviously people are more than welcome to still join the game while stuff is improving, but improving right now should just be the number one priority. And just because you have a number one priority doesn't mean that number 2 and number 3 are completely gone. It just means that you're putting more budget or more time into something else. And if Pokemon puts in time, and I mean, that's just what you said, right? Like if they put time into improving these things, naturally stuff is going to get improved for new players as well. So everyone benefits, but they should start somewhere. And right now they're not starting to improve things for players. Like if anything, it has gotten worse. Like World States announcement, like I'm pretty sure some people on Twitter or whatever are always keeping like track of, okay, when did we get announcement X? And it's been like, okay, yeah, last year we got World's announcement then, and it got later and later and later. Same for IC registration. Last year we got it X amount of weeks. The year before we got it even more weeks before. And then this year it was way less. So things are just getting worse, which, like, I don't know, like either TPCI doesn't care or they just can't deal with how much demand there is. So they're like just not able to take care of all of these things because they're too busy with like dealing with, okay, can we even have enough players? Do we need to book another hall? So we can't announce dates yet because we don't know if we need like an extra hall. So like, I mean, obviously I'm not in the like in the planning stuff of TPCI, so I don't know where the issues are, but they definitely have issues. So before they grow the game more, like they can keep growth. Like let's say we're increasing by 1% steadily, they can keep 1%, but there's no point currently to go to 2 to 3 to 4% before we don't fix all of our issues.
I think 4% would be fine. But Robbie did say in chat, Nico is asking for client retention, not client acquisition. Would that be fair? A fair summary of a lot of your points?
Yeah.
Okay. I was actually one more thing I was going to say about what you said there too, but I completely forgot what I was going to say.
It's just like client retention though equals client.
I was going to
acquisition. No, unless you cap the numbers.
I mean, in the long
run
for sure. Yeah. I mean, one thing leads to the other.
If you cap the numbers, then it's always just going to be however many people you cap, right?
Well, it depends. Like you could just you could just spend the next 10 years running through the whole potential client list and then just disappear, right? Like Pokemon could just sit here for 10 years, not care about client retention, run through all the possible people who would want to get into Pokemon over the next 10 years. They keep losing people because people don't enjoy the tournaments at all, but they are a big enough brand that people come in, and then 10 years from now, they reach the breaking point where there's no longer new people to acquire, and they just stop running tournaments, right? But I don't think that's their plan. I don't think that's what they're trying to do, right? But that is like a possibility. I was going to say, but we did kind of see that at the beginning of this year from a decent amount of European players. Julian was one of them. I forget who the other one who I saw on Twitter, were basically just like, this isn't fun anymore. I can't even play in tournaments if I want to. I'm done. And they just like, and these are players who have been around for a while, right? And I guess that kind of speaks to that a little bit. It's like, you know, we want to see a little bit better from, we want to see a higher quality product in terms of the competitive circuit. That's what Nico feels like is missing here. And I do kind of agree to a point, especially for someone who's been around a while. I mean, it is also possible that the new way tournaments are ran is just going to be always be the way it is. But there definitely is some clients leaving, like we saw at the beginning of this year with the European frustrations for their early majors. We saw, like I said, Julian was one of them. I think I saw a couple other European players tweet out that they're kind of just chalked for the season because they just can't play in any tournaments anyway, so what's the point? So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely things to upgrade, but I do give the TOs a little bit of the benefit of the doubt just because I think it's like unprecedented growth the last 2 years, a little bit unpredictable, so I think next year will be a bigger tell as if they're on track for trying to up the quality of the product. Because I don't think we're going to see 3 years of this kind of insane growth. That'd be a lot.
I think I understand. Like, you're just trying to say, out of everything, like, let's say like TPCI is not doing the best in like really any category. They're spreading themselves too thin across many things. If they are going to start to focus to improve things, it should start with improving the process and these events and just playing competitively in general for our players.
Maybe some upgrades and advertisements for PTCG Live as well. That would be another one to add. To
Oh
the list.
my gosh.
But yeah, even like the little things you mentioned, I guess as well was just like, you know,
Yeah.
it'd be cool to be able to announce that you're casting, you know, a week or 2 weeks before you're going to cast, right? So you can hype that up. You can even you're basically doing advertising for them, but they don't give you the time to advertise, right? Like,
Yeah.
it'd be cool because that's something that I've seen. That is always a little bit weird that it takes so long for for casters to be able to announce when they cast, because it's usually like on like the Wednesday before the event or something like that. Is usually
Yeah,
when they say
it's sometimes it's later than that. I guess it's kind of like the same argument of like how people complain that they rush like the development of games. It's almost like it's too much. It's too much that's been happening that like Pokemon can't catch up, or they're not doing it in a way that's beneficial enough, I suppose.
Yeah, I could see that. All right. Well, I'm caught up on chat. Is there anything else you guys want to discuss specifically?
No, I think I'm all good. So thanks for having me on, Azul. I appreciate it.
Of course, no problem.
Have a great rest of your day. See you, Nico. Bye.
Bye bye.
What about you, Nico?
Yeah, I'm also done. Yeah. Also, thank you for having me. Having a little bit of a rant here, but yeah, I mean, always happy to come back if there's a new topic that you need talking about. But yeah, have a good rest of your stream.
Yeah, you're always welcome back, Nico. If ever any more controversy comes up, you got some takes for sure. Yeah, have a good one.
All right, bye bye.
See you. All right, where we at, chat? Where we at? Man, all right. We talked about a lot. I guess like the first thing to ask is, anyone else in chat have any points that haven't been made that they want to get out there? Was this the Nico that wants to remove locals championship points? Well, Nico was just discussing the idea. See, you guys gotta stop. Ah, man, that's so annoying. Like, you guys gotta stop gravitating towards like. He did mention the idea of like moving locals championship points initially, but it's like not his full point. That's not like that's not his like take. His take is just de-incentivize forcing people to go to locals. That's basically it. Like you can't like, it's so bad faith to just be like he wants to remove championship points from locals. Like, yes, that was like something he said, but that's not his point. He tweeted it to me directly. Okay, that might be a little bit different then. I mean, when we talked about it with Nico here today, it definitely seems like that's like he's not like trying to like make it so people don't want to go to locals. It's just yeah, he doesn't want you to have to go to locals. All right, my bad, Sergio. My bad. I'll take the L on that one. I want to remove the PokemonTCG. I saw you said, I don't know if you were trolling, Mello. I don't know if you actually have anything you want to talk about, but if you want to come on, for sure. I'm looking through chat right here to see if anyone else had anything else to say. I didn't know where I was going to go from here for the rest of the stream today. We'll probably play some Pokemon. I heard we're playing marbles again. Nah, marbles are off the books. If anything, we're going to go back to that racing car game for sure. Azul, do you go to local events? No, I do not. What if TCG had separate... I missed the conference. I didn't hear his points. I just wasn't sure if it was him. Okay. No, I don't. I'm getting annoyed by this topic. I don't know, bro. I'm kind of like this new form of content for me is very entertaining. I really enjoy this. I like just having these conversations, to be honest. I just like having these conversations, hearing people's points of view. That's what I want to hear more, is people's points of view, and not just so much them saying your point of view is bad. You doing the late night at 4? Nope. We've almost cracked it. Just one more 6-hour stream and we get there. Then we'll have the perfect landscape for the Pokemon TCG competitive. Could you get Liam on to talk about his tweets? We did that yesterday. I don't think Liam has anything else to say, to be honest. Yeah. I don't think Liam has anything else to say. I think there's something alongside. We definitely are going to play some Pokemon for sure tomorrow. I did say that, but sometimes I be capping. I'd love to hop on and give my take. All right, just play the game. Go ahead and add me on Discord. And let me know what your Discord is. My Discord is AzulGG. Maybe we should force top players to play League for a month or no Worlds invites. Force them to go to League for a month. What is your view on the play point system being used for registration? I think it's fine. It's just like a determining factor of the most dedicated players in the game. So for sure, I think it's fine. Championship points is an artificial way to grow locals, but way better price or incentives is a more authentic way to grow locals. Showing up to play Pokemon to win something as opposed to just win championship points that you won't use. I guess, yeah, to the extent that you're forcing players to just show up just for championship points and they're not going to come back if they get the championship points. I do a TLDR on what was being discussed. everything. Can you do a little colo dance when winning worlds? Sure. Locals go so hard. I think the regionals other than Reg are great. I love the local scene, but I wish they had more ads. These are the best part of the game. I do wish they had more ads. Do you know what Strawman and Steelman mean in terms of discussing opinions? Steelman is when you just try and give the best good faith. Steelman is when you try and give the best good faith argument for something. Usually the opposite argument, or like plain devil advocate to someone's, what's it called? And then Strawman is when you give the bad faith argument or response to someone's like countering someone's opinion, or no, strawmanning someone's opinion is when you like make it be perceived in the most bad faith way possible. You do be capping sometimes? No, not very often, just sometimes. The TCG needs streams like this. It proves people care and want to improve the system. Yeah, at the end of the day, everyone wants to improve and cares about the game. Like in general, people just kind of care about the game. That's why it's like, oh, it's just so weird to be super bad faith in situations we're just assuming the worst from people. Like everyone wants the game to grow. Like you might disagree with their opinion or their take, but my point is you're proof that no one is forced to go to locals. I live in an area people from 2 countries and 3 states come to our comes and challenges because no regionals is within 8 hours. Yeah, actually I kind of like that. Now that Nico made me think about it a little bit more, I kind of like that. I like that as a adjustment to the championship points. It's just making it so you can get more points at regionals and don't have to go to locals if you don't want to. But still, if you're trying to get your invite from locals, all right, I'll add you here in just a second. Just play. Still, if you are just trying to go from locals, you still need the same amount of finishes to get your invite from going to locals and some majors. I've never really thought about that being an adjustment, but I kind of like the idea of that for sure. It doesn't change what you have to accomplish at majors. So when we start hosting heated political debates, who knows? Maybe sometime soon. Are play points currently used for registration? They did for NAIC. It's the first time they've used it in a long time. Because back in the day, to get into U.S. nationals or nationals in general, you had to have like 5 play points. But recently for NAIC, players under 18 with a lot of play points were given priority registration. Big ups to all us mid to bad players for making AzulGG and other top players top tier. You're carrying us, Kenny. You're the one. Shout out. I know my buddy goes to locals in his area, and they have 15 to 50 people he has to go through. Shouldn't be that many points compared to top whatever in regionals or IC. It's all a little bit of perspective, but I mean, I guess it does look a little bit off, I guess, at the end of the day. And if something seems off, maybe it is just off. Although sometimes some stuff seems off, and it's just kind of like fine. I appreciate each and every player that plays in the regional IC. The bigger the stream to watch, the more exciting. I like the idea of players showing up for better prizes. One of the main reasons I don't go, because I have to pay $15 to get a couple packs or even no packs. It is kind of unfortunate. Yeah, some locals are a little bit stingy. It'd be cool if like TPCI just provided like really cool promos consistently throughout a year. Of course, some locals would take advantage of that as well, and hopefully that would just get caught and dealt with. How about clutching your pearls and moving the goalposts? Well, I know about moving the goalposts. Clutching your pearls, I'm actually not sure exactly what that pertains to, but goalposts is when it's just like, well, you have to do this, and it's like when they prove that their thing does that, then you like, well, and also this, or actually it was this far the whole time. I know that Pokemon officiate certain players, e.g. top players who play as a job. They can get special reg, and everyone else is in the Myers. I mean, something like that. But like, it wouldn't want to just be like certain top players. It want to be like top players. Certain top players. Who are currently achieving something in the season, for sure. If Worlds is an event to promote the brand of Pokemon, I feel a Tier 2 Worlds Day 2 invites brought back seems the best. Yeah, the World stuff, honestly, I just don't have a super strong opinion on. I understand the points from all sides. I don't really have a problem with the current Worlds invite system, but if they changed it one way or the other, I also wouldn't have a problem. I don't think Worlds is going to get too much easier to get your invite. If anything, it would get harder, I think. But yeah, one way or another, I just don't have a super strong opinion on the World stuff, to be honest. I haven't really fleshed out my opinion. Nothing has forced me to a situation where I feel like I need to flesh out my opinion on that. It would be nice to stop listening to people complain about locals. Yeah. But then local scenes get less competitive. I don't know if they would get... I mean, they get less competitive because the good players aren't showing up. But if the good players don't want to show up to begin with, like, do we really want the good players showing up if they don't want to show up? I don't know. I guess that'd be a question, right? Do we want to incentivize everyone to have to show up to locals to get their invite? Or do you only want to incentivize the players who can only go to less majors to go to locals, and the players who can go to a lot more majors or are more competitive and try and go to as many majors as they can, just let them do their thing at majors and not force them to go to locals that they don't want to go to? My hope is that TPCI hears any of this and actually considers suggestions people have made. That'd be dope. Nats used to be 10 play points. Yeah, it was 10 play points, right? Was it 5 at some point? Maybe it was always 10, whatever. Which is a good system now, I think. It was so pointless back in the day. Well, it wasn't pointless back in the day because registration filled so fast for nationals that one year, right? And they were like, oh, shoot, we should probably do a play point system for this on the next season, I believe. And then they did that next season, unless I'm misremembering. But a baseline play point threshold of like 5 or something to be able to register for a nasty wouldn't be terrible. The only thing that really does, though, is it kind of like gets around the scalpers, right? The people who are literally just registering at Pokemon events. That's the only reason I think you'd ever want to do that, is to literally get around people who are trying to just like register for the tournament for the sole fact of just trying to get the swag. But is that many people trying to do that? Is that really that big of a problem? Do we need to create a system to get around that problem? I don't know, because I don't really have a problem with someone with 0 play points getting in over someone with like 5 play points to NAIC. It doesn't seem like that big of a deal to me, to be honest. I don't know. My local players don't care for qualifying for Worlds, but love Cups because it's a higher caliber tournament. More stores need to run 1Ks more often, IMO. Yeah, you definitely want to... Whatever keeps the local scene thriving and wanting to show up at tournaments is definitely important. Less championship points, I don't think would hurt that if the more championship points would just be moved to regionals. Better pricing, like exclusive promos and stuff, would also probably be a pretty good incentive, though, to be honest. Really cool promos would be a good incentive for people to show up. Is it at the exchange of removing... Is it at the exchange of removing championship points completely? Who knows? But I could see a world where people are just incentivized to show up to local tournaments with championship points not existing. Like, that doesn't like blow my mind that that's like a possibility. Especially if like what you would need to still achieve your Worlds invite is roughly the same. Like I said, if you need to win 3 League Cups or get 3 top 128 and 3 top 128s at regionals to get your invite, like you need that like at the bare minimum. Basically, if that just shifted to like League Cups aren't more championship points and you just still need to get 3 top 128s, like what you need to do to achieve your invite is literally the exact same. It didn't actually change. But if championship points are that good of an incentivizer for people to show up and play at locals, then they should still exist. I think the problem, for the lack of a better word, everyone wants different things and there isn't a perfect system. People will be mad no matter what. Yeah, but people can learn to not be mad from someone having a different opinion than them, and you just both have different opinions, and then you can discuss it and have a conversation about it, and then you can go your different ways. And then at the end of the day, whatever Pokemon decides is law at the end, but maybe if enough people feel one way about one thing, then all of a sudden Pokemon shifts to that idea or goes that way, right? Which would mean that the player base then influenced Pokemon. But if we never have the conversation or put out our opinions, then Pokemon doesn't know what the heck we want. So you should start somewhere. And people just need to learn to be less mad and just let people have opinions. And then if you think their opinion's wrong, don't just say they're wrong and toxic and bad and it's bad and they're elitist. Just be like, here's why I think you're wrong. And then have a conversation. This discussion is so we have 5 regionals in this country. Then when LATAM just have 3 Brazil regionals and 1 in Chile. I mean, you'd probably like if like all cup points got lowered, the invite for Latin America would probably get lowered as well. Like it would all be like, we don't need to get into specifics. My two top priorities for Pokemon: 1, line up the international release schedule with Japan. I'm in. Have more regionals and put all regionals in bigger venues. I don't think we need more regional. Well, maybe more regionals in Europe / Latin America. I don't know if we need more regionals. Like 12 is still a lot for North America. I don't know, that's still a lot, or US, Canada, whatever. Thought your new set invitational idea was awesome on the pod. Reminds me of the Japan Elite Four system that they have as brand ambassadors. Yes, I think that would just be super sick. Joe, I think that'd be like just like, why are we having major tournaments, bro? Like make it all cohesive together. Like the whole Pokemon TCG, like have the majors, like. It's like theoretically, like in my head, like, and I've talked about this before, like putting everything together in like a circuit. Like TPCI should get to the point where they're going down and they're officially streaming the Latin American events, stream all the events. No majors happen on release weekends. Instead, they invite a bunch of top players from the quarter, maybe content creators as well can get involved. Like having like LDF on there, making some wacky decks would be dope, right? And be like, oh, new sets out. Well, there's no major. We don't have majors on set release weekends anymore. Instead, we host invitationals where we invite prominent figures in the game, top players in the game, to play in an invitational with the new cards. Insane, broken. I don't know if they would fly them out to play with physical cards. They could do that. Make a little studio at TPCI headquarters. That would be fine, sure, of course. Or just do it online. You know, do it on PTCG Live. One or the other, doesn't really matter. But that would be like a dope thing to do. It feels like really in the... Like, in everything is like part of the ecosystem of like the competitive Pokemon TCG. It feels weird to have a major the same weekend as a major set release. Like, you don't want your content creators going and playing in the regional on that weekend. You want them streaming or making YouTube videos. But it's like a lot of your content creators, big content creators, are also big players or competitive players. So they're going to the tournaments instead. And just like separate those two things. Make it all make sense in a cohesive run throughout a whole season. So what's the big drama? Everything. Name a thing. We're talking about apples versus oranges. Is vanilla versus chocolate better as far as ice cream goes? Yeah, everything. Is spinach truly the ultimate green? I don't know. I said no, but I was people had different takes. How would you feel about removing locals from stipend race? Because Nico's idea sounds great, but would you remove locals from the stipend race? That's another thing I just don't have a huge opinion on, to be honest. I kind of like the idea of like if you're able to like spike a regional win, get 200 points there, ideally more in the future. You go to some locals, you can combo that together. You know, you're not able to go to 3 majors in a row, but take advantage of your major dub and then play in some locals, and then that becomes a stipend for you. But then if you just like lower the amount of points locals give to begin with, that's not going to have as big of an impact on that. And then also, one thing for the stipends and travel awards for sure, it should not be per quarter. It should not be a best finish limit of 6. That's just ridiculous. It should be 2 or something like that. Yeah, the fact that it's 6 is just absurd. So that should just come down to 2 for sure. And then from there, I don't know, because I don't hate the idea of like, oh, it's this person, they won their regional, but they're not going to any of the majors. But combine those points with some local points, maybe they can actually compete for a stipend. I kind of like that idea. Locals should be weighted more and even more frequent? True. I think if you win a League Cup, you should get a Worlds invite. I just agree that if you can't day 2 a regional, you shouldn't be invited to Worlds. I mean, that's the current system, though. You have to day 2 a regional to be able to actually get to Worlds, right? Isn't that the current system? That's the current system, right? You have to be able to day 2. You have to at least day 2 a major, or you won't end up with 600 championship points. At least here in oh, wait, that's not true. That isn't true. I'm always speaking in terms of America. In America, in Canada, in Europe, that's true. In Australia and Latin America, that is not true. However, they don't have enough majors to support that, I don't think. So it is region-based. Locals need some more appeal than just championship points. In the past, you could actually win cool stuff at locals. Also, remember the time where players received play points rewards at the end of the season. Yep, that is true. And actually, I didn't really think about that. That's another thing I didn't really think about until Nico brought it up. Like, locals used to be cooler, for sure. Locals used to be a lot cooler. They've definitely fallen off. Locals are mid now. And a lot of people don't have anything to compare it to either, because they're just getting into the game over like the last couple of years. But truly, everything used to be more enjoyable in terms of like the actual experience, to be honest. Truly, that is true. Everything is bigger and prettier, and the production is better, and the prize pools are bigger. But the actual play experience and environments, they were better, to be honest. I never really thought about that. Like, it's never something I thought about. When Nico brought it up, though, like, Nico's not wrong with that for sure. I feel like a lot of players put a lot of pressure on themselves to get the worlds to get to worlds. They forget the fundamentals of the game and the social side of it, which is what locals are. I wouldn't have made the friends I made if I wasn't for locals. Just focus on getting better at the game, then stressing about the politics of the game. Yeah, me and Boo talked about it a little bit. It feels like the idea of the worlds invite is a little bit toxic in the Pokemon community. Maybe it's not as much as we said it was, but it does feel that way for sure. And even like, actually, this is let's bring this post up. Actually, I made a scene for this here. Let me bring up Robin's tweet, actually, because this was a really interesting tweet that Robin made. This is a really interesting tweet, which kind of goes with like locals being worth championship points. It's just like an interesting point that I didn't really think about. You mentioned choose your own adventure qualifying. Isn't the current system already that to an extent, since you can qualify for worlds by only playing? You can only by playing majors, but you have to play a lot more majors. Like there's just so like. Basically, it's just basically like the potential from locals. Actually, I'll call you first, JPO. The potential from locals versus the potential from regionals is like weighted so heavily in locals' favor. Like, if you're trying to go for your Worlds invite and you're like trying to just like get 600 points, you're not trying to like end up with 1,000 points or something, or go to like as many majors as possible. It's like, yeah, why wouldn't you go to locals? But it would be nice if there was a little bit more weight given to the regionals finishes, the majors finishes, so that way it is a little bit more choose your own adventure. Because right now it's like so heavily weighted into go to locals that you'd be stupid to not go to locals if you're just trying to get 600 points fastest. Like, you'd just be stupid to not do it. So, and it wouldn't change the potential of locals / major combination if they just move the locals points to the exact same finishes that you would need from the majors. So actually, I think that sounds like a way more enjoyable experience for someone trying to just get to their 600 points. For me, it's a little bit different because I'm going to play enough tournaments where I'll probably end up with more than 600 points, but it would give the opportunity for people who are just trying to get to 600 to choose between locals and majors and what kind of mix they want to line up. I think we're not looking at it from Pokemon's perspective, and that which ultimately is a business. So why would they turn away money for the sake of prestige? I don't really think they would be turning away any money, to be honest. I think the tournaments would still be maxing, even if it was harder to get your Worlds invite, if that's what you're talking about, which I assume is what you're talking about. I mean, Pokemon probably makes their most money in the year just from the World store at Worlds. Not just from competitors, but from people just showing up to Worlds and buying merch. That's where Pokemon makes their most money throughout the year, is literally the Worlds merch store from non-competitors buying merch. I think we want to incentivize good players to go to locals in general because it helps the community grow. Does it matter that much, though? I don't know if it does matter that much, though. I find that when good player helps newer players get better, just make the scene more competitive, it helps the game thrive overall. I don't know. Maybe it matters more than I think it does. I could see it. If locals didn't give championship points, won't tons of people complain about accessibility of an invite? Well, no. All right. I'm going to say this again, especially because other people don't get... All right. Let's say you need to win 3 League Cups and get 3 top 128s to get your Worlds invite. All we're doing is taking all the 3 League Cup championship points and putting them on top of the 3 top 128 points. So you still need to get 3 top 128s, and that gets you your invite. We're not... Getting your invite does not become any harder. And I don't think... As of right now, removing championship points from locals doesn't make a ton of sense to me. Unless you come up with other equal incentives. But it would not get any harder to get your Worlds invite. You would need the exact same finishes. You would just get more points from the major finishes, which then allows players to just get their invite from just getting top 128 at 3 majors and not having to go to all the locals if they don't want to, basically. But yeah, that's basically it. We're not... Wait, what was your question again? So I can, like, emphasize it. Yeah, it wouldn't hurt the accessibility of an invite. The invite would still be just as equally as accessible. It's just the locals wouldn't matter, or would matter less if they're still worth championship points. If they're worth 0, they don't matter at all. If they're worth less championship points, it would just matter less. Which means then, once again, choose your own adventure. Majors aren't as important for you to get your invite, which means you can, like, or locals aren't as important, so you can just focus more on the majors. It gets harder for people who can't go to 3 majors. No, dude. How do you guys? All right. Not if you can't go to 3 majors. But you need the 3 top 128s anyways. Like your invite is coming from 3 League Cup wins and 3 top 128s. If you like, that's where. But we're just moving the championship points from here to here. And also, if you placed higher, you'd get more points. If you got top 64, you get more points than you got previously. Wait, maybe my point. No, my point still works, right? Yeah, my point still works. And if you went higher, then you would just, like, end up with more points to get your invite. I'm not saying we should remove all points from locals either. I think we should still have some. It's just less, and we just move those points over to the regionals. It's just, like, less point. What if you only go to 1 regional? That's the same thing as previously. You just have to do way better. So, like, if you could only go to 1 regional throughout the year, you go to your 3 League Cups, and you get your points from the 3 League Cup wins, and you only go to 1 regional a year, you need to do way better than top 128 to begin with. In the other system, it's just the same thing. You just need to do way better than top 128 if you only get to go to 1 major. Anyways, it's still like the same. You still need the same placements to get your invite, but you don't need to go to as many locals. You did have me second guessing myself there for a second, but I think I'm still back on track. It's like the exact same amount of placements still. Your point is require people to do better at the bigger events than locals to achieve same goal? No. Let's say to get your Worlds invite, you need to win 3 League Cups and top 128 3 majors. The League Cups are worth 50 points. The majors are worth 50 points each. So let's just say you need 300 points for your invite. All we would do is make the top 128s worth 70 points and make the wins of the League Cups worth 30 points, and then it's still the same 6 finishes. Let it go, Azul. Some people just aren't willing to understand. No, bro, this is not that difficult. And then the only change is if you don't go to locals, your invite is easier. If you max out on locals, the placements you need for an invite are constant. Yes. Open an Excel sheet. It's the exact same finishes. You need the exact same finishes, and then with like 64 would have to be worth maybe that much more as well. Like top 128s are worth more, but so would 64s, and so on and so forth. So it's the same finishes. It's just the points are distributed differently. 3 League Cup wins, 50 points each. 3 top 128 regional finishes, 50 points each. 300 points total for the invite. We say that's what you need. Remove 20 points from each League Cup win to a top 128 at a regional. Now it's the same finishes. You still get your invite. But now a player can just go to majors and get like 4 top 128s and they get their invite or something like that. Well, they need a little bit more. So maybe 164 and 3 top 128s. But it's easier to get your invite from just going to majors, leading to like a choose your own adventure kind of system where it's like, I don't really want to go to locals. I'd rather go to more majors and ideally have the same chance of getting my invite or similar to it. And now you can do that. We are in agreement, same thing, just more value and emphasis in the regional finishes. Yes, but it doesn't change the finishes you need if you still go to locals. From this system to the next system. You already don't have 2 locals to get an invite, though. I'm not talking about me. Dude, if anyone talks about me specifically, you can just ban yourself, bro. Like, if you don't ban yourself, I'm going to ban you. I'm never talking about me. Dude, stop bringing me up, dude. I hate how bad faith you guys are sometimes. Don't mention my name. We're not talking about me. We're talking about the general just game and like structures. Just don't mention me. Dude, if you mention me, I'm never talking about me. I wasn't implying you. Oh, what'd you say? You said I don't go to locals though. That's what you said. It is you as you Azul or the royal you. Let's go. Azul's gonna get the hammer out. Azul getting 1 guide. Bro, I hate it. A person doesn't have to go to locals to get an invite. You mean currently? Well, yeah, but you want to like, there is like a reasonable level to it. Okay. I thought you were just like, say, you were talking about me talking about myself. I'm never talking about myself. All right, that tilted me, but you're good. It's my bad, Derek. It's my bad. But I thought you were talking about me talking about myself. Yeah, currently I didn't go to any, but like my case is like different. Like, you shouldn't put my case on the average player of like, I can go to literally everything. Yo, what's up, Sweeney? You shouldn't put my case on the average player who wants to get an invite. You should be like, we can make it, they can go to less majors but still get there. Now I'm going back on what I said, stir the pot. Oh, you're pushing me. When's the last time you went to locals, Azul? I went to like a local 1K post-COVID, like immediately post-COVID. All right, I'm catching up with chat now a little bit here. Deep breathing saved. Bro, I was about to be done. I was almost cooked. But hopefully that just shows y'all my passion for the subject of the game. Local should be worth twice as many points as now. Regional should be worth 1/3 as many points as they do now. It's a good take. It's a good take. That's an interesting one. I think, you know what? You might be onto something here. Just win the one regional easy. That's a dub. Let's do it. I mean, isn't this almost what 2023 season was? Low CP requirement and no locals for the first 2/3 of the season. Yeah, but things were adjusted around that. And the 2023 season, yeah, things were like adjusted around the idea of that for the 2023 season. Like it was like you were forced to because there was no locals. Like the only way to get your invite was majors, basically. Let it go as well. Some people try to understand. Nah, bro. I'm trying I want to try my best to get people to understand. And then if people still disagree with me when they fully understand what I'm saying, I'm fine with it. But when I feel like you guys don't understand what I'm saying, then I'm gonna try and be like, all right, we're gonna get this through. And if you still disagree with me, that's fine. But I don't want. It's just, yeah. I'm gonna try and make people understand for sure. I feel like if you're the type of person that only goes to one to two regionals per year, I don't know if that's the type of player that on average should be achieving a Worlds invite. sure. I mean, the opportunity is still there for them, though, right? If they spike a top 8, get a dub. Like, Liam was super lucky to get his dub. Anyone can do it, obviously. No, I'm joking. Don't you? League Cups are easy depending on the area. Open an actual sheet and show it. Visual explanation always works. That's fair. And I'm still catching up here. Man, I don't care about any of this. I want more Canadian majors. Nah, dude. Y'all don't deserve another one, bro. If y'all sacrifice enough maple syrup to America, we'll consider it. But until that day comes, y'all ain't getting shit, bro. I demand at least a gallon a week. If y'all can pull that off, then we'll talk. We'll talk. But if that ain't showing up on my doorstep once a week, then y'all get your 2 majors. Maybe. I might take Vancouver away from y'all, though. Toronto's cool, so I'll let you have Toronto, but better watch yourself. As we'll talk more about yourself. What's up, Jesper? We play TCG live? Dude, I do so much of that already, though. This is so much more enjoyable. This is so much more enjoyable. We're going to have a heart attack if we keep pressing him. I'll have it one day. Do you think introducing more regionals to places like Canada, Australia fixes some of these issues? More events in countries, fewer majors, forces expensive. I don't know if it fixes anything. I mean, I'm not against Canada. Like, in all seriousness, I'm not against Canada getting another regional, like having 3 majors. We'll see. Australia, I mean, if the areas are growing and the demand is there and it makes sense, then yeah, I think more majors should be there. But that's just the question. It's not like we should just give regionals to areas that aren't actually growing and don't actually have a player base that's growing. But I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure it is, right? Like, so yeah, if it's growing, then yeah, get some more majors out there potentially. Would you be against them adding more points for both locals and regionals, but keeping the current point threshold? I think so, yeah. I don't know, 600 feels comfortable. But see, then like, if I'm against that, see, that's like the thing though. Like, some people will be like, is it like elitism to say I'm against that? No, I think it feels comfortable right now. I'm not even gonna like entertain that thought because that's stupid. I love that you've converted into a full-time yapper though. It is more fun. If you do well at a regional, you should have a worlds invite. Yeah, I think top 8 at a regional, or top 8 at like any major, top 16 ICs, whatever, would be a pretty good cutoff. So who is your favorite and least favorite big name poke player to verse in major events? Why is optional? No, I'm not gonna say that. Now these guys are going to the actually, you know what? My most favorite is Tord, because if I'm playing against Tord, I probably did pretty well in the tournament. And my least favorite is Grant Manley, because after I beat him, I have to hear about how unlucky he got. What percentage of the size of NAIC would be the sweet spot for a number of players at Worlds? I have no clue. I think it's better to make it like achievement based. It's just like, what do we think players should have to achieve to get to Worlds? And then whatever number of players end up at Worlds because of that achievement is, and you can like kind of calculate how many people will be able to achieve that as well. So yeah, I think that was what you'd want to put behind it. And you'd be able to calculate. I don't think there's like a percentage number. It's like an achievement level, and then and the current achievement level is 600 championship points in the current system. Bank on the chopping block for sure. Yeah, they better be careful. UK needs more regionals too. Everybody wants more regionals. Bro, Canada is so big, and both major... Canada is really big, but there's not... The whole population is just towards like the American border, right? And like 3 hotspots or 4 hotspots, right? We should get a Montreal or Calgary one for sure. I mean, I'm down. I've never been to Montreal or Calgary. Do Toronto twice per season instead of Vancouver? No, I like Vancouver. Vancouver's pretty sick. I think. Anyone should be able to do it. The game shouldn't be available to people who no life it. You don't need to no life it to get your invite. People have more important things going on, but still want the chance to go to Worlds. But it's just like, I understand what you're saying there, Poke Proxy podcast, but not everything is for everyone in life. So like, I mean, like, I'm okay with the current Worlds invite system, but like, I feel like that statement in itself isn't like very constructive because it's just like at that point, why isn't the world's invite just 0 championship points and it's just everyone can go? It's just everyone is. I don't think anyone wants that though. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, honestly, Azul should run for president. He swayed me on every important point. Team elites, let's go. Get those hashtags. No, don't start that hashtag. You talk about pile shuffling. That isn't enjoyable to me. I'll see what I can do for you, Soda. Get a spreadsheet out and pretend you are a new player. Can calculate how to get to worlds. No shot. Canada is chill. It's pretty cold up there, yeah. I'm still catching up. All right. Just JPO, are you still in chat? I'll give you a call right now if you're here. I'll get you in to speak your mind. You promised a room with me and Soda at Stockholm. What happened? Did I actually? I fell asleep. What do you think is the ideal number of TCG Masters players competing at Worlds? It's not a number, it's an achievement. Like I said before. Well, yeah, I said that before. It's like an achievement. Like what do we think they should have to achieve? And then if they achieve that, then that's the number that should be there. That's what I think. Azul meets toward round 1. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. You appreciate the $10 super chat there, Zach. What's your thoughts on Future Hands playing 4 Pokemon catchers? I don't really have too strong of an opinion on Future Hands, but I think it definitely needs some help in the current format. Like currently the deck isn't good enough. Currently the deck isn't good enough to keep up in the current meta. So it needs something. It needs something spicy or something. Yeah, you need something. So the catchers might be the answer, to be honest. Half the points of a aforementioned regional. That way dads as full-time workers, others can still try to compete and not have to know life. I don't know. I feel like if that's your argument, I don't think that's a good argument for making Worlds Invites more accessible, or what's it called. If your argument ends with that not having to know life Pokemon, I feel like that's a bad argument. Like not everyone should be able to get a Worlds Invite. And if you think that, then you should just advocate for, I don't know, 5 championship points to get your Worlds Invite. I don't know. I guess the reason I'd like more majors throughout the year outside of the US and most parts of Europe where the game is growing. This discussion first came up because of the cost to travel, which mostly only higher tier players can do consistently, not points to qualify. I'm fine with the current system. I mean, maybe if they just increase the championship points at majors and just do that. Increase championship points at majors, right? So that way, like, you know, even if it is just 2 Canadian majors next year, then, you know, those just have more emphasis, I guess. As a new player, I'm seriously confused by the championship point values. I've gotten my first points from 2 cups and a challenge. I got first at a challenge. I got 15 points, but top 64 gave me 13. Explain. Top 64 gave me 13. Explain. Well, you're confusing me right now because top 64 at a League Cup seems impossible. I mean, unless you're talking about top 64 at a regional, which is more than 13. So I need you to explain to me, Chills, because I have no idea what you're saying. I'm going to find out how many people miss out on a day 2 of NAIC because they went and celebrated in NOLA that they qualified. That city is dangerous place to celebrate. I'd love to see an Atlanta regional. It was a good time. I'd love to run it back on getting that dub. Vancouver's nice, but way more expensive of a city than Toronto. It's true. I do like Vancouver, though. UIC doesn't need to be in London. Every year, there have been YCSs in Bologna with 2,500 players. London seems pretty convenient for the rest of the world. I guess some people did clarify that London isn't, and Europeans in chat can re-clarify or debunk this, what was told to me, but someone commented on like the podcast channel, I think, and they said, what did they say? They said it's actually not that convenient for Europeans to get to London because you need a visa, which I didn't know. So, and those are like what, $100 or something. So I guess it's not as convenient as I thought for the rest of Europe to get to London. But I guess the biggest player base is in the UK, right? Azul, are you okay with the invite system right now, or do you want the day 2 invite back? I don't really know how I feel about it, Danny. I think I would want to see how Worlds goes this year and then see what they decide to do next year and see if they expand upon stuff or get rid of stuff. I don't really have a strong opinion on that. I think we'll see how this one plays out, and then we'll see what they decide to do next year, and then kind of make maybe have a more informed opinion going into next season's structure. For sure. If I said not everything is for everyone, some random would be in my comments with like Pokemon is for everyone, period, and I get ratioed into oblivion. Well, you gotta hit him with like, just like everything else in life, not everything is for everyone. And if you think everything is for everyone, then you should also be advocating for 0 championship points for the World's Invite, because you have to draw a line somewhere. But if you're gonna say not everything is for everyone is elitism, then 600 championship points is also elitism. So you have to like you have to like force the people to actually have an opinion. And it's like, okay, we both agree that there should be some amount of championship points to enter the World Championships. And I guess we could both call it any form of championship points an elitism. But even at any threshold, not everything is for everyone. Yeah, so either everything is for everyone and the championship points to enter Worlds is 0, or we agree that it should be some number. 600 seems fine to start with from here, and then go from there. I just like I just want people to have an opinion. If you come to me and be like, it should be 550, and here's why, that would be dope. But most people are just like, nah, what you said is elitist, and they don't like. Then we'll come at me with like an actual opinion, though. Don't just disregard my yeah, if you're just saying like increasing it to like 650 would be elitism, then 600 itself is elitism, and then where do you personally draw the line? And if your response is I just draw the line at whatever Pokemon tells me is the line, that's also not an opinion. Your opinion, I don't want to hear your opinion if your opinion is, well, Big Pikachu said it was 600, so that's what I think is correct. It's like, no, that's not an opinion. Like you don't have an opinion. You're just like whatever Big Pikachu tells me is right. That's not good enough. Yeah, in my future hands, I play for appreciate the other $10 super chat there, Zach. In my future hands list, I play 4 Pokemon catchers. I also transition to three Judge and 3 Iona for opponent disruption, of course, 4 Arv and 2 research. That's a lot of supporters. That seems like too many supporters, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. But if the catchers are getting it done, I could definitely see that being the correct way to tackle it. There was like 200 people at your League Cup, 200 person League Cup. Where was this League Cup? That's a huge ass League Cup. What? You don't need a visa, you need a passport. Oh, someone said visa in the comment on the thing. So you just need a general, like a passport, just a passport for your country, and you can travel freely amongst Europe. Yeah, it seems like a lot of supporters there, Zach. But yeah, if the catchers are working, I would say keep working around that, because Future Hand is not in a great spot right now. So you gotta find like that next level for the deck for sure. You gotta find the next level for the deck for sure, and catchers might be the move. What if they left the... What if they cut down the point distribution for regionals? What if they kept the point? What if they left the point distribution for regionals the same and slightly cut points at a mid-level? I mean, any of that would be fine. Craniatos King. We don't need to get into like. That's what I'm saying. Like with this as well, we're more so discussing the potential of ideas than like specifics. Like we don't need to get into specifics exactly, but some level of event between cups and challenges and regionals would be good in general. What gets cut from what as far as points and stuff that goes, it doesn't really matter too much. Just the idea of that is, I think, a good thing. Am I playing any live tonight? Probably. What time is it right now? Yeah, it's only 2 right now. We'll probably play some live in a little bit. With more and more people playing the TCG, surely a 4-day at Worlds will be on the horizon. I mean, maybe. Depends. I don't know. Shut up, Elitis. Appreciate it, Soda. I just think everyone should have a fair chance. Well, what does that mean, Silence Delta? What does that mean? What are you trying to... Like, what does that mean? What if we just had one massive tournament where everyone played against each other and that was it? Like, yeah, what does that mean? Everyone should have a fair chance. Like, nothing is ever truly going to be fair in life, right? That's what I want to get at to some extent, for sure. Like, the current system seems like reasonable, but like still, even some people aren't going to be able to ever compete. People aren't even going to be able to compete for their World's Invite in the current system, right? Just based on circumstances. Has anyone really been far society? All right, I'm gonna call in JPO here to want to make a statement, so I'll make a statement. Showdown between me and Jesper. I already kicked him out of Players Cup. Would Cycling Road be a good addition to the future box or ancient decks? No clue. Probably not, no. All right.
Yo,
Hey, how's it going?
it's going good.
All right. Well, I'll let you take the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I would say I'm pretty like in a unique scenario when it comes to my experience within the Pokemon trading card game. This is my first true season. I played 2 regionals last season, and I feel as if cups were really important to me just for growing as a player. You know, a lot of these seasoned people kind of have this idea that like I don't need to go to locals, or you know, locals isn't important, or you know, we should always just play it out at a regional level because they're more experienced. They've had a lot more time with the game, and you know, starting for the first time, not knowing where to go, not knowing what to do. It was cool to have players like that are top 8 leaderboards actually trying at cups. You know, I think that's important to have those kinds of players really invested into the local scene, because you even have top players like yourself not really invested too much into the local scene because you know that's just what you want to stick to regionals and stuff. There's nothing wrong with that, but I was able to like earn my stipend in my first season because of locals, right? Like I went to a bunch of locals, so I had a bunch of locals in my area, and I was able to accrue enough points to get a guaranteed spot into LAIC, and then also, you know, be awarded some type of, not LAIC, I'm sorry, EUIC, and then be awarded some kind of reward for going to these locals and, you know, traveling for them. So it's kind of been able to get the ball rolling on my my season, you know. And I think taking that away would be really detrimental to our local scene generally.
Yeah, I think I agree with that as well for the most part. That's kind of been my my take throughout all this is like, and like if we did shift it around, I'm sure you had to pull to get to end up with this. I mean, you had to pull probably a big finish at one of the regionals in that quarter, right? So like if you just like took away the emphasis on the local points and put that on that finish, you know, your outcome is still the same, right? You just get that big finish. You end up with the same amount of points. You still have to like supplement that with like doing well at locals. And then you still end up with the stipend in that way. Yeah. So like the idea of removing points completely from locals, I don't really like, especially for players like you who, would you say this is like your first competitive season?
Yeah, this is my first true competitive season within the Pokemon. I played other card games, but I've just been really enjoying locals and kind of that chase. Just like it's so many points, you know, and it's just like it means a lot to the people who are playing. And you know, I've people at my locals who are top 8 leaderboards still going to challenges, you know, and it's like I'm able to face those kinds of people, and they're trying their heart out, and you know, and I'm also chasing stipend for worlds. So I mean, it just creates an environment to me that's going to help everyone in the community improve.
Yeah, I can definitely see that for sure. My one thing with that is like, I'm sure there would still be some pretty high level players, some like top players who would still go to like cups and challenges, even if they were worth less, right? But like, do we really want to be like, especially like to players who have been around a while, we feel like they've earned the title of top player, right? You know, people call them top players. Do we want to force them to do something they don't want to do? Would be a question. Now, we're not really forcing them, but the way the system is set up is heavily incentivized to go to local tournaments. You could take someone like me. Like I've gone to 0 locals this season. I don't plan to go to a local this season.
It's crazy.
I don't plan to go to any, right? And I think other top players could have similar achievements as me and be in similar positions as me without going to any locals. But people definitely like don't want to risk it to some extent, but then still talk about how much they dislike going to locals. I guess like the thing would be like, do we really want to force people who don't want to go to locals, or do we need to like, do we want to have, not, it doesn't force them. I shouldn't use that word because that's what they say. They feel forced. They're not forced. I don't want to use their terminology. They're not forced. They feel it would be at a detriment for them to not go to these local tournaments, with also disliking going to these local tournaments. I guess like the question is like, should we adjust it, especially around, I think the biggest thing I would want to adjust around is not these top players who feel are forced to go to these local tournaments. I would want to adjust it around giving, because I feel like you fall perfectly into that category of players I was talking about, where it's like that the vast majority of players not going to get the World's invite, not overly trying for the World's invite.
Yeah.
And then there's the high-end players who are always going to get their World's invite. And then there's that middle of the pack of players who need to play for their World's invite. And I feel like you fit that category, which I'm super glad actually now that you called in, because like I feel like too many people speak for those players, and some of them probably like some of the players, maybe even you agree with some of the opinions that people come up with. But it's nice to hear from someone who's literally in that pack of players where it's like you're grinding at the locals to get the points for your invite. You know, you got a good major finish. You ended up with one of the stipends as well, which is sick. And like you're coming on and you're saying like, yeah, the locals are like, it's sick. You enjoy the grind of the locals to get your championship points, and like top players showing up to them is really, really cool to have them be there and make it more competitive, right?
1000%. 1000%.
And my thing would just be for players in that category, more so than anything, to be honest. I'm gonna stop bringing up the top players because to be honest, they're not for. And I mentioned this at the beginning of my stream. Is like I kind of don't like the fact that top players say they're forced to go to locals because they truly are just not. And they just complain about it, but then still do it. So
well, they're incentivized to go to locals.
Yeah,
right?
they are incentivized, but not forced. So I guess I want to see the adjustment of less emphasis on locals, not to the point where they're gone because they should still be worth championship points, but less emphasis on them. So for players in your position where you do need to put in a little bit more of a grind to end up with your invite at the end of the year, they can choose to not do locals or do locals, right? By taking away some of the points that you can earn at locals and put that on regional finishes as well. Players like you who do have to go through the grind a little bit more to end up with your invite, they can just be like, I don't want to do locals this season. I just want to do majors. And maybe that works out better for their schedule or just what they want to do. It's like either I spend this amount of weekends doing the locals or I spend these weekends going to majors, and I prefer going to majors. So I want to spend my time at majors instead, right? And it gives, once again, players a little bit more of a choose your own adventure style to getting your invite system. But I definitely, the point that you brought up with is, now I've heard this a lot actually at this moment, is the good players showing up to the locals really makes a big difference to how you view your local scene and your motivation at your local scene. I've heard that now multiple times, for sure.
Yeah, and you know, I can't really imagine being at this point where I'm at right now without locals and without those players showing up to locals, right? Because that's like networking, and there's a lot of things that go into, you know, the locals experience that is very beneficial for new players, especially when really good players are always showing up.
Yeah. That's interesting. It's definitely like an interesting situation because it's like, do we really want to? Yeah, we're not forcing them. Do we feel like the over incentivization towards top players to going to locals, is that something we really want to exist or need to exist, with the idea knowing, and it wouldn't be all, right? Like not all top players would all of a sudden not go to cups and challenges if they're worth less points, right? But it would be the ones specifically who are like, I really just don't like going to locals, but I feel overly incentivized to do it for placement at the end of the year. They're not forced to, and they could just choose not to, like I have this season myself. It almost feels like such a subset of I feel like we shouldn't adjust with that in mind. Even just like talking through this myself, I don't think we should adjust prioritization of locals based on those players. It should be based on other factors. And the biggest factor for me, I think, now that I've thought about it, would be just making it so it's a little bit more of choose your own adventure in terms of getting your invite. But yeah, I've heard that a lot now. It's like the good player showing up does a lot for the local scene, and like your motivation and your growth as a player, or the growth of local players. It would be interesting to see if they did disincentivize it, how many top players would actually just not go to cups and challenges as much anymore. I mean, there'd still be some for sure, but it would just be less. But I guess like technically that does probably hurt the scene overall, like if they weren't showing up, because like you just said, right, if that was, you feel like that was a big difference in your growth as a player, is, you know, talking to these higher level players and like playing against them, right?
Yeah, and you know, you can't always play against the best players at a regional either, right? That pool gets just like so much larger.
Yep.
When we talk about like placements when it comes to regional, and like when we change regional placements as well, we got to think about how many more players are in the game. I mean, I'm sure you're aware of how much harder it is to make top cut at a regional now than it was 3 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, when 35 was the bubble, or 35 was guaranteed, it's like you have to go 36, and that's crazy. and even some people get bubbled out of 120 whatever, just because there's so many people in day 2. So you can make day 2 and still miss that point threshold. So I think there's going to have to be a lot of changes when it comes to the game in these next few years, just because the game's growing, right? So we have a lot of issues that we might not have experienced if the game was smaller.
Yeah, definitely. I think we'll have to wait and see what Pokemon actually does, because
Yeah.
they made a lot of changes going into this season. We're playing through the season here. We're coming up with more flaws that exist. That maybe some things that they didn't think about or maybe have thought about, and then we'll see how they approach it going into next season. I'm sure there'll be some changes for sure to points of the structure or championship points. I don't think they're messing with pricing probably for a little while, but who knows if they do? I doubt they're decreasing it. They might increase it again. Who knows?
That'd be nice.
So yeah, I'm sure there will be pretty big adjustments. But I think it is good to have all these conversations and make sure we're talking about it too, because they even though people like to say TPCI doesn't listen to us or change anything, they definitely, when there's a big enough uproar, definitely change things based on what the player base wants to see change or is just overly unhappy with, for sure. So all right, well, yeah, I'm glad you came on and
Cool, thank you for having me.
anything else that you wanted to bring up at all, or is that it?
I'm just happy the game's growing, and from someone who's newer to the game, I am just really excited to see where the game goes. I think Pokemon is going to be one of the biggest games in the world, and just excited for it. Excited for the future. I think we can complain a lot, but it's also honestly it's such a blessing to have the game grow like it has. So
yeah, definitely, I'm right there with you. All right, well, thanks for calling in.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
All right, that was dope. That was a dope calling right there. All right, chat, I need to go make some food. I need to make lunch. Some other things I want to talk about. I first want to bring up Robin's food because I think that's an interesting thing that Robin brought up. But I need to go make my lunch first. So, because I'm a little bit behind on that. So, I mean, if anyone else is interested in calling in, when I get think about it right now, if you're like, I have something I want to say about this or that. Having JPO on there was good. That was some good points, some good thoughts from a player in the community who's playing. So if anyone else wants to call in to say whatever about the Pokemon TCG, think about it. Don't say that you want to right now. Wait until I get back from making food, and then we'll talk about it. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. What happened while I was gone? We got any more joiners in chat? Anyone trying to get on the call? If not, I did want to take a look at Robin Sweet, because I thought Robin Sweet was interesting. I do have like an opinion on it. He sounded like a farmer there. All right, I'm back. Hope food was delicious. Well, I didn't eat yet, so I still got to do the eating. I just did the microwaving. That's like step 1. Microwave first, eat second. I would have eaten microwave strawberries. Well, I didn't microwave the strawberries. I microwaved the eggs and potatoes. Went to my first regional this month here in Chile. Any advice? Any advice? Man, I gotta come with like a little bit of a checklist I can like say when people. I like. Don't stress about it. Just play Pokemon. I joined, but I'm working right now, and there's background sounds. Maybe another time. All right, sounds good. Proxy. Eating strawberries with eggs. People stare. Well, the eggs aren't with the strawberries, but they're like at the same, not even at the same time. Go away, Soda. I have some hot takes on proxies in the trading card game. Well, I don't know if it's worth tackling. I think if I even try and put an idea to what that might be, I 100% disagree with it probably, I think. I don't know for sure what your take would be, but I basically already tell that I would disagree with it. There's only one take you could have with the proxies in it, and that has something to do with proxies being allowed at tournaments. Appreciate all the subs and resubs, by the way. Gifted sub coming in from Snoopy. Gifted sub from J Car. Del Cookie with the resub. Mad Panda with the resub. The Mad God Mage and Chaos is with the resub as well. I can't tell. My like notification thing is not showing me when people are resubbing. It's just showing them everyone that's like subbing for the first time. Thanks for the resub as well there, Led. I just read Liam's takes, and it literally just sounds like he wants an invitational. Is Worlds not some form of invitational, though? He just wants the invitational to be more exclusive. Worlds is an invitational. Yeah, Worlds literally is an invitational. Unless you perceive Worlds as not an invitational and just a... I don't know. You have to tell me what you perceive it as. The way I interpret Liam's take is he wants an MSI or an all-star game for Pokemon players. Yeah. And it is possible like that could exist alongside Worlds, right? There could just be some kind of like all-star game, whatever you want to call it, however you ever get there. You could have that exist alongside... Did you read all the comments on the podcast? No, but that's what I was going to do right now. Hope you need to be invited to play in Worlds, so therefore it is an invitational. Yeah. All right. So Robin had a pretty interesting tweet here, which I definitely have a take on. We'll go through it here real quickly. Theoretical scenario, you have a cup this weekend, but some of your friends still need championship points and will be at that cup. You obviously don't want to beat them, but what do? Skip the cup? Go and scoop if you pair into them. Go and try to win. Generally, I don't have a problem with local tournaments awarding championship points, and I don't have a solution to this problem. But I dislike how the current system creates awkward situations like this towards the end of the season. I was curious what others think about it. So basically what Robin is just saying here is like, with all this back and forth about talking about championship points at locals, Robin was like, one thing that I thought about that I'm going to put out there that I haven't seen anyone put out there probably is, what do people think about just like those end of season situations where you go to a League Cup and some of them are just kind of scoop fests, or there's people hoping to be scooped to or expecting to be scooped to because they still need their invite, and the kind of awkward situations that can come from that. Now, it's a little bit different when you're like really good friends with someone and you just know you're going to scoop to them. Now, whether or not they know they're gonna scoop to you is like different, whatever. But it's like, you're like, yeah, I'm going to this League Cup. Some of my friends are there. That suddenly points for their invite, and I'm gonna scoop to them if I play against them. Like, you just have that mindset, you have that mentality already going into it. That's fine. I think the situations that Robin is probably trying to reference here a little bit more is when you don't know them that well. Maybe you know them as a local player to you or something like that, and there's kind of like that weird potential expectation of that, or it comes up and is forced into the conversation. I only need 20 championship points left to get my invite, and you're on the winning end for the top 8 of a League Cup, and if they win and get top 8, they get their World's invite. And there's like a weird or awkward pressure being put there. I think the solution to this personally is pretty simple. Obviously, if you want to scoop to a friend to further help them acquire their World's invite, no one's going to stop you. Go for it. But I think the correct solution to that is if it ever gets out of line in the slightest way of someone potentially pressuring someone else to scoop to them, the TO needs to just DQ them, report it to TPCI, and maybe on that first offense, give them the ban for the rest of the season, or on a second offense, ban them for the rest of the season. Like, that precedent just needs to be set in the community that if you try and pressure people in this way at all, the results is your season is over. That's what I think needs to be put forth as kind of like the precedent for these situations. It's different when it's like you versus one of your friends and you just instantly concede to them, or you make them sweat for a little bit, you play it out against them, beat them, and then you just like sign the slip that they won or whatever. Like, that's fine. Who cares, right? But any sort of like awkward pressure being put out in this way as we get towards the end of the season that comes up, the same thing should go for Stipend Race. Yeah, exactly. There just needs to be like, I just think right now, the current thing that is like communicated to players in this way is like, you're not going to get punished if you bring this up to your opponent or like slightly try and pressure into them conceding or scooping to you so you can get your last couple of points for your World's invite, right? Basically, it feels like that generally in the community, there's no fear of like anything happening to you if you put a little bit of pressure on your opponent in this way. But I think the precedent just needs to be set that your season will end if you do that, basically. And if we get to that, I don't think this will be a big problem of people doing it. If it's just well known, yeah, it's not like a thing you can do, and it's not good to. It is already not a thing you shouldn't do, and it's a thing that is not good to do. But I think that's not the precedent of that is not set in the community in that way. But I think it definitely could be. And yeah, but like I said, whatever you want to do with your friends is fine. This is what a lot of top Yu-Gi-Oh players literally expect. Is the crazy thing. If the match is going to time, they feel more entitled to the win than you, and you should just throw. It's crazy dumb. If you need the point, then beat me for them, friend or not. Yeah, and that's fine to have that mentality as well. Like, if you're playing up against a friend, you want to make them beat you, it's like, yeah. Honestly, that's valid. Those weird scoop to me situations happen way too often compared to other TCGs. I totally agree. But then you are still that guy to call the judge. Is it still awkward but should be normalized? You are still that guy to call the judge, but it needs to be normalized that it's fine to be that guy that calls the judge in situations like this. And then also, I think it is a little bit on the TOs and the judges to look out for this kind of behavior towards the end of the season and have like a no leeway, you know, don't give them any leeway. You're supposed to get punished, but I think at local judges are usually more lax, which for this shouldn't be the case. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, judges and TOs, I think, need to step up in this situation and set the precedent for what is to come from this behavior, and it should be enforced through the judges from TPCI to be like, yeah, this is not something that we want to exist in the community. And I think it can pretty easily be squashed out, because as long as like the precedent is sent down from TPCI to the TOs to the judges, that, I mean, maybe on first offense, ban, like your season's done, like come back next season, or maybe it's second offense, right? But as soon as players like realize that is the result of even like putting out that awkward pressure to your opponent to potentially scoop to you, then I think this thing will solve itself pretty quickly. But I think it just comes down to the local TOs and judges, you know, holding their players accountable in that way. Reply to Robin's tweet: being on the short end of this scenario feels bad. Bubbled at 5th in a top 4 cup this weekend, and the top 4 in finals match scooped to their friend to get them points. Just takes up space in cup for people like me who just want to play and miss by 2% resistance. But I suppose that's not really the main point here. More of a personal problem with scooping. Yeah, you can be against scooping personally, but my answer to you, Royds, would be should have won another round or gotten to a position where you could have ID'd a round, right? And I think if you're a competitive person, you'll put that on yourself and be like, I could have done better. Like, there was room to maybe have done better. I'll just have to do better next time. But having a problem with scooping in itself, I don't have a problem with scooping personally, but I don't think it's like a bad take in itself. As a judge, if I hear a master player pressuring another player, immediate DQ from the event. If it's a senior or junior, I think it's best to explain why it's wrong. I agree with that, Chaos. Yeah, explain why it's wrong to the junior or senior. Obviously, at some point, you have to draw the line and DQ Timmy, but we'll give Timmy one more shot. I definitely understand why someone would want to do it, but if someone scoops to push their friend through, that's equally rough on someone asking a stranger if they do it for them. You could say it's against the spirit of competition, but it's not quite the same, right? Like, it's like me being like, I'm just showing up to play Pokemon. Oh, my friend needs championship points. All right, I can see to them when I play against them, versus me playing versus someone. They need championship points. They're not my friend. I don't really feel any in any way that like I should or want to scoop to them. And then they are, through conversation, pressuring me to then hopefully influence me to concede to them. I think it's definitely like two different things. Like, I'm willfully conceding without even having to be asked versus starting to be pressured with the idea of them wanting me to scoop them. They're definitely two different things, but I could see them both being against the spirit of competition. I think that would be like a fine take. Bro, what was super annoying in my winning in Orlando was my opponent asking how many points I was away from Worlds and saying he's only X amount of points away. Like, it feels bad telling him I'm not chasing an invite, but what if I do get my hot run that event? Yeah. I mean, people just need to feel like people just need to have with that as well. Like, people just need to have like a little bit more competitive mindset. Like, you can do it. You're like, it's part of it's like you can just do it yourself. If you just put in the extra work and extra effort, you'll get there. But if you're not going to put that in, then like, I don't know why you're so concerned with trying to get a Worlds invite to begin with. If you get Worlds invite by someone scooping to you, you're not a high level Worlds competitor anyway. I mean, I guess I'm not sure too much what that matters with anything though. So I'm not trying to be pedantic. I was like, I know this word, pedantic, but I don't like people yapping about things that don't happen. What are you talking about specifically, Smile, today? Banning people scooping or banning the pressuring? I'd say banning the pressuring. The scooping thing you can't really like ban, to be honest. Yeah, ban the pressuring, not the scooping. I don't know if that was confusing or not. Ban the pressuring or DQ from the event for pressuring. Yeah. How does Limitless TCG make money to run the site? They have a Patreon. Check out the Patreon on Limitless. Go to limitlesstcg.com and go subscribe to their Patreon if you want to support everything Robin and Limitless do for the Pokemon TCG community. Maybe and ads on the site as well. They also have an affiliate code with some sponsors on there as well. I played against someone who was crying in day 2 of NAIC a few years back because losing caused them to whiff top 22 in EU. No remorse though. Yeah, that's weird. That kind of behavior should be like, I feel like, immediately punished with at least a DQ. Like, that kind of behavior should be immediately punished with at least a DQ. I mean, if they were doing it in front of their opponent, if they were just kind of venting to their friends after the fact, that's a little bit different. Yeah, it depends what the situation was. If they were like venting to their friends, whatever, if they're talking about it at the table, making a scene, just instant DQ. Stuff's too weird. TOs can then decide to then ban that player from the store if the pressuring comes out of hand. Yeah, I guess that's always like a potential. Maybe not full Pokemon ban, but ban from the store. Is the difference of free will choosing to scoop someone else is very different from asking someone to scoop to you? I mean, either way, you have free will to choose whether you scoop or not. But yeah, one is like a very toxic behavior, and the other one is just not. Yeah, one of them's a toxic behavior, and one of them's not. The thing with scooping is it is never for free. Therefore, there's an evil intended behind the scoop. What do you mean it's never for free? Clarify. If someone mentions their championship point total, I'm calling a judge. One of the parents got banned and kicked out of the store last weekend for discussing potential scooping between the kids. Kids had to find a temporary Guardian, dude. Some Poke parents are crazy, bro. The worst stories I've heard are from Poke parents in Florida, though. Apparently, they get wild down there. It's only gonna get worse too, to be honest. Like Poke parents in the Pokemon TCG, as the lower divisions get more and more competitive, Poke parent stores are only gonna get crazier and crazier. I think it'd be cool if they made like League Cups and Challenges a separate circuit from regionals, and IC's a different circuit. I mean, I feel dumb saying this. I'm with you, Drew. I don't like the idea, but it's funny that you like corrected yourself as you were typing it. What about accepting prizes for championship points? That is against the rules in the Pokemon TCG. This is exactly Searching for a concede is already against the rules. Yeah, but I don't think it's that those rules are not being upheld at locals like Cups and Challenges towards the end of the season as rigorously as they should be. So it creates this kind of consistent, constant, weird toxic environment where people really close to their invite who needs points from challenges or cups do pressure or create weird, awkward situations against their opponents. And that's what we want to kind of remove, as that mentality of that being okay. We want to remove that. And I think it just starts with people getting DQ'd and banned and so on and so forth for actually doing it. I think like it's just like the local judges and TOs are just too lax with cracking down on that behavior. The behavior is just not cracked down upon the way it should be. The idea of intentionally scooping to a friend feels against gameplay rules. If they want to decide to tie, that's different, but I'd feel pretty bad to get shut out because two friends gaming the points in an event. I mean, it's not against the rules as far as I can tell. You could argue the same thing for someone conceding to someone in a regional championship, being like, well, we would buy game rules tie here, but because you're probably going to win next turn, I'm going to concede to you, and now you get in top 8. And because they got in top 8 because I conceded, you no longer make top 8, Mr. Bisco. So it's like kind of like the same thing, right? Is it that much different? Maybe a little bit. Different people experience different things, and I don't think it's a very... That's Yu-Gi-Oh talk. Have you ever seen someone have a meltdown over Pokemon? Meltdown? Most scoops are not between friends, but people asking for something in return. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that happens quite a bit. But it's also something that should probably just be cracked down upon in general. It's like another thing that should be cracked down upon in general. If possible. Meltdown over Pokemon? I can't remember a meltdown. There's a famous F1 quote. If you are no longer going for a gap that exists, you are no longer a racing driver. Same here. If you're no longer playing to win, you are no longer a competitive player. Like, it's different when there's like different levels of tournaments. So like League Cups and League Challenges don't mean anything to some people, or at a certain point in the season no longer mean anything. It's not that they would concede at a major, but there's like different levels, right? I don't know. It's a little bit different. Like, it's hard to have the same drive to win a major tournament as a League Cup when you show up to a League Cup versus show up to a major. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't think that makes you no longer a competitor or less competitive. Wasn't there a Poke Parent incident at Portland? Bro, there's always a Poke Parent incident. Would you consider a paid appearance to League Cups? I mean, maybe. I mean, I don't know. It seems a little bit weird to like be paid to go to a League Cup. If someone just really wanted me to like show up to a League Cup, I probably would just show up to the League Cup, to be honest. Yeah, I feel a little bit weird to be like paid to show up to a League Cup, to be honest. I don't know how I feel about that. But if like someone was like, yo, I'd love it for you to come to my League Cup, yada, yada, yada. I mean, it has to be local to me as well. If you're like across the country and you want to fly me out for a League Cup, I guess I would consider that as well. But yeah, I'm not going to fly out to a League Cup. But yeah, if like a local League Cup near me and they like really wanted me to come out to a League Cup and play in the local area, yeah, I'd consider it. It's just straight up conflict of interest. If you have your invite and you play a cup and your friend needs their invite and you play them, there technically is no right or wrong answer for you. Do you want your friend to go so you scoop? You want to play so you play it out and then win or lose based on play? Both seem fine as long as your friend isn't begging for a scoop. Oh, I thought you were going somewhere else with that, Suggs. Yeah. I agree, yeah. I mean, hopefully if they're a good friend to you, they're not going to be like begging you for a scoop, right? Like, and if they have any competitive integrity, they shouldn't expect to be scooped to. It's just like, yeah, you're my homie, I'm going to scoop to you, even if you don't expect to be scooped to. If you have competitive integrity, you shouldn't expect to be scooped to. And if your friend scoops to you anyways, I mean, yeah, shout out to the homies. But no one should ever expect it. I'm really not pushing my kid too hard because of what I've seen from other parents. Are you afraid it's going to change you, Bisco? Like you pushing your kids so hard to the point where they're super competitive and then it turns you into a super competitive Poke parrot and then you're the next parrot meltdown that we talk about here on the stream? I see. It's probably worth avoiding. It's a good plan. Did you make Worlds more similar to the World Series of Poker with different level events with different registration requirements to allow more options for all players? I just don't think Pokemon needs to be that complicated, to be honest, but yeah, I don't think it needs to be that complicated. Are we boycotting live? I'm boycotting you, Akko. You're banned. Curious, if you're in finals with someone that doesn't have the invite of what? A major? I'm beating them, bro. They're getting bodied. Any player that is close to getting their invite should have to wear a hat showing their points. They also cannot talk the whole tournament. Genius idea. Immediately implement it. Anyone who could get their invite through locals in the next 2 local tournaments that they are attending, including the one they are currently attending, must wear a hat that displays how many championship points they are away, and they cannot talk. I like this idea. It should be implemented immediately. I'll send an email to TPCI right now. I think whether you concede, you've earned the spot and it's yours to give up if you want. Like if you concede in round 5 of a cup, you still had to win 4 rounds to get there. Yeah, exactly. That's how I kind of feel about it as well. Or that's like another like point behind that, I think. Expanding on the idea of separate circuit. Oh, I'm going to pass up on that one. This is also a quote from the famous driver whose 30th death anniversary is today. Oh, from the F1 racer. So will you fly out to my League Cup? All my locals will shit their pants and I'll pay for everything. All right, I'm down, Omar. I'd love it if you went to a Fresno League Cup. Maybe one day. Not this season, because I have to uphold my no going to locals this season, but maybe next season. I'd love for you to come to our League Cup next Thursday. I will be... honestly, Soda, send me a message, because I get in Wednesday. Come to an Oregon League Cup. That's a ways away. Although, speaking of, like, going to League Cups up north... Like Tabletop does like a Tabletop Village. They do like a lot for the community, and especially their community. I've kind of wanted to like go up there. Honestly, I'd like to go up there and like I was actually gonna ask Mello about this. Did I message Mello about this already? Maybe I did, because Mello streams their stuff up there. I want to like go up there and see if I could like go cast a League Cup with Mello up at Tabletop Village. I think I already talked to Mello about this. Maybe I didn't, but it's like not that far from me. Like I could like fly up there and that'd be pretty cool. Let's see. Magic upward. Isn't asking someone for a scoop severe unsporting conduct? It might be a DQ. Yes and yes. You ever gonna open those 200 notifications? It's 20. It's 20 notifications. What? 200? I would try harder than ever if you wore that hat. I would also be the most tryhard person in the world. Bring out the hats. Instead of toddlers and tiaras, we have Poke Parents and pulling strings. I have a question. Do you think I can print my limitless deck list on a small laminated paper and take notes of prizes that way, just like mark X on each picture? No. Whatever you're taking notes on has to be a clean slate when you go into the match. When you go from match to match. But I respect your hustle of trying to game the system. It's all willpower. Destroy the hats, championship point, guys. I saw you a few times when you were at Indiana Cups. I did go to Cups there. I want to wear hair at my local Cups with my point total, so instead of everyone asking if I have my invite already, they know I'm grinching them out of points. Locals physically cannot understand the stipend system. Damn, bro. Grant, as always, coming in with a very Grant take. Nothing is stopping you from doing that. You know what, Grant? Do it. Do it. Do it. Nothing is stopping you from doing it. Get a hat. Put a piece of paper on it. Put your championship point total. Grant coming in with the hat with the 1300 over 600 hat. That is a very Grant thing to say. Send me a picture though. You have to next cup you go to, Grant, where Chip's there. I'm gonna make Chip bring a hat, and he's gonna take a picture of you in the hat playing a game of Pokemon. Yeah, so I think that's all I want to say about Robin's tweet. Basically, I feel like just like this situation, the potential awkwardness of end of season championship points trying to be gained, that can come up from players expecting scoops or wanting scoops. It just comes down to judges, local judges and local TOs cracking down a little bit harder on that behavior. I think there just needs to be a precedent set in the PokemonTCG community across the board that this kind of behavior is not allowed, to potentially try and coerce or pressure your opponent to conceding to you just because you need 20 championship points from getting a top 8 at a League Cup or whatever it might be. So that's what I'd like to see. I did want to look at the comments on the podcast as well. I gotta pause this real fast. And I want to go through some of those. Actually, this might be something I do kind of moving forward, is like after each podcast episode, maybe I'm going to go back and just like read comments on the podcast. We'll see. It depends how interesting they are. Obviously, the comments on the podcast this week were way more interesting than on average because we did talk about the elitism stuff and all that kind of stuff in the PokemonTCG. But I thought there were some good comments here as well, for sure. Especially like this one from Prince here, which I'll start with. The definition of elitist/elitism is the belief that individuals who, from a select group of people with desirable traits, are more likely to be constructive to society as a whole and therefore deserve influence or authority greater than that of others. I still don't think this definition of elitism covers earning priority registration in a PokemonTCG event when the slate is wiped clean at the beginning of every season. I still don't think that falls into the elitism bucket. But I appreciate like this whole comment in general from Prince of Tennis trying to have a conversation about their opinion and not just saying that's elitist and leaving it at that. So I appreciate this comment in general. And I do agree with like most of the other stuff here, I think, as well. So we'll go through all of it here. That literally describes the whole debacle with the NAIC registration. Azul brings up John Ang, who is probably the linchpin to this whole elitism conversation, and tries to give him a pass because his tweet is poorly worded. But at the end of the day, he said what he said is probably what takes a lot of Joe Schmo players feel like there is a lot of elitism in top players. Top players don't want us at their events because we take up their spots. I think this is fair, and I think I probably did give too much of a benefit of the doubt to John. And actually, I'm just gonna go ahead and pull up John's tweets right now. I did look at them earlier, and actually they were, unless John deleted some of the tweets that he made, which is possible. So I'm gonna pull up John's tweets here, and actually I think John's tweets were less bad than I thought they were previously. Unless John deleted some tweets, which is also possible, and I'm not too sure about that, to be honest. And we can actually follow up with Ian's tweet here as well. John said, quarterly top 16 getting priority registration, but overall top 16 not getting it is mind-boggling. So I think this could have been worded better and more constructively around what his point is. And what John's point is here is just that more top players should be getting priority registration, which I also agree with, but I would have worded it differently. So bad wording, but I don't think this is that bad. And then John said, he said it the nice way. Good luck to everyone trying for Wave 2 at Play Pokemon Do Better, responding to Ian's tweet here. We'll read Ian's tweet here in a second as well. And then I think his last year up here, this is disgusting. First NA regional champion of the season, not playing NAIC, really sick Pokemon. I don't know, this is disgusting, feels a little bit weird. Once again, just like his what he's trying to say here is that like it makes sense for Estrada to be at the tournament. But honestly, I don't even know if I agree that Estrada should be at the tournament. Estrada won the first major of the year, but then hasn't played in anything since, which is fine if that's what Estrada wants to do, but I don't know if I'd give Estrada priority registration. You could say every winner of majors should have priority registration, and I wouldn't be against that overly, but like in my system, Estrada wouldn't have priority registration. So I don't know if Estrada should. Estrada's a great player, did win a major this year, but has been like not in the scene since, and not participating in tournaments since winning. So I don't know if Estrada would actually make my list of players who should get priority registration as far as like consistent top performers in the game this season. But yeah, obviously John's tweets are bad, pretty negative. And I can definitely understand how, if you're a more casual player, you're looking at these tweets from someone you know to be a top player and is a top player in the game, where it's like, man, that doesn't feel super cool or welcoming. So bad tweets, but I don't disagree with John's overall message. I would still say, like, his overall message I don't disagree with. We go to Ian's tweets as well here. Current registration system for ICs is ridiculous. Not having any way of creating priority registration other than players earning stipends is not in the interest of competitive integrity. I don't think it hurts the interest of competitive integrity. I guess you could make an argument that throughout like the whole length of a season, if we're talking about consistently seeing the potential of the best players in the world, it does like take away from the potential of each tournament having the highest level of competition. But I don't know if that jeopardizes competitive integrity. Someone in the chat, if you disagree with me, you can tell me what I'm missing here in Ian's tweet. Even just adding a clause that you need a certain amount of play points would be better. I don't disagree with that from Ian for sure. A true competitor wants to have the best, wants to beat the best players in the game currently to win one of the biggest tournaments of the year. Imagine if a top ranked in any sport missed a major event because CAPTCHA test wouldn't allow them to register. I definitely agree with this with Ian. I think most people who are like fairly competitive and competitors in general, just like, I mean, like even me, like I said, and people always like to be bad faith with me about this, but I know like the current, if there was more systems in place that benefited top level players, that would benefit. But I'll go as far as to say is if I was even the #1 ranked player in the world next season and they came out with more benefits for top players in the TCG, but gave me none of the benefits, but gave it to other people under me, I would be fine with that. And when I retire, I will still hold these same opinions. When I'm no longer a top player in the game, when I no longer play in as many major tournaments as I currently do, I will still hold the same opinion that we want the best players at these major tournaments and they should be there. And I think they have earned their spot there. Yeah, so I don't know if this hurts competitive integrity in Ian's tweet. But once again, Ian is just coming across. I think what Ian is saying is if people such as Andrew, regional winner, former world champion, doesn't get a spot over another player, hurts competitive integrity because of some of the objectively better players that may not get a spot, which overall brings down the talent pool as a whole. Yeah, I know. I get that seems to be his point about competitive integrity, but I still don't think that does that qualify for competitive. I still don't know if that qualifies as like not being competitive integrity. Maybe he meant something else when he said what he said, or meant to use a different word. But I still don't think that hurts the idea of competitive integrity. Unless I don't know. Maybe I am missing something, which is possible. I'm not a competitive player, but I like watching competitive players. I agree with John and Ian both. Actually, if you are top 8 or regional, you should get prior reg for the local international championships. Yeah, something like that. For sure, that would be like fine. Ian is spitting because imagine an MLB missing the playoffs because the AA minor league was able to register before them. It's a little bit different though because in sports, in major sports, there is like a direct like line of competition that leads up to the majors. There's not that in Pokemon. In Pokemon, everything goes from open to if you can succeed, you are then perceived as, and consistently can succeed, you're perceived as a top player. But you don't have to go through like this. There's not like, it's just different than major sports. So it's not completely a bad correlation, but it's like different, I think, for sure. Because like Pokemon is just like open. So you have to consistently succeed over everyone else to actually prove that you are of a certain caliber of player. But it's not just like, oh, you play in the MLB, you're an MLB player, right? In Pokemon, it's like, oh, you play in the Orlando Regional Championships, you're a Orlando Regional Championships caliber player along with everyone else. It's like, no, we definitely think Ian's better than like 95% of the players at Orlando Regional Championships, if not more. But we don't know that because he showed up to a major tournament in the Pokemon TCG, right? I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I think Ian has a point, especially for NAIC, to be one of the biggest possible competitive integrity, biggest possible tournaments, competitive integrity as at the largest tournament of the year and the peak of NA events. I guess I can kind of see it a little bit. I'm not sure. But yeah, I guess I can kind of see it a little bit. It feels a little off to me, but I don't know. Not every good player, though, like not every good player, even in a system that does give more priority registration to top players, will still make it, right, as well. So it's like there's going to be a line drawn somewhere. I don't know if Andrew Estrada specifically makes it over that line for having won a major but not going to anything else throughout the season and not being as dedicated to the game. I feel like we want to reward not just good players, but good dedicated players, right? And I'm not saying Andrew Estrada couldn't potentially have won NAIC or something like that because he's a great player, but like he wasn't dedicated to Pokemon throughout the whole season. I feel like we want to favor the dedicated good players more than just the good players, right? And that's where I think you could start to say this feels a little bit like elitism, where you just like favor people who have had success in the past but aren't consistently proving it or showing dedication. That's why I think it sounds like it's correct to maybe use the term elitism. Would just be like anyone who was good in the past or is perceived as a good player amongst other good players all of a sudden gets priority registration. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. But when we're like, if you just take the top 33 players in championship points, it's like, it's good players who are obviously dedicated to the game. All right, that makes sense. That fits, right? The top 32 players in America and Canada, I feel like would very easily fit a criteria of top players who have earned a spot for priority registration. You know what I'm saying? It's like very cut and dry. There's no like two if, ands, or buts about it. Like it's just like, yeah, that makes sense. If it's the criteria, those players should get priority registration. And you could give it to major tournament winners as well. Like if they did, like if Pokemon does both next year, and they're like the top 32 from America and Canada get priority reg, and anyone who wins a major tournament or anyone who top 8's a major tournament even gets priority reg. I wouldn't be against that. It's just like for my current system, I don't think Estrada would fit, but just like Estrada specifically in this situation. I don't think top players in the PokemonTCG is arbitrary as you're saying though. You're right. It's all pretty much open, but I think what Jacoby is getting at is that the game probably needs a boundary to identify that. But I don't think it's that hard to like do the boundary. You just like top X, like top 64 in championship points. And it's like, all right, like I don't think it needs to be more complicated than that. I don't know what you're like. The only other like criteria I think you could put out there would be to create a Hall of Fame, but that'd be like players are like pretty much retired. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But I feel like it's not. You don't need to make it that complicated. You can just be like the top 64 players, top 32 players, more than top 16, but whatever number TPCI would pick, you just like have that be what is considered the top most dedicated players in the game. Like that seems reasonable. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it needs to be like overly complicated. But Pokemon should do the Elite Four thing in Japan is doing. 4 is just too few though. I mean, if they did the Elite Four with other avenues of priority registration, I'd be like, yeah, sure. But 4 is just not enough. I think it needs to be something like 32 or like 64. Personally, an enlargement of priority registration would still mean good players could win registration. Yeah, they would still complain. So it all comes back to how events are run. I mean, sure, a little bit, but like, I don't know. You can theoretically complain about everything ever. Like it's just saying you should. That's like almost like just saying you should complain about everything ever. It's like I think we can say I can confidently say that I think the priority registration for top players should be expanded upon, at least to 32, if not more. And it's like, yeah, I guess whoever gets 33rd could complain about it, but like it's just where like there's a problem now. Let's make it better. And if we still think it needs to be better after we make it better, let's make it better until we feel like we're content for now. And then I'm sure things will want to change or improve in the future. And then we just keep changing and improving until we get to the point where it's like, okay. We just like, progress with the times. Yeah, that was the tweets from Ian and John, which I don't actually feel like looking at these tweets specifically. I don't think these tweets are like specifically that bad, to be honest. Like it's pretty clear what they're advocating for. They obviously don't expect the system to be changed in the middle of the season. They're not expecting Pokemon to come out tomorrow and be like, all right, you're right. Welcome to NAIC. They're just like, in the future, this needs to be changed. They think it needs to be changed. And I agree. I think it should change as well. I don't think like these tweets specifically are too toxic. Although someone did say that John did delete a tweet. I don't know what the deleted tweet from John was, but maybe that one I would have found to be quite a bit more toxic. I'm not sure. So those are Robin tweets. That's the John tweets, which we're getting back to here then, where we're talking about John's tweet in this comment here. And then from there, the rest of the tweet is, should there be a better system to reward our top players, both championship points and play points? Yes, currently there isn't. So sadly, they got to fight it out with the rest of us in open registration, and complaining on Twitter about how you deserve a spot is elitism with the way the current system is built. Okay, so I disagree with this. So one of my biggest problems with discussing this with people is people basically fall back on the current system is fine because Big Pikachu said so, but wanting change is elitism. But then if the change was to happen from Big Pikachu in the next season, would that not also be elitism? Or would you just be like, no, Big Pikachu said so, so therefore it's not? And are we saying elitism is just bad in general, or are we not? And at that point, why are we using elitism as a term and just saying, like, I don't think this is good, here's why? Why are we jumping to the point where it's like, no, that's elitism? Why are we not just saying, no, this is bad for these reasons, or this is good for those reasons? Or I think it should be changed X reason or Y reason. So ending it like this is the thing that has frustrated me the most with these conversations. Is people are just like, Big Pikachu said this, so therefore that makes sense. I think that next paragraph answers what you're saying, Azul. All right. The reason elitism gets thrown around in our community is because the top players seem to always belittle or blame Joe Schmoes. It seems like the sentiment from top players all the time is you can't grind the regionals, then get out of our way. Your local points don't matter and shouldn't matter. What do you mean you can't go to every regional? You just don't want it to be as much as then. It might be a small group of top players tweeting us saying these things, but perception is sadly reality. I do agree with that. I do agree that like the language that the top players use or the frustration should be definitely vented out in different ways. Because I think at the end of the day, none of the top players truly have anything against more casual players. But it doesn't mean that the casual players don't feel some type of way when they read the tweets and responses from higher level players. So I do agree with that, but I don't agree with this. Just like you can be a top player, say you deserve a spot in NAIC specifically, and have it not be elitism. Like you can make an argument. You can be a top player in the position to take advantage of a system that you think should be implemented, and then have it not be elitism. It's like it is possible. It's just like, hey, I am in the top 16, or let's say I am in the top 20 players in North America, and I also think that the top 32 players in North America should get priority registration for NAIC, not because I'm in it, because I think that's just right. Because then would you say someone who's outside of the top 32 who advocated for that, would they be being elitist? Or when Pokemon implements it themselves, is it still elitist? Because people just keep falling back on this thing where it's like, well, this is what Pokemon says is right. So therefore, if you want something more or you want that to change that would benefit you, that becomes elitism instead of just being something you want to be different or you think that is better. I think the idea from elitism, from perspective of some of these tweets, is complaining with no solution. I'm okay if players offer some solution with their points, but if it's complaining, of course, they are going to get thrown negatively. Also, if anything, it's closer to entitlement and privilege and not elitism. Maybe. I mean, I would argue the players have earned their spot as competitors in the PokemonTCG at these major events. But I think even John offered a solution. Like he said, it shouldn't just be the top 16 top 16 for stipend earners who get priority reg, but also the top 16 in general for the region should also. And I think that would be like a good start. I would expand further on that. But falling back and saying it's elitism because Pokemon says only the top 16. So if you think, because like if basically my problem with this is if you say expanding it to like the top 32 players or the top 16 in the season and not just in the quarter also get priority reg is elitism, then you also have to say like the current stipend system is also elitism. So you're not against elitism. You're just against elitism that Pokemon hasn't told you is okay elitism, which is my problem. Because then at that point, you don't have an opinion. Your opinion is just whatever Pokemon tells you is your opinion. And that's where I lose you, and I don't want to have a discussion with you anymore. But if you come at me with an opinion that is maybe aligns with what Pokemon says, but is not just what Pokemon says is my opinion, then I'm interested in that opinion. But I'm not interested in your opinion if it stops at Pokemon said this was okay. You're correct, Azul, but your message right then had no mention of the casual or less competitive players, just simply said this is how it should be. It's the jab at the average player that causes the rub. But we're not changing anything for the average players. Like, nothing is changing for the average players. Like, the average players, everything is still the same for them. Like, nothing changes at all. It's the point that top players believe they deserve more perks for being top players, bro. Wait, are you talking to me, awkward lol, or is this the point that top players believe they deserve more perks for being top players? That wasn't towards you, lol, sorry. Well, what do you agree? Are you agreeing with or against the idea of more privileges for top players? That's like my problem is when people's opinion just falls on big Pikachu said so. That's where it's like you gotta come up with something more than that. You gotta come up with more than that. And it's fine if your opinion is contradictory to mine, but your opinion just can't end there. All right. It is elitism, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. I do agree with that. I agree with the idea of that potentially. I would say a lot of Joe Schmo players want to be elite. I do, at least. It's just the way the current elite treat lower players that makes people upset, which I think is fair. I think that is fair. I think there's definitely some nasty stuff that does get said on Twitter from people who are perceived as top level players in the game. I think Azul's stream yesterday was constructive, but you only invited on top players to speak on the topic. That is also true. So it was really good to have gotten JPO and Boo on today to talk about stuff. So it became somewhat of an echo chamber, and the blame gets pushed to the way the current system is, and not the way the top players speak towards Joe Schmo players. I think the real issue and why elitism gets brought up is because of top players making Joe Schmo feel bad for just wanting to play cards and taking their spot because they deserve it more than them. I agree. I do think, I mean, at the end of the day, there's no other way to say this. I do think the top players deserve it more than them, but it's the way that it is said and it's the way that it's implied that definitely makes a difference. And I do agree that it would be good to hold the top level players to like somewhat a little bit more accountable to, like, you know, try and be a little bit more open to the community, I guess, or words and a way they like say what they want to say definitely should change for sure. They're definitely creating a pretty toxic environment in that kind of communication from top players and how they feel about more casual players. Pokemon's opinion is not my opinion. Misspelled that trying to defend my comment while at work. No problem, Adam. I mean, I just get that vibe when you end it with you just complain on Twitter on how you deserve a spot as elitism with the way the current system is built. The system, no matter how the system is built, like if you think the system should change, you thinking this last comment here makes it seem like thinking the system should change in a way that would benefit top players is elitism just by default. But I feel like that's just not true. Or just like not a thing. Or like prefacing it with it being elitism automatically is like kind of implying that it's bad. Which you could just say you're against it or for it or this or that. But using the term elitism, like I feel like changes my perspective on your comment here at the end or your message here at the end. How do esports handle these things or VGC? I mean, VGC is like the exact same system that we have. Which, I mean, I'm sure they would be interested in the exact same thing. If you don't like what the current top players think of casual players, become a top player and change it however you think it can be changed, right? No, I don't agree with that. I think we should hold the community accountable to some extent to not be toxic. Like, otherwise, we just like if we like continue to let people be toxic, it'll just breed more toxicity, and then no one will want to play the PokemonTCG anymore. Like, no one would even want to get into it a little bit. Read my follow-up reply on the comment there if you can, on my comment. Yeah, and I did reply to somebody as well. I appreciate this comment. You make some good points. All I want is people to have a conversation with. I agree. Everything is more nuanced, and just saying elite is bad can be true, but you need to back up your argument or statement. Elitism is sadly a bad term because of modern day politics and society. But I would say that elitism in Pokemon, a kid's card game, or sports/games in general shouldn't be viewed as negativity as we view it in the larger world. I do agree with that. Our top players should believe they deserve spots in our biggest tournaments, but by definition, with the current structure, it is elitist. Sadly, though, we get angry at each other for looking at the Pokemon Company and being like, you can't open up spots for all Joe Schmoes and top 128 players in the world, ? Pokemon has reached late-stage capitalism. I'm joking, but kind of not really. I mean, I think the growth of the game is still like on track though. So like I don't know for that comment there. Like Pokemon obviously could have got a bigger venue, but they got a venue size that they thought was reasonable for where they thought the growth of the game was going. I'm sure, and that's just kind of where we ended up. Where NAIC sold out instantly. But so what's considered toxicity from top players? I would say the comments that top players make that kind of like dehumanizes more casual players with the terms they use would definitely be one of them to an extent. Yeah, for sure. But I think having the conversation about making worlds harder to qualify for or having more top players be at major tournaments through priority registration is like not a bad thing at all. Not a bad thing at all. And it's like both people on both sides should be like open to having a conversation with the other side on that as well. Yeah. Both people should be open to having the conversation on the other side as well for sure. And then go from there. The thumbnail killed me. The thumbnail was really good. Shout out to Chip for the thumbnail. There's a couple other comments that I wanted to like give my thoughts out on. Let me see if I can find them real fast. Let's just scroll through them here. And I scroll. Was this one of them? So this was a really good comment as well, though, where they went back and forth. I think the elitism comes from pro players basically trying to get rid of locals. I think that is like, I think it's something to be, I guess, a little bit irked by as like a more casual local player, when it feels like, and I think I get that vibe as well, to be honest, from some of like Liam's takes, is like, I think the more high-end top players don't really understand like the value of what locals is for the more casual players, because they're not the casual players they used to be, and the way they perceive the game is like different. So it's hard. They aren't really attempting to look through it through the lens of a local player. But that's why I think it was really cool when JPO called in and kind of gave their thoughts on everything. So I think that put it a little bit more in perspective for me as well. Like this doesn't affect players like Azul. They will get their invite no matter what the invite system is, but it'll greatly affect players who can't afford or have time to travel as much. Some pro players on Twitter seem either oblivious to this fact or just don't care that, and that's where the elitism comes from to an extent, I guess, but also it's like, yeah, it's still to an extent, I guess. So like, I definitely agree with like that first take there for sure. I also see the major contradiction between what pro players want for pre-registration to big events and the size/difficulty of a Worlds invite. The pro players want more of a reserved spots for top players to always get in big events like NAIC, maybe go to like top 32 in NA instead of the top 16 like it is now. The pro players cite the enormous growth of the game to justify this. I haven't actually heard anyone else say that besides me up to this point, and I kind of had that realization on the podcast. I was like, well, I mean, back in the day, ICs were 500 people and it was still top 16, and now it's 2,000 people and it's still top 16. It feels like it's one of the few things that hasn't grown with the game, especially going into this current season. I think that is totally fine given the enormous growth of the game. What I don't understand is then these same top players want Worlds to be smaller and have harder invite systems to make Worlds. That makes absolutely no sense. In my opinion, you can't have it both ways. I think you definitely could have it both ways. It's just whether or not we should have it both ways. Like, I don't think it would be ridiculous to be like more top players at those tournaments and then it's harder to get to Worlds. Like, it's not like it doesn't seem like the most ridiculously thing ever, but like, I'm kind of for where Worlds is right now. Why do people want smaller Worlds? People don't specifically want smaller Worlds. My understanding is what people generally want, and I don't co-sign this take, but I understand it to an extent. People just want you to have to achieve more throughout a season of Pokemon than you currently have to achieve to get your World invite. Like, that's it. Like, Liam was even on here yesterday or earlier in chat, and I was basically like, I'm pretty sure Liam's take basically is like, if I would be fine with like 1,000-person World Championships if every player at the World Championships got top 8 at a major or regional or IC. So Liam's take is basically Liam thinks you should have to achieve more to get a Worlds invite. But it's sort of one of the biggest achievements in any card game to get to Worlds, though. Why make it harder? Well, then why not make it easier, Awkward? Why keep it as hard as it currently is, or why not make it easier? So calling something the World Championships doesn't mean it's hard to do, because it's all like relative. Because if it's easier, it's less of an achievement. Well, yeah, you just answered your own question then. You literally just answered your own question. Because currently, some people feel like it's too easy, which is like a fine take to have. Some people feel like it's too easy. Some people feel like it's too easy to get to the World Championships. They don't think it's enough of an achievement to get to the World Championships the way it currently is. They think it should be easier. Or it should be harder, excuse me. Which isn't like a terrible take. So in your opinion, is it harder to get top 8 at a major? Wait, to get one top 8 at a major and that's it? Or 600 championship points through current methodology in any combination? Top 8 at a major. Are there even enough events to have a decent sized Worlds if it's only people who top 8? Well, the idea would be if you made it people who only top 8 majors would be to have it be that size of a World Championships. It wouldn't be to whatever you are stating decent sized is. That wouldn't be the goal. That's not even the goal. The goal is just to have people who top 8 majors. That would be the goal. I think PGs consider all these arguments for one reason or another and decide that the best way to grow the game isn't to give top players any sort of priority for anything. Okay, well, you just well, that's just dude. See, all right, you don't even know. All right, so that's not true though, because they currently do give priority to top players who perform well between quarters, give them stipends, travel awards, and priority registration for major tournaments. They've actually even expanded upon that by giving more priority registration to play point earners under the age of 18. And while all that is fine, it doesn't mean that the system couldn't be expanded upon if you think that's better. And I am someone who does think it would be better to expand upon that system. So they're already doing it, and I think they should do more of it. Not to the point where the tournaments aren't open tournaments. I don't want invite-only regionals and ICs, but I think there should be more priority registration for top performing players in a season of Pokemon. So they already do it. They already say they think it's good to an extent. And if you want to say whatever Pokemon says is perfect, you can, but you know you're wrong and you won't say that. And I know you're wrong, so I know you're not going to say that. So we're not going to say everything TPCI does is perfect. We're saying they're doing what they're doing now. Do we think they could do better and improve? And whatever ways that we think they could do better and improve on, we advocate for and say they should be changed. Like I advocate for the change of more priority registration for top performing players in the Pokemon TCG in a season. Where I was in this comment, to be honest. I think that Pokemon needs events between cups and regionals size-wise. I think most people want that. We'll see what if they ever bring it back, though. It makes absolutely no sense. You can't have it both ways. I disagree. You could have it both ways. I'm not saying you should have it both ways, but I think you could have it both ways. Given the enormous growth of the game, like the pro players say in their argument for reserved slots, Worlds should also grow with the game. Yeah, to some extent, for sure. I feel like that's probably true. To what extent, I guess, is the question. In 2018, NAIC had around 1,500 players. 2024, NAIC will likely have 2,800 plus players. I don't think quite, maybe more around 26. That's more than an 80% increase from 2018. I believe that should also be reflected in the competitors at Worlds. In 2018, Worlds had around 500 players. I saw pro players complain that the Worlds this year might have around 900. If Worlds 2024 does have 900 players, that's like a 70% increase from 2018, less than the growth of NAIC. I don't think we have to match growth of NAIC with growth of Worlds, though. I don't know why that would ever have to be with each other. Very long story short, yes, I think there should be more reserved spots for top players in the big events. Also, Worlds should not be harder or smaller. I think that's a fine opinion to have. Worlds should also reflect the growth. Oops, I closed it. The growth in the game and possibly be made easier to obtain an invite next season. I don't know about easier. Yeah, I think the things I disagree with out of this, or I don't think we have to match player attendance with Worlds attendance percentage-wise. I don't think it needs to be, like, if it ends up being true, that's fine, but I don't think it's something we have to match. World should also reflect the growth in the game and possibly be made easier to obtain an invite next season. I mean, if they made it a little bit easier, I guess I want to be complaining one way or the other. Yeah, I'm not complaining. I want to be complaining one way or the other, to be honest. If they made Worlds like 550 points instead, I mean, I wouldn't care, I don't think, to be honest. I currently don't care if it's 600. If they made it 700, I don't think I would care either. That thing, I'm pretty I just don't, that's something I don't have a strong opinion on. I don't want to say I don't care, I just don't have a strong opinion on. But I do appreciate this comment. They disagree with some of the stuff that I think and said on the podcast, but they made a comment, right? And they gave their opinions and thoughts. So I really appreciate this type of comment. I'm forgetting what I said. Appreciate the comment. I agree with pretty much everything you said. Yeah, so I agree with most of the stuff they said. Appreciate the comment. Those are the kind of comments I want to see more of, where people have opinions. I want to see people's opinions. I love this comment here. It's one of my favorite from Silence Delta. Oh, Silence was in the chat earlier. Azul thinks being good earns him extra access to being good at the game. Being good at the game and then getting to go to another tournament doesn't make you good at the game. Got you to where you were. It should not give you extra access than other players don't get. The stipends are fine. Okay, see, that's my problem, is the immediate fallback on extra access to the game is bad, unless Big Pikachu said extra access to the game is okay. Why can we not think something should be improved, and if we do, it's bad and elitist? Why can't we be like, the stipend system and a travel award system exists. Dope. I think it should be bigger. The game has grown a lot. There's a lot more top players who being consistently at events would be good. Why is it bad to say that should be improved upon, but the current system that exists that does the same thing, it would just do a little bit more of it, is fine because Big Pikachu said so? That's where you lose me. That's where you don't have your own opinion at that point. You're just like, Big Pikachu said so. It's like, I can't do that. The stipends are fine. They're not taking the chance away, but taking spots away from people who may want to play. I don't like it. I also don't like them getting advantages for it, as it takes opportunities away from other players when it comes to spots and competition. Everyone should be 100% equal. Let skill and luck decide. So you're saying the stipends are fine, or the stipends aren't fine? Because then you end your comment. Then they ended their comment with 100% equal. Let skill and luck decide. So what? So they're just like conflicted in their own take there, their own opinion there. Like, yeah, that's like not a. So this one is, and I hate. Ooh, bro. I hate how people bring my name up. I don't care if I get anything out of this. Stop taking my word. Stop assuming stop assuming the worst from me. Stop assuming I'm being bad faith. I bring this up so often. I do not care if I get anything for where I currently rank as a PokemonTCG player. I could be completely limited and could be completely taken away from me, but people still love to bring my name up in these arguments, which that does annoy me. Because I've said many times, I will continue to say, if I didn't compete tomorrow, or even if I did compete tomorrow, and Pokemon was like, we're not giving you priority registration specifically, Azul, even if you're the #1 ranked player in the world, or when I retire from competing, I will still advocate for the exact same thing. I want more top players to consistently be able to go to these major tournaments. Don't bring my name up. I don't care about me. That pisses me off, because people are like purposely taking what I say in bad faith when I say I don't care about me in these situations. Who wants to fight John Pikachu? John Pikachu. But yeah, these are the kind of comments I hate, because basically this comment is basically saying there shouldn't be any more priority registration except for the current priority registration that exists. That's fine. But if you ask for an expansion of that system and want more priority registration, that's elitist. That's bad. But whatever Pokemon told us is okay. That's okay. That's fine. And I guarantee the people with these takes and opinions. Now, I don't know for sure, but my problem is, if Pokemon comes out next season and they do expand US and Canada from top 16 to top 32, people would probably just be fine with it because Pikachu said it's fine, which means you don't have an opinion to begin with. You're just, what is it at that point? Is that just virtue signaling? You're just virtue signaling at that point, right? Is that how you use that word correctly? Is it the first time I've got to use the word virtue signaling correctly? Like, at that point, you're just like bandwagoning on a topic with an opinion that someone else has created. Like, that is my problem with these kind of responses. Is you're like, it's bad unless Big Pikachu says it's fine. And then at that point, Big Pikachu's got me. Whatever they say is good. And I did respond, I don't want anything. I could be rank 1 the rest of the time I play the PokemonTCG, and if they never gave me anything, I wouldn't care. But I would still want them to give other current top performing players benefits I think they have earned, that is my opinion. I think there's like one more comment I want to respond to here. But those are the kind of back and forth and comments that like piss me off. Because I want you to have an opinion. I'm okay if you have an opinion that contradicts me and is the opposite of my opinion, but I want you to have an opinion, not just say bad/elitist or Big Pikachu said so. If that's basically your opinion, then I just get pissed. Then I just get pissed off. But that's why I like the other two comments so much. Like, that's why I like this comment and this comment so much, because they have different opinions to me. I don't agree with everything they say. They didn't agree with everything I said, but they like had an opinion and they made a comment explaining their side and what they think. I love that. That's awesome, right? But I want to have more of those. I want to read more of those comments or have more of those back and forths, right? Not just Big Pikachu said so comments. I thought there was one more comment. I'm gonna scroll through here, see if I can find it. Let's see. There might have been one more. I'm not 100% sure. I'll scroll through here. Oh, this one, I think it was. I only earned 104 championship points this season, just locals, not capped or anything. Just play when I can. I am not paying 700 plus for a single weekend regional event. Plain and simple. That's fine. Not that I'm an exception to that rule, but I'd imagine there are plenty of other good players who either can't or don't want to drop that kind of money. True. But please keep giving stipends to the how do you call this? Nepo babies, so they can pretend to keep themselves on some kind of pedestal. The elite always want to stay elite, and they're afraid of any kind of change that could affect that. The change would be the season resetting and everyone being on the exact same playing field to try and achieve top 16 or top 32 or top 64 status to get priority registration and stipends and travel awards. Just tell us you want less competition, Azul. In theory, if you're as good as you think you are, and I hate, ooh, stop bringing up my name, bro, and assuming the game isn't just RNG, so they are an RNG believer, you'd win in a room of 100,000 people. That'd be pretty tough. That's a lot of people. Get rid of stipends altogether, add that money to the prize pool. Everyone should have to earn it the same way. I do like that they did. I do like the end of this comment here. I do like that they were like, get rid of the stipends as well. They actually have an opinion. They're not just like, but the stipends are fine because Big Pikachu said so. They're like, I hate all priority registration. I like that end of that comment. The other stuff is bullshit though, with especially this, where they're calling me out. I didn't say anything. I never have claimed to be anything in the PokemonTCG, and I did reply to them. I don't think I'm anything. You're the one putting me on a pedestal, and I don't care who I play against, but I also want the best players at the biggest tournaments because it creates the best competition. Yeah, so people need to keep, when you're gonna discuss these topics with me, keep my name out of your mouth, because I'm not claiming anything or wanting to be anything or want anything from Pokemon. I'm advocating for the best players in the world to be at the biggest tournaments. That is it. If I happen to be in that ranking at the time, that's fine. What I would go as far to say is that they could give me nothing and I would still advocate for the same thing. So, but the end of this comment I did like, because they're not just another, whatever Big Pikachu said is okay. They said to get rid of the stipends altogether, which I haven't heard anyone else say yet. So I'm happy to hear from at least one person. I'm happy to hear from one person. And then I don't know about the follow-up. Oh wait, they did reply to me. They didn't reply to me earlier here, so we'll see. I get the hyper-competitive mentality. I also want to see the best of the best rise to the top. Okay. I enjoy watching the gameplay that comes from it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, but if only the top 5% of the game currently, and there's being extremely generous, can afford to regularly compete at anything other than the local level, that number is just not true. That number, this number is wrong. If only the top 5% of the game can currently, and that's an extremely generous, can afford to regularly compete at anything other than local level. That's just a made-up statistic. And he said he's being extremely generous. A lot of people go to a lot of regionals that are not in the top 5% of players, then play outside of the local level. That's literally misproven pride attendance. Yes, exactly. You're only ever going to be able to compete with that percentage of players. To answer one of the only replies to this comment, that is strictly less competition. This is fake. This whole statement is fake. Let's consider juniors and seniors, for example, who are literally the people who will keep this game going into the future. I do agree with that. We see how small those numbers are. Well, those numbers are not that small generally from lack of attendance. Usually, juniors and seniors cap after Masters. How many parents are dropping that kind of money for the family to travel to play Pokemon for a single weekend? Doesn't really matter if the kid is crushing locals every single week. If no one cares, they'll get bored of the game before ever getting a chance to compete on a bigger stage. I've seen it happen a billion times in my years of running and attending leagues. What does this even mean? I don't even know what they're saying with this one, to be honest. If leagues are crushing locals, she's saying juniors and seniors aren't traveling to big tournaments. They're just winning locals all the time. But there's no, what is the solution? What are they? I don't know what they're not coming up with a solution to that. What is this? What does this even mean? Am I lost? Did I miss something here? He's stating problems with no solution. Yeah, like this. I'm not even. He's like bringing up a problem that I have no opinion on or ever thought about in my life, and then just stating it and then not coming up with a solution. Huh. Oh, actually, Sander responded here. For what it's worth, I would have never competed internationally if it wasn't for stipends. I'm definitely not a, how do you say it, Nepo baby. Putting part of tournament rewards as travel stipends seems like a simple and effective way to increase international competition. Dub. Maybe the situation is different in the US as to what the costs are for compete for stipends via regionals, as it's a way larger continent to travel across compared to relatively small Europe. I wouldn't know exactly. It's a good point from Sander. Increases international competition. Stop making excuses for Big Peak. No, I'm the one who's saying you're controlled by Big Peak. Stop making excuses for Big Peak to take so much money. Are you talking about Big Peak taking money or me taking money from Big Peak? This isn't some exclusive club. It's not. And even if you expand top 16 to top 32 or top 64, the tournament is still the vast majority of the tournament is still open for anyone to play in. They can afford to do better by the players. With what? Exactly. They can afford to host more events. I think we had a decent amount of events. They're saying only the richer side of players can afford to travel enough to get that invite. So they earned it in the same way that certain athletes earn it because they had rich parents and could afford to travel and get coaching. I think elitism only comes in when you have a bunch of people who are in a position to travel to multiple large comps, saving that they are entitled to a place and them not necessarily making top cut each time. Makes sense to me. I do think the top 8 bubble feels kind of bad. Day 2 should be a double elimination bracket. Double elim brackets are pretty cringe, to be honest. I came from the not double elim. I guess double elim's a little bit different. Double elim takes a while. I came from the elimination bracket days. I love that this person has their own opinion, but really? Yeah, at least they do have their own opinion. That is something nice to see. But I don't know what they're saying. They can afford to host more events in more reasonable locations. They just don't. I mean, Pokemon can afford these things, but once again, at the end of the day, they're a business and they have a budget. I'd argue that they could make even more money by expanding their tournament schedule to host more locations. There's absolutely no harm to it, especially with best finish limits. I mean, you want the tournaments to mean something. If there's infinite Pokemon tournaments, then the Pokemon tournaments don't mean anything. That's before we even get to registration issues. Yeah, there's registration issues. I don't disagree. Which don't matter to me in the slightest right now, but they matter to a whole lot of people who actually want to change to compete at a higher level. You can be both a high-level player and an advocate for the community, or not. Your choice. When do I not advocate for things for the community? Yeah, Crash MK, you're off your rocker, my dude. Like, what? That is... I literally... All these things that are problems in the... Well, I don't know what he's saying about juniors and seniors. I don't know about this. I don't know what this means, but... Registration problems. Me and Chip literally brought it up on this episode that it was a mess. What? All right, this makes no sense. They are just not in tune with anything I say or believe in. At all. I am curious how he responds to Sander here, though. So we're gonna take a look at that because Sander was bringing up. Sander was like, stipends are dope because I got to travel and play internationally, and it does that for the whole community and stuff like that. And then Crash responds to Sander. I think people took my stipend comments slightly out of context, but that's mostly my fault. My point is that I would rather see them gone altogether, which is fine if you think that, than only going to the top X%. So they should be randomly selecting players just to see more of a level playing field. Realistically, they're going to a very small number of players anyways. But if you have 2 players of the exact same skill level and the game comes down to RNG, neither of those players deserve it more than the other. Why are you playing Pokemon then? If you have 2 players, why are you playing, or why do you care about Pokemon if RNG is going to be your... If RNG is ever your job to win an argument in systems in the Pokemon TCG, you should just quit now. Because yes, there's RNG in Pokemon. We all know that. We all get that. That's part of the game. Don't play it if you don't like it. If you have 2 players of the same caliber and can afford to go at that time, but the other can't, it's just the rich are getting rich to an extent. But like this is once again goes back to what I was saying earlier, where it's like Pokemon is not here to solve the inequalities of life. That's not what the Pokemon TCG competitive circuit is for. It's not supposed to be a great equalizer to solve the equalities of life. Like, if you have more time and money, you'll be able to benefit more in the Pokemon TCG. There is like a baseline of investment of time and money that can lead to you potentially getting your World's Invite. And if you're able to afford that, dope. And if you want to go for that, dope. It's not going to be for everyone. It's not going to be possible for everyone. Just like the travel awards, the stipends, being a top level player in the game, it's just not available for everybody. It's not available for everybody. Pokemon is not trying to solve the inequality in life across the board. It's just not what this is here for. You should be going like and arguing like about political stuff and making sure you're voting for the right people into office and stuff like that. Like that's politics. All in all, the stipends aren't even that relevant to what I was getting at. US prices are absolutely stupid for travel expensive. Airline tickets are absurd. Hotel rooms in these major cities are like 200 plus per night because they gouge the shit out of us. I personally see, it sounds like they want to be arguing politics. I personally haven't traveled for an event since NAIC. That was an hour and a half away from where I live. Despite driving and staying 20 minutes outside of Columbus, I still dropped almost 1K on a hotel room and food. That's completely unsustainable for the vast majority of player base. That's why going to a ton of major tournaments is not for everyone, and it's not supposed to be for everyone. It's supposed to be for the people who have the resources to do that, or ideally, it would be cool to be able to see players make that jump and commit to competing full-time and be able to sustain themselves as a full-time competitor eventually in the Pokemon TCG. I definitely feel for all the overseas folk. I absolutely wish y'all had more major events. You have to worrying about traveling as much. I'm more upset with TPCI/Pokeo for not allocating the resources to pay for more staffing at more events worldwide, but my original comment was aimed at Azul for not standing up for the community. Only the X% who deserve to be there because they are good. That's just like so far removed from what I advocate for in the Pokemon TCG space. I advocate for all of the problems that TPCI has and what they should change, but also I advocate for more top players getting more priority registration. I can do both. I've done both. I am doing both. What is this one? I think that was it. I think that was the last comment I want to go over. Oh no, this one as well. The gaslighting Azul is dropping here is wild. You're trying to convince people that gatekeeping isn't bad. It's absolutely wild that you are trying to spin it as a positive. This is genuinely a terrible take, and it turned me off this podcast. That's fine. I do follow up with, so what would you change, or would you not change anything? Is 600 CP for Worlds not a gatekeep of some sort? Would you make the entry to Worlds fully open so anyone can play? Also, I don't think I tried to spin anything as being overly positive, but more so that these ideas aren't inherently bad and shouldn't be demonized the way the Pokemon community does, which is how I feel. Convince people that gatekeeping is bad. So I want to know, so without even reading their reply yet, what I would want to know from this person's comment is, okay, if gatekeeping is bad, is all gatekeeping bad? Should the Worlds invite, should there be no championship point threshold for the Worlds invite, or are you just fine with 600 because that's what, once again, Big Pikachu said? Now we'll see the response. I am glad they did respond to me. So we'll see if they actually have an opinion besides gatekeeping. Hopefully they have an opinion besides gatekeeping is bad. Because if your opinion ends at gatekeeping is bad, you basically added nothing to the conversation. You're not trying to convince anyone of anything. You're just virtue signaling at that point. It's just like saying, nope, that's bad and elitist, and then like you don't say anything past that. We'll see what they say. I would make locals have more of an impact. It's a fine opinion. The majority of points being locked behind regionals makes it impossible for the majority of players to even have a chance. That is true, but you're supposed to have to put, I think you should have to put some amount of effort into your Worlds invite. I grab my ass off at locals in challenges and cups as well as others. We can hit 1, maybe 2 per season as well as many others. If you can't afford to travel, you literally can't ever have hopes of making Worlds. Worlds is literally gate kept by your income. Income should have nothing to do with competitiveness. Being competitive and then earning something through competition aren't the same thing though. Like earning something through competition is way different. Earning something through competition and being competitive aren't the same things. Like this is a pretty bad take, I think, overall. Like, I mean, would you want to say that you should only be able to Worlds your invites through local tournaments? I'm against that. I think you should have to achieve some accomplishment at a major tournament. Is that gatekeeping? Sure, you can call it gatekeeping, but then if you call that gatekeeping, I want to know where you draw the line. And it sounds like they draw the line at being able to get your Worlds invite through locals to make it, to reduce the potential cost of travel for everyone. But I don't know, it just doesn't feel like the potential for the Worlds invite just isn't for everyone. I think it's a perfect example of like, I don't think that the Pokemon TCG Worlds invite should ever be able to be earned in this way through just locals, and it's a situation where it just isn't for everyone. And that's like that's where I would like chalk up my response to this follow-up comment. Like the Worlds invite just not for everyone. Like if you can't afford to go to some major tournaments and achieve some level of achievement, then you're just not gonna get the Worlds invite. And I think people just have to be fine with that. And if they still love and enjoy playing Pokemon and still want to play locally, that's still dope. I think that might be the last one, but I'll scroll to the bottom here. Is this like a bot? Is this a bot? Dude, this comes off like one of those Twitter bot responses. Azul, how is this not becoming the main topic of our times? It's completely obvious. How you found all that info is mind-blowing. I just wish I had the power to do something about this. I would make them pay and force them to admit the whole thing. This truth belonged to everyone. Imagine the life of adventure, the life of adventure that we could all live if we could freely roam the bigger earth. Everyone should know. Why is it that only so few can get that what you're showing us? Is there a way we could petition countries involved with the Antarctic Treaty to tell the truth? The ancients left us messages, clues, and they telling or inviting us to leave. Could we actually survive if we left our crater? I remember a movie I watched when I was a child. It was a group of people with some children who seemed lost in an ice world. At the end, they discovered a passage through a mountain. And on the other side, it was a beautiful world, completely different. No snow, but paradise-like. This has to be a copy pasta, right? I would say they're a bot, but their name is Pokemon Catcher 2566, so it has to be a copy pasta. Based comment, super based. I didn't know Pokemon Catcher 2566 was chill like that. Are they telling or inviting us to leave? I don't know. Something's happening though, and it's big. And if we're not a part of it, I'm afraid we're gonna be left out if we're not a part of whatever Pokemon Catcher has going on. Based comment for sure. All right, I think that's all the comments I want to respond to, and hopefully gets my point a little bit across from where I stand. A little bit further on everything. I know we've been spending a lot of time over the last 2 days talking about this stuff, for sure. But at the end of the day, I don't dislike people who have different opinions than me about this situation or these topics. But it would be nice if you're going to enter the conversation or reply to someone who puts out an opinion or a topic, your response isn't just that's elitist / bad. If you do think it is elitist / bad, then have a conversation and explain your thoughts and why you think that, and don't just like chalk it up to that and kind of leave it where it is. And make sure that you don't have your full opinion just be whatever Pikachu says is good. Yeah, don't just have your full opinion be if Pikachu says it's good, it's good. Have your own opinion. Just because TPCI says something is good doesn't mean it should be or isn't, or doesn't mean it can't be expanded upon. And then I had one more thing I was gonna. Oh yeah, keep my name out your mouth, and that's the last thing. You dislike me? No, I don't dislike you, Adam. I appreciated your comment for sure. Can anyone answer? Does TPCI/TPC pay for everyone who qualifies for Worlds to travel / stay there? Nope. You just get free. There's no entry fee. Basically, you're just invited to Worlds, stuff like that. But no, they don't pay for everyone. That'd be a lot. That'd be a lot of hotel rooms. Like 900 people supposed to be at Worlds this year. I think the biggest issue really is that if someone has the money for it, as long as they don't finish in the bottom 50% of their events, they can get a Worlds invite. But if you make it harder to get into Worlds, the people who can't... Oh, another thing with all that I haven't brought up, but I brought this point up before. No one is taking away your Worlds invite by... Like, oh yeah. This is actually... I should have brought this up with that one as well. I should have brought this up actually a little bit more probably throughout the last 2 days. No one is taking away your Worlds invite by being able to go to more tournaments. Your Worlds invite is still very much there and available to you, or if you're able to perform at the tournaments you perform at. Like, just because someone can go to... If someone goes to 15 major tournaments... and they get exactly 600 points after those 15 major tournaments plus locals, and you can go to your locals plus say 4 major tournaments, your Worlds invite is still available to you if you place well enough. The system's not unfair in that way. And yes, if you have more money and time, there's a higher chance you get your Worlds invite, but it doesn't take away from the difficulty potential for you to get your Worlds invite for where you're coming from. So I think it's like really important to keep in mind. Like, it's not... No one's taking anything away from you just because they can go to more major tournaments, which is definitely like a point that I've seen people bring up before, kind of implying such, but it's just not true. It's just not true. You can literally do it. You just got to do it. You know what I'm saying? You got to do it. You can do it. I believe in you. Get that dub. If you can only go to one major tournament a year and you got to win it, focus up, put the prep in, try your hardest. Give it your shot. People can afford to go to more tournaments so they have a better chance to get to Worlds than me. It's unfair is the most common thing I've seen. Yeah, it's just not, it's like, yeah. Your Worlds invite is not taken away from you. It's just not taken away from you. It's still there for you to be able to get. Just because someone has it easier than you in life doesn't mean, like I said, PokemonTCG, the PokemonTCG competitive circuit is not the great equalizer in life for human society. It's just not. And it doesn't need to be. We don't need it to be. It just is what it is. And inside of that ecosystem and that system, we can advocate for changes that we want to see TPCI make. And it does make a difference if we bring up our opinions and topics and advocate for change. TPCI definitely notices to some extent, especially if you submit support tickets. And if we're loud enough, they will change things. So you should advocate for what you want to see changed. And yeah, don't shit on people for advocating for other things that they want to see changed. Unless it's some weird stuff, you know what I'm saying? I think the reason Liam's post was taken as elitism because of the context. I do agree. I think like Liam's post, John's posts, maybe even Ian's a little bit were taken as elitist just because I feel like they could just explain their thought process a little bit better and what they were truly advocating for and what they were looking for was like change going into the future of major tournaments in the Pokemon TCG. People see a person who auto won their Worlds invite with one big event, subsequently claimed it was easy, and then suggested it should be made harder for others. I know that's not how it was intended to come out, and that's probably how it was perceived. Yeah. If I made this post before winning regionals, it would have been taken much differently. That is possible, but it doesn't mean his opinion is any less valid, which is like you mentioning that tip is also like, that's when top players are saying, I think more top players should be at events. People are like, oh my gosh, a top player advocating for top players. Oh my gosh, elitism bad. You can't do that. Like, that's ridiculous, bro. But it's like, no, it's just an opinion. Like, and there's players who aren't top players. Maybe I have to like literally sack my whole next season so I can advocate for stuff. Is that what I have to do? Will I be able to advocate for these changes if I just don't go to any tournaments and I'm not in a place that potentially take advantage of any of these changes? Honestly, I think I found the hack. I just have to put myself in not a position to take advantage of these situations. Ooh, okay. And then I'll be free to advocate for this stuff. Genius. Or I just like throw my win-ins every time. Like I go to major tournaments still and I just throw my win-in in. If you don't, you're not genuine. The only way to prove myself being genuine is to no longer play the Pokemon TCG competitively. Azul next year got to grind locals and only do one IC and one regionals. True. Just ignore these types of comments, Azul. Most of us understand what you're doing and love it. I don't want to though, because I've already had people tell me in chat that I've changed their mind on some of these topics, which is what I want to do. Because I want to change people's mind on these topics, and I think it's like, I don't know if I put that on myself as being someone who's like bigger in the community, but like me as a person, I just generally want to advocate for my ideas and stuff, and I'm in the Pokemon TCG community, so this is where my ideas make a difference, right? So I've heard a couple people say stuff like that to me. It's like, dude, just ignore those comments and stuff. But I've already had people in chat tell me today that I've changed their perspective on some of this stuff. And that's my goal, is like to be like, I think I'm right. And I think these things are good. And if you're like, I don't know, is that good? Well, let me try and convince you it's good. And if at the end of our conversation you don't think it's good, that's fine. We can go our separate ways. But maybe I do convince you that what I think is good. And then, we both think it's good. I think you're doing a good job at using your platform in a positive way. Hopefully. I think the coolest thing to come out of all of this is the conversations by inviting people to call in. That's the coolest thing to come out of all of this, to be honest. Having James and Liam and Grant on yesterday, and then having Boo and Nico on today. Whether you disagree or agree with any of their takes, it doesn't really matter. Just being able to have more people in the community come on and discuss their thoughts and opinions around subjects and topics. It's just like, that's just cool, right? And I think it's like a lot better for people to come on like something like my stream and have a back and forth with me and have chat get involved. Have a back and forth with me in the chat so we can like more clearly talk through our ideas instead of going back and forth on Twitter or just like me talking back and forth with chat. It allows people to, it like humanizes people a little bit more. It lets you understand them way more clearly. It allows you to kind of question their thought processes and ideas in the moment to more clearly clarify how they actually feel about things. So, We need Grant Manley on stream so we can cook. No, that wouldn't end well for me or Grant Manley if I let him on stream. Gotta have to keep him off. The fact you're having these discussions in a civil discourse as opposed to these Twitter, YouTube responses you see that are basically only rants that aren't helping move towards a better community and game. And that's what I want to have as well. I want to give like a place for anyone to kind of voice their opinions and thoughts, especially if they are, you know, someone like Boo in the community who's like pretty big figure, caster. I think it's a lot better to do it on a platform like this. Like, I would hate to go, like, going back and forth with people on Twitter. I was like, bro, I hate this. This is just not, like, no one can, like, we can't, like, truly, like, talk through a point or a certain nuance of a situation to, like, make one of us see one side or the other. Like, I was like, I gotta get people in a call, bro. I was like, I got it. Like, this is just pointless. Doing, like, the Twitter stuff back and forth. I was like, this is just a headache. So it's a lot better to do something like this for sure. And hopefully it leads to us being a more unified community moving forward, one way or another, whatever it might be, or at least a more understanding community of each other and being more accepting of having different opinions at the very least. Even if we don't come away from anything like this agreeing on something, at least or hopefully we at least are a little bit more comfortable with not having the same opinion. I wanted to understand a bit more of this type of thing in regards to the locals, because I do think the system is a bit dysfunctional as it stands. I have been playing the DMV area, so I see a lot of players who go for stipends. What do you mean by dysfunctional? Or what do you not understand specifically, Chaos? I think stipends should be given for local results, since local results are so easy to manipulate. I don't know. I mean, like, we had JPO on earlier who was like, they were able to get a stipend for EUIC because they had a big finish at a major, and then they were able to put some locals points together and they're able to get a stipend. That is like the reason I like the idea of locals giving points towards stipends, is that, like, that story right there. Spike a big result at a regional, and then you're able to supplement that with some local points, and all of a sudden you're able to go to EUIC or go to LAIC or whatever IC it might be, guarantee your registration. Stuff like that is like cool. So I don't know, I kind of disagree with that for sure. I like the idea that local points can be used towards stipends for sure. That's not locals being the main base for a reward like a stipend. That's true, awkward, but I mean, it has to be able to go both ways, right? I'm saying I don't want stipends given out specifically based off of local finishes, but currently that's not true. No one's gonna end up in top 16 in Canada/US just based off locals. Because I feel like for the previous person you have on is a different case than I would say most people in the current top 16 race is what I'm trying to understand. They are different. Yeah, they definitely aren't like, I don't know where they currently stand in rankings at all, to be honest. I don't know who they are actually, but, and if I did, I wouldn't dox them like that. But, what was I going to say? I had like another follow-up to that. But they are not, as far as I know, they're not a player who's like in contention for, or in like maybe the top 16 right now for the end season thing. It's always interesting to me how Pokemon players stand apart from basically every other competitive event in terms of expectations. No one complains about NBA contracts only going to 0.00001 of the players. I do agree locals can be used for points as a... Oh no, I thought that was Liam with a follow-up. It is definitely interesting, Liam. I think even in other games like Magic and Pokemon, I think a little bit of it comes from... Pokemon tournaments being so open for so long and never having like a more set higher end of the game like Worlds used to be for so long now in the modern era. And I had nothing I was gonna say. A little bit of it is that like there's there's enough people and enough voices in the Pokemon community who, and it's fine to feel this way, I guess, who feel that everyone should be able to accomplish everything equally, basically. Which is like, I don't know. At the end of the day, we are in a competition. Making things competitive and separating players through competition isn't like a bad thing. It's like, I don't know, like you could just go play something that's not competitive instead, right? Like, but at the end of the day, this is competition. This is competitive. And players separating themselves through competition is part of the reason that, even if you don't realize it as someone who feels differently, is why you love competition. Oh, what'd you ask earlier, Warmo? You asked, what is a major tournament? Major tournaments are regionals, ICs, and, well, Worlds is like separate. Regionals and ICs are major tournaments. Yeah, like, for some reason, there's a little bit of a weird idea in the Pokemon community, I think, specifically, where it's like, people don't like the idea of being able to separate yourselves through competition and make you, like, not hold someone on a pedestal, but give someone value based on accomplishments over someone else. It's like, it's fine to do that. We're in a competition, and they've separated themselves through competition. And if you're like a more competitive person, you usually just kind of understand that, but I feel like less competitive people don't. But I guess there's like a weird thought process in the Pokemon community by enough people that there is this constant back and forth of like people being like, recognizing competitors for their success is bad if it means you're not better than, but in some ways greater than, you know, any casual player that walks in the door tomorrow, you know? Yo, appreciate the raid there, Ursaday. Hope you had a good stream. So what do you think about the stipend system solely for locals that goes towards a travel award to a major within that region, regional IC, as long as it's within the next quarter, for example? I don't know. Think about that. I'm all for locals helping someone get a stipend. I think that's what it should be for. But it feels now the system is more for top players feeling the need to go to locals to subsidize the stipend system. I mean, that's a byproduct of that for sure, Chaos, but I don't think it's like that is like, I mean, even when we've talked to like some players throughout this, like it doesn't seem like an inherently negative thing that that's literally what JPO said is like, was able to get a stipend for EUIC, and one of the things that JPO likes about the current system is good players showing up to these local tournaments helped them become a better player and drives them to become a better competitor and a bigger competitor because they want to beat these top players and they want to pair up against these top players locally, and it makes them a better player to play against them. So I mean, that's like the flip side of that a little bit to an extent, and the stipend system does kind of drive the better players to the local tournaments. But I feel like that's not inherently bad, just because that being a byproduct of that isn't inherently bad. They should say that is true. Who says the top point earners are better than someone who goes to 3 regionals? Why exclude such people? I mean, you could come up with other reasons to give players priority, Blaze. Like you could if you top 8 a major in a quarter or something, if you win a major in a quarter. But at the end of the day, we have to come up with, you can't, like, I don't think at the end of the day, we have to come up with some system, right? And I think for the most part, total championship points earned is like, it's pretty good. To me, that seems like a fine system. I think that's just a fine system. Now, if you can come up with a different system that is better, and I agree with you, it's better, then I'd like back your system. But I'm content with total championship points being a reasonable system to determine current top performing players in the game. But I'm not against the idea of like if you top 8 a major or if you win a major. I don't think it's negative that top players do come to locals. It just feels like the system isn't getting used for the best interest party. But is the best interest party not the top players? Like, I would rather a player who has a spike finish at the 1-2 regionals. They can go to in a quarter to subsidize with locals than the ones who can attend all or even outside of their area. I don't know if I would rather it, but that's where you could like implement something like if you top 8 a major, maybe you get stipend to the next IC or something. That's a lot of stipends though. But, well, is that not what you could use the prize money for top 8ing that major being? Like you top 8 the major, you get what? How much you get for top 8ing a regional? 2.5? Like, Is that not the money you need to then go to the IC potentially? I guess that could be it right there. I guess you could make it more, but then at that point, that's what the stipend is for, the people who achieve past just the top 8, right? The most dedicated players to the game. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but like I said, JPO was able to do it, so. I think I'd rather not have 6 majors count for the stipend for the quarter and rather have it be lower. I could get behind that, like 2, make it a best potential limit of 2. I think I'll be fine. Think about this, Azul, from a math standpoint. If you play your local regional and the local international championships and finish in the top 1% in both, but then do not get first place finishes across the board at all your local challenges and cups, you don't make worlds. Is that reasonable? Do you want that guy here? Do you want that guy there? Or the guy who, I mean, what is top 1%? What is the placement? Or the guy who could just fly around the world and constantly achieve top 40%. I just don't think it mattered. Like, I think for the current system that we have, if we want it to be fairly open, then the guy who can only achieve top 40% is like gonna exist, and that's just kind of fine. I don't really care who shows up to Worlds that much. I don't really care who shows up to Worlds that much. Like I said, I don't hold a super strong opinion for that. That's literally what I've been saying this whole time. Is like the no championship points at locals, increasing championship points for your Worlds invite, like all that kind of stuff. I don't have a strong opinion on. Place in both events. Well, what I was saying earlier is I think you should get like a guaranteed invite if you top 8 a regional, top 16 in IC. So they're pretty close though to that threshold. If I beat Azul, I need to get a Worlds invite. Honestly, I'm fine with that actually, because he'll never beat me. I'm fine with that. I think they should implement that. In fact, if I could, I would give you some of my championship points. But you'll never beat me, so it doesn't matter. Is it about a player or y'all still conversing? Stay conversating. So can you set up a position to expand Pokemon to more regions? There's nothing in the middle of East in Africa. Well, haven't they just started expanding there this season? And no, I don't think I'm going to be setting up a petition for that because I don't know where I stand on that. I'm not just going to set up a petition. But haven't they just like recently expanded there in terms of play? Hey, what's up, Eduardo? Actually, I don't even know what the move was. I was gonna play a deck, but I don't remember what deck I was gonna play. What time is it? Oh my gosh, it's already 4, bro. That's crazy. Also, I probably am not streaming tomorrow. I did plan initially on streaming tomorrow, but I have my flight's tomorrow. I thought my flight was the day after. I thought my flight was on Friday. Well, I guess it technically is. It's like Thursday into Friday, but I probably won't be streaming tomorrow, unfortunately. Although I did plan to. Yeah, unfortunately. Well, hey, let me just like confirm one more time, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah. F. Yeah, so probably no stream tomorrow because I do leave like tomorrow night. I think in the big scheme of things, no matter what system you set up, money will exploit it, so just have fun. Yeah, exactly. And once again, even though like money gives you, if someone has money, they have a higher chance of getting their invite. They're not taking your invite away. Like your invite is still available for you to get. You just need to go earn it for the whatever you can go to as far as major tournaments or local tournaments or whatever. It's never like a good argument for like anything. Although it is true, like they have a higher chance of getting their invite, but it's not like the first 100 people to get invites are the people with invites. Someone mentioned a good deck for me to play, but I forgot what it was. Oh, they said Incineroar deck. That's wild. We should try the Incineroar deck though. I'm down. Was it in a Doom tournament? Anyways, I appreciate your back and forth. Just mostly want to do some more accessible to players who are unable to attend every major out there, but able to attend some at least. Yeah, I understand that, Chaos. I think one thing that almost everyone in the game wants right now is more championship points to be available at major tournaments through just whatever you place. I think the Incineroar deck gets masterclass by Zard, unfortunately. No, it's a free dub. I'll body him. You thought. I'll cook them every time. And I just gotta find the deck. It was a Doom tournament, right? Alright, thank you, Soto. See, Soto is helpful sometimes. That's why I gotta keep him around. Like Soto's kind of like a mod. It's like a bipolar mod. Half the time he's screaming at me, and then sometimes he links me the deck. Do I want the updated version? There's an updated version? Soda, you gave me the out-of-date version, bro. Like, what's even the point at this point? If you have it, Daycamp, yeah, I'll take a look at it. So if you win 5 in a row with Incineroar, I'll play it in Indy. All right, better start sleeving it up then. I got it. Over the changes. No Cleffa? They cut the Cleffa? Isn't Cleffa kind of cool though? Alright. I can't be too helpful. Got a reputation. Azul, Arctina, Prime Catcher, or Hero's Cape / Tool? I think Prime Catcher probably. I'd go with Prime. Yeah. What makes it better than Zard? I could not tell you what makes this deck better than Zard. The answer is it's not. Yeah. But you can answer that for like every deck in the format. Why would you play this over Zard? The answer is well, probably should just play Zard. It's definitely more fun than Zard. Betting on these games? No, I'm probably not gonna do any betting on these games. Maybe on... No, not these. Next time. Alright. And I have an import. I should have started with the import. Did you play Tina to the last regional? I did, yeah. Orlando. I invest all my spare money in Prime Catchers for their short to immediate future gain potential. All in? I don't know. Only one of these things is interesting, though. I thought we'd want more of those. Need better energies. These ones are mid. What in your opinion makes a decent good player turn into an elite player? When you win more than everyone else. Like, it's not quantifiable. Well, eventually you just start winning more than everyone else, and then they're like, "Oh shoot, yeah, all right." It's not worth like thinking about trying to quantify or not. It's just like, Thor's the best player in the world. Why? He wins more than everyone else. Like, my qualifications for being a top level player are a little bit different though. My yapping is like unparalleled. Like, I don't use that power on Twitter. But I would make Jake and Liam look like, I don't know, low tier yappers if I fully unleash my yapping powers on Twitter. I say it for the stream because it's more entertaining on stream, but my claim to fame is my yap ability. B tier, yeah, there should have B tier yappers. If you didn't stream, your Twitter yapping would be unbearable. True. I would have to go somewhere, right? Like, it has to go somewhere. The yaps must be put somewhere, and I just happen to stream, so here's where they come out. I'm gonna put this in Discord and stuff if anyone wants. Man, it's been an interesting last couple of days though, I'm not gonna lie. The last I'm also not left-handed. Wait, what does that have to do with anything? Did someone say something in chat? Despite recent claims, I'm not left-handed. Just by reference? I don't remember that one. We gotta go second, right? Yeah, we gotta go second. Also, look how cute this cat is. Oh wait, he's terrified. What's he scared of? All right. Lost Stone? No Jirachi? Uh-oh. Oh, wait, I didn't even edit the deck to the updated list. Oops. All right, I'll do that after this game. This is the outdated list. My bad. I thought I made the edits. I just put new energy in the deck. Well, it'll do. Maybe I didn't ask the right question. Dude. In terms of what does someone have to do to reach the elite level in your opinion? I don't know. There's like a lot. There's like a lot of things. It's like you should be better about everything in Pokemon. Deck building, play. Yeah, it's a lot. Prep, consistency. Maybe getting 2 things off your buddy Poffin. I don't know what they're playing. Like, yeah, it's just not like I don't have a good answer for that question either. Like, basically, I'm saying I hold back on my yap powers too. Oh wait, I do remember that because it's when the guy. Wait, I do remember the quote now. Wait, that's the movie with the guy who like dresses like Zorro, right? Is this Brian? Yeah, that's like a really hard question to answer. If I could answer it, I would, but yeah. It's like everything. The answer is like everything. The answer is like everything. You need to try and be top tier at everything. Dude, this hand is rough. We have B-Barrel. We have Nest Ball. We have Ultra Ball. Alright. I'm up against Tina. Turtle could be good. Radzard I don't need right now. There's only one Super Rod in this deck though. And give up the I got Ultra Ball Wave, Vacuum, and Radzard. To get Luminion for Arvin. Oh wait, I could get Clef. No, I need more basics than that, right? Yeah, I think this makes sense. All right, let's see how this goes. Is there Forest in the deck? Okay. Luminion for Arvin. Okay, I think this is actually decent here. We'll be okay. It didn't seem great. But I think we're actually fine. I could even... No, I'm playing the R. I could Turo my Luminion right now. Nope. That would be cheating. So we can kind of get the squad here. We can set up for like a powerful, fairly powerful turn 2. AG. Nest Ball for the Bidoof. Ooh. Keep the Forest Seal Stone. Ah. We're good to go. The only thing question would be here, should I get Manaphy? Or Rhodey? But I think I value the access to B-Barrel plus Pidgeot next turn a little bit higher. Well, actually, what am I checking here? I want to check their lost zone count. 2 plus 5 next turn? No shot. Bidoof it is. If they get Manaphy, they got me. Or Greninja, excuse me. If they get Greninja, they got me. Rotom, I don't think Rotom provides that much value here. It's like drawing with B-Barrel plus having the backup of Pidgeot seems like almost more important or better. Yeah. I need to be convinced that Arc Armors isn't a real deck. I went 3-1 at locals last night, and now I'm debating playing it in LA. I mean, I'm not convinced either, so I don't think I personally don't think I can convince you because I haven't tried the deck yet. My assumption is it's not a real deck, but actually I just don't know for sure. Appreciate the prime sub there, Enter. It could be goated. But I actually just wouldn't be able to tell you because I haven't played a single game with the deck. Bro, who is requesting these songs, bro? Maybe that one wasn't actually a meme song. The way it started made me think it was like, it sounded like it was like a parody of like a emo song. It got better if you listened. Well, I'll never know because I couldn't listen to it. Dude, my ears are very sensitive. So if the music doesn't sound good to me immediately, then I have to, I have to skip it, you know? Which is like reasonable. I think I'm pretty reasonable with that take. How do we do anything this turn? What does the cat even do? Fudge. Make some cat action here. Oh, I can attack for 1 fire here, right? Okay. Hold up. I can attack for 1 fire and KO the Tina V. Let's go. I don't need these. Get myself a big cat, probably. Because Pidgeot is a little bit less reliable. I could just get a Litten, but it makes sense to grab this, I think. Because all I need to do is take a knockout this turn. I don't need the Pidgeot. Although the Pidgeot would be nice. Let's see what we got. Big cat. Oh, do I research away the Incineroar now, though? That feels really bad. But I have 2 left. The question is, how badly do I want to save this Forest Seal Stone? Not that badly, right? Yeah, I guess we should go with the candy here. Kind of unfortunate to not have drawn a candy there, because I would like to have tried to like put together a candy Pidgeot. Honestly, I could see researching there just being better, to be honest. But I'll put this in play. I think I just go for the attachment for turn, though. Could I actually make that do something else there? No, it's still correct. That still feels correct. Oh, wait, we played Prime Catcher. Yeah, we didn't get there. Okay, so now we're looking at 5 in the Lost Zone. No waters. So now I think we go get some squad here. I only want this, though, so I can bench this and actually draw more with B-Barrel next turn, though. Didn't get the Gust. What? It has 1 retreat cost. Oh, I forgot about that. No! Why does he need free retreat? I thought he had free retreat. He would have if I had just... Why did I send this thing up? Dude, I literally, in my head, I was like, the whole time, I was like, it has free retreat. It has free retreat. It has free retreat. I thought it was going to because it was going to be a Pidgeot, bro. Oh. Pass. Yeah, I don't know what I... Then I should have actually discarded the fire, so I could have gone attack... Oh. All right, so what should I have done? Well, I should have just sent up the Litten. Why did I send up the Pidgey? I sent up the Pidgey because, like, oh, I'm getting candy Pidgeot this next turn no matter what. Basin's only for bench. Yeah, but I could have researched away the energy, base into the Incineroar, then hard retreat the active with the fire. Could have retreated to Cleffa too. On this turn? I guess I could have, but was Ultra Balling for Pidgeot better there? My thought process was no, because at the very least I want to attack for turn. So I think still Ultra Balling for Incineroar is correct, because at the end of the day I just want to attack for turn. As long as I can attack for turn, I feel pretty good about my situation. So I think if I Ultra Ball for the Pidgeot, I don't need to get the Pidgeot. If I get the Pidgeot out, it's like, it's fine. But I would prefer to definitely get the attack off. So if I like B-barreled into, let's say I B-barreled into just Candy, and then I have the Pidgeot in my hand, I go Candy Pidgeot. Well, let's say I didn't get Candy, say I got Fire Energy. And I didn't have a Pidgeot, I could go Candy Pidgeot, but then I couldn't get Candy Incineroar as well, so. The elite not like it used to be. Times have changed. Times have changed. I just go boss, right? Honestly, I don't want to use... Well, I got to be careful about running out of energy. But I could get back Radzard, Litten, and Pidgey. How many ways do I have to move the B-Barrel? I have 3 double turbos. Okay, I'm feeling okay with that. Get back the squad. I got to be a little bit careful with my energy. But we're swinging right here. We're swinging. I want to save this. Actually, could do this, but I would get an energy. I'm not going to put this in play. Yeah, I'm not going to put this in play, though, yet on either of the squad. Ooh, more Littens? Sure. Dude, honestly, 240 for 1? We've been sleeping on Incineroar? Burn plus Choice Belt, 1 at KOT and a V-Star? Yeah, I'm just saying. That's kind of sick. That is kind of sick. Is this deck broken? No heavy ball for the Relicant's kind of annoying, but I guess, like, what do we need for this attack here? You appreciate the resub there, Gazer Beam. I won't pretend to know how to play this deck. Yeah, me either. I'm not pretending. We're chilling. We're not pretending. No pretending. So after further consideration, you are no longer a top player. I accept all arguments from you about elitism. Bro, all I had to do was throw with Incineroar. Dude, that's it. I'm in. Let's go. Do you hate decks the opponent can play around? No. Not like naturally. If you want to give me an example for that, I'll go further into detail on your example, but... Heavy Ball's one of the additions. Oh, it's literally one of the changes. Oh yeah, I see it in there. Oops. What do you about Luxray EX and Twilight Masquerade? Luxray EX seems, well, I don't know. I say that, but Dragon Pulse been kind of cooking, right? And like, I haven't seen any Luxray at all. I don't know. I want to say Luxray will be good, but I mean, Dragon Pulse, dude, I think I'm gonna hate Dragon Pulse, to be honest. Would Erica's Invitation even be good to force your opponent to bench more, or would the new flute item fit in Incineroar? I don't think you play either of them, to be honest. It's just too much RNG. I don't think you need to add that level of RNG to the deck. Of like, it's like random effect cards. You're probably just better off by like making it more consistent. Oh no, they're coming after my cats. Bro, stay away from my cats. What the heck? You bastard. Oh shoot, they can kill my B-Barrel here. Wait, are they even at 10? Nope. Yep. Dragon Ball will be ADP all over again. Honestly, well, hold on. I think it'll be like another tier 0 format, which like we're currently in a tier 0 format, but this one's like doesn't feel like it's still pretty fun to play Pokemon outside of playing Charizard. For Pult though, Pult's just like so much harder to counter and like beat, to be honest. Yeah, no weakness. The damage spread is annoying. Yeah, honestly, I'm not a big fan of the idea of Dragon Ball, but we'll see if the meta evolves. For sure around Dragon Ball. Like maybe there's gonna be enough ways to beat Dragon Ball that it's not that big of a deal. Like Lost or Lugia with quad mist energy. Gotta be decent, right? Saw that pop up in a couple city leagues, right? So that's something for sure. I gotta protect my squad here. Maybe I should not put the other Litten down. I kind of forgot about Sableye, to be honest. So I play this. I'm just not going to get anything, I don't think. Attach here. Play this. Attach here. Draw into Iono Countercatcher. Oh, no, it's not close enough because I put the energy on the wrong Pokemon. Dude, I just keep throwing. Wait, I can retreat. Oh, hold up. I should have put on the Litten. But hold on, we're not done. Plays. We got plays. I mean, I would have rather used Countercatcher in this situation, but I'll take the Prime. I think KOing this before they get to use it is correct, right? I could have just KO'd the Sableye there, but it definitely felt less good. Ooh, this hand does not feel super good. But we do get the KO. Oh, I don't have a second energy here. I literally can't attack with this next turn. Yeah, I really needed to like not mess up my energy there. But here we are. That does not save me at all. Uh-oh. I need them to bench something. They can go 7. They can't take a double KO this turn. But I could evolve one of them. Uh-oh. How do I convince them to bench a Comfey? I don't want them to bench a Tina. Benching a Tina means they have too many options. Gotta avoid the Tina bench. Yeah, how do I convince them to bench a... Ooh. I'm a little scared of that. They did bench it for me. Yeah, Moonlight Shugen's a little scary. I don't really have a, like... Okay. Oh. Sheesh. But if they leave the B barrel... There's nobody that countercatchered it up and then didn't KO it. So they're going to leave it. Go after this guy. Yeah. Bye, buddy. So I need to go bench, evolve, draw, pray for... There's 2 double turbos left in the deck. All right. Retreat, knockout. And then at that point, they could still win by going KO, right? Oh, yeah. They could still win with another Sableye, but they have a 1-card hand, 2-card hand, 3-card hand, and Roxanne would be available. So them getting like super auto cover, get Sableye back to the bench actually is not that unreasonable. Yeah, that's better. Candy. 70. 50. Shoot, they could KO my Pidgey if I bench it. But I have to draw some amount of cards. I don't want them to like trap this in the active. 7, 5. That's rough. Can you find a double turbo? This is my only out is double turbo because my prime catcher's gone. No switch. Okay. So this has to come down no matter what. The question is, do I bench the Pidgey to give them the win condition to play for the return, the knockout this turn? Or do I just draw one and chill? It's tough. Oh, everything feels bad. Everything feels so bad. Maybe I just should not bench, but then I draw 0. If I don't bench this, I draw 0. I feel like I gotta draw at least 1. All right, we're going for 1. Double turbo every time. Here we go. Increase my top deck odds. I'm not benching the Pidgey anymore still. Candy this next turn. Well, they're gonna KO it, right? Well, I assume they're gonna KO it. I guess they could not KO it, but then I shouldn't take this just in case they don't KO it. Just grab this, then out of the deck and bench it next turn, I guess. Yikes. I guess. Yeah, I'm assuming they KO this, but why wouldn't they KO it? I guess they could just like KO my active and then try and win with Gust on this guy, I guess. That'd be a play. They do have win with Greninja here, I guess. They do have win with Greninja here now. I don't know if I really care about giving them a Greninja option. Like, if they draw into a Greninja play, I feel like I'm going to lose no matter what. Well, it's only because they put this other Comfey in play, though. If they didn't put this Comfey in play, then they would have had way more options, like set up for a win condition. Yeah, it's not good. Now I need to basically draw into Iono and a double turbo. 7-5 here, right? So we can win with Cram here and win with this because they could have like Turo on this. They should probably just put the rest on the Luminion. It's not looking good, folks. I mean, B-Barrel's okay. B-Barrel never makes any sense, right? You're already KOing this with everything anyways. Oh, now you get to KO with spinning attack, though, I guess. Oh, genius. Spinning it. Maybe they just want to style on me with the spinning attack specifically. Or they could scratch KO. All right, bench. I don't know double turbo. I think we need... Oh, I attacked. Dude, I can't, bro. I didn't get the Iono, so I wasn't feeling confident. Bro, all this yapping has completely destroyed me, and I can't even play the game anymore. I literally even told myself at the beginning of the turn, I need to save for the for the thing. It's all this yapping, bro. I'm just like, I'm done. I'm done for the day. I'm yapped out. Dude, this is why you can't call me elitist, because I'm not a top player, so that way I'm not benefiting myself. See? This is all a ruse to... So there's no Clef on the updated list. Interesting. 5-2. Defiance Band and Choice Belt. 2 Super Rod. Vessel. Counter. Back. 2 Nest. 4-3-1. Roxanne. And then switch Defiance, I guess. Honestly, the switch would have been pretty nice. Well, I guess it's like one less double turbo though. Is Palafini X gonna be broken? It seems pretty good, but is it out? It's out in Japan. It's not doing anything in City League, so I don't know. Maybe it's not good. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be pretty sad if Dragapult is just like, you know what I'm saying? Update, listen, Discord. Oh yeah, I will do that. Cool. No problem. Also, who knows? Maybe I'll do a little prize check-in as well. Maybe you want to figure out the sauce for Palafini X. I mean, I'm always hopeful for that. I'm hoping someone comes up with a broken deck that beats Charizard at this tournament, because I haven't found it yet. It's fine. It's fine. A little sus, but we'll be alright. I mean, we have 2 Ultra Balls. Can't be that bad, right? Let's find some Pokemon. I guess I could. I mean, I could just go get Luminion. It feels better to like Ultra Ball by these 2 and this plus the top deck to get 2 Pokemon and then research, so I feel like. But there are decks that are favorable in Tazard. Yeah, but none of them are broken. I mean, favorable in Tazard isn't enough. It's not enough to make you better than Zard, so it's like. Still, at the end of I mean, Zard has literally won every single tournament so far, so. I think that's probably proof enough, right? In this format. Most lost on decks feel good. I mean, there's a couple decks that seem to be pretty good into it. The Perth Regional had a Lost Zone Tina win. No, it was Charizard. All the major tournaments in this format have been won by Charizard. Every single one. Are you going to jump on the Zard wagon this weekend? If I feel like it's the best play to play, then I'll play it. What'd they get off that? I wasn't even really paying attention. Board. All right. I think Lost Box with Radzard and Mew EX is the sauce. Good sauce. All right. Ooh. Well, I have Candy and Cinnamon in hand, so that makes me want to play this out like Ultra Ball by this and this, or Luminion for Arvin. That's probably worth it, right? Singapore Regionals. Oh, that's true. That did get one by Lostino. Arvins are here. We got the Poffin. I mean, this makes a little bit more sense in my head. See how it goes. What am I getting here? I can't play this Ultra Ball, which still kind of sucks. Well, I guess I have Candy, Pidgeot, Candy, Incineroar. But am I just getting bopped on the next turn? They have 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, I need to get more than that, right? Like, I need to do this for... Well, not that. Poffin, Force. And then I need a Force for a Poffin, right? Because I can't just... Yeah, this isn't good enough. I need, like, double Goons and then, like, the support Mons after... Yeah, I need to go further for sure. I want to try and save this for a Candy Pidgeot Candy, but we're not... I'm just, like, I gotta play around for Ninja. Even Sableye is, like, a possibility on their side, to be honest. I gotta play around that as well. Also, I guess technically... Oh, wait, hang on. I could, I guess, Ultra Ball away, research plus the top deck, and then get B-Barrel instead, which honestly would maybe be better to establish B-Barrel. Still Stone from Town Store. I mean, it was the same thing as doing the... Oh, appreciate the 5 gifted as well there. Vane Dorian. Appreciate it. Welcome to the pack. Bum, Atomic, Lord, Mitt, and Bagel Blue. Welcome all to the pack. I appreciate the support. Vane Dorian. We have plenty of yaps. Actually, no, we're all out of yaps. We're out of yaps. Got plenty of cats. We're done yapping for the day, though. No more yapping, no more rants. Yeah, I could have got Steel Stone, but it's like the same thing as just using the Arven. It's the same difference. There's only 2. Oh, no, wait, hold on. Wait, was the Choice Belt prize? I just didn't get the Choice Belt off the Town Store, didn't I? Yeah, I just didn't get the... I had the Choice Belt and I could have got... I thought there was only 2 tools in here because we added the Defiance Band, but there's still a Choice Belt in here. Oops. All right, my bad. Wait, hold on. There's... Whoa. So it actually makes a big difference then because I can keep the research. So I can Ultra Ball... Ooh, okay, hold on. We'll see what we top deck. I guess I could have still gone... Well, no, I could do Ultra Ball for Ultra Ball. Yeah, I could do that play, but it doesn't lead anywhere. I could go Ultra Ball... But then I don't guarantee an energy. Huh. I could... how do I want to play this? See, I'm not sure. I could go Candy Pidgeot, Candy Incineroar. But then... I don't have a fire energy guaranteed. I could go Candy Pidgeot and then just not Candy Incineroar and then save the Quick Search. Then I'd have to draw into 2 pieces and hope to find the last. There's 4 energy... Plus a vessel. I could also just get B-Barrel and go Candy Incineroar. Oh, that's just better, right? To go B-Barrel instead. Yeah, I think it's just better to actually go B-Barrel instead, actually, here. So go B-Barrel. Evolve, Candy active. Draw 4. Right, because if I go Candy for the Pidgeot to only get out the Candy Incineroar, I'm seeing less cards this turn. But this actually makes me see more cards. I could also have research before this, but... There's so many good cards here. I can't. Just give me the... All right. I think I have to get... I just didn't get Manphy last turn. What? Why didn't I? Did I just... I can't explain that. But I think at this point, I'm assuming they're Greninja's prize for sure, if they play it. So now I'm just going to get this. I was supposed to, right? Dude. I just go after the Sableye here. The counter, save the Prime. Dude, I don't know. I can't justify any of my plays today. Why did I not bench the Manaphy? Yeah, so I think you need a break. I think I might need a break. Or else I'm about to go on break. Yeah, I'm not going to be streaming. When am I going to be streaming again? Let me think for a second. I'm not streaming tomorrow, I don't think, because I said my flight's actually in the evening. I thought my flight was on sometime, but yeah, I am getting in early. Yapping cooked your brain, literally. Like, so I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'll be streaming again on maybe not until Wednesday, not next Wednesday, but the Wednesday after next. I don't know what day I get back from Sweden. I get back, or I start coming back Monday. So maybe I'll be streaming on Tuesday, but probably not till Wednesday, to be honest. Not Wednesday the... Let me see. Wednesday the 15th. I should be streaming again on Wednesday the 15th. Man, that is like 2 weeks. It always feels bad to go away for 2 weeks, but be like that sometimes. Gotta go beat up on the Europeans. What can I say? Gotta get that free dub. 2? Bro, they stay rescued over there. I mean, if I don't, someone else will. Like, might as well get that advantage myself. All right, play this. Get candy. Candy out the pitch. This is my last candy as well because we just lost one, unfortunately. Attached to the Torracat. I don't want to Ultra Ball any of these, but I might Ultra Ball away the Arvin plus something off this draw. Yeah. And then I honestly don't even know what to quick search for. Maybe just like an Iono. Well, we lost our Roxanne as well earlier, right? Man, that'd be my last hand disruption card. I would vacuum away their board, but they have 2. I could Prime Catcher KO 1 and get rid of the other's board. Is that worth my Prime Catcher? Well, if they're ever going to set up a bigger threat, it's going to be... If they ever set up a bigger threat, isn't it going to be like... in the active, right? I'm not going to have to gust off their bench at all. Maybe it is best to just put the resources towards that play this turn. Just Prime Catcher, then vacuum the board. Just remove both boards. Maybe. Because that way my Iono is like more effective later on, right? Maybe. I mean, it seems okay. I mean, just KO with the Cram is just so... feels so pointless. I don't know. Full HP 1 versus not full HP 1. They could KO this with Roaring Moon without knocking out. Without punching themselves. But if they're punching with Cram again, I think I'd rather have them punch the one they've already punched, right? I don't know if that's true, actually. I'm not sure if that's true. What's the famous food of Sweden? You must have when you're there, I wonder. I don't know. Is there any, like... What is Swedish food? There's gotta be some things I gotta try for sure. I'll definitely have to, like, do some research on Swedish food. When you go for so long, do you find somewhere to do your laundry? You don't have to pack, so you don't have to pack so many clothes? No, I usually just pack... Well, in this situation specifically, I'm staying at Caleb's house in between Indiana and Swedish Fish. IKEA. In this situation specifically, I'm staying at Caleb's in between the tournaments, between Indy and Stockholm. So I'm just gonna, like, wash my clothes at his place, but... Usually, like, when I was gone for a week plus in... Where was I gone? I was gone for a while in... Bro, why are they always trying to trap my B-barrel, bro? Leave them alone. For EUIC, I just brought, like, 2 suitcases with me. Yeah, I just brought 2. Oh, it's actually gonna... Wait. Was that the only way to get to the active? That's kind of unfortunate. Wait, no. They're not killing it. Okay. Dude, I'm getting devoed, bro. They're gonna devote. Gosh darn it, bro. I'm getting devoed. None of this makes sense unless I'm getting devoed. I'm getting devoed, bro. I'm getting devoed. Don't do it to me. Not the devo. It's actually kind of a big deal. So that way I can quick search out the Iono for the following turn. I should have quick search first, though. It was a mistake to have not quick searched before the Arvin. So that way they have the least amount of information. Because I could have quick searched for the Arvin for all they know. Pretty safe guess to assume I didn't, but... Meatballs unironically, though? Oh, is that like a thing there? Alright, I'll try it. There's a fermented herring dish. I forget the name. That doesn't sound very good, but I would try it. Swedish fish. Yeah, sometimes, like, usually I just bring, like, 2 suitcases on longer trips for extra clothes, but this situation I'm just gonna be bringing 1 suitcase, but I'm gonna have a little bit of a layover at Caleb's, so that'll give me time to wash my clothes at his place. Man, this is... Oh, no, dude, I'm gonna lose to TM Devo. Ah! Alright, this is fine. I got the Iono. We're fine. The squad's going down. It's alright, though. It's alright. Do I even, like, recover any of my Pokemon? Or do I just, like, send up the Incineroar and just start swinging and, like, make that my... What do they get? 3 prize cards here? They went up to 2? Dude, I think I'm gonna lose this. Dude, honestly, we're getting cooked by Jirachi with this deck so far. Rashi's like absolute. Oh shoot! Should I send this one up and candied it? Oh, I have 2 in hand. I can do both. Evolve here. Candy this one. Magma Base into the bench one. They're just gonna go after my Luminion though, right? Yeah, they're just gonna go after my Luminion. If I ever need to attack with Radzard, I guess if they play like some big Pokemon, but this looks like Sablezard, right? This looks like Sablezard. I need to retreat this. I think it's just Iono and Prey. I could have benched the Sablezard, the Charizard, but that feels weird. Did Jirachi rotate? Nah, this deck just doesn't play it, but I don't think I want to shuffle the deck. The bottom of my deck is just garbage, right? It's not very good. I also only have a 12 card deck, which means the bottom 6 are bad and the top 6 are probably not that much better. There's a Relicanth in here, yeah. So I'll get access to Gritty Claws and whatever the base one is, but that's not going to make a big difference in this situation, I don't think. Honestly, we're the problem here is we're just kind of out of hand disruption cards. That's like my biggest complaint for our current situation. Have you used Turo? I think it did get discarded. No? Okay. We do still have the Turo. All right, winnable. Yeah, it is winnable. It is winnable. We should have attacked with the candy one because of second Devo. I guess, yeah, I guess you're right. So I kind of want to boss the Comfey, because that would lead to Charizard, Radzard. Higher chance to lead to it, or even the TM Devo. But then that lets him leave him TM Devo with a cramp. I think I just let him have the TM Devo if they have it though. But that makes sense. I should have attacked with the candied one first, and I should retreat to reduce the odds of Charizard happen. Crisis Punch. Oh yeah, Crisis Punch too. I guess. Jeez, that's very true. Yeah, I guess I could have got Crisis. Oh, now I'm gonna get Crisis with. Oh, now I get Crisis with the cram. Oh, what is better there then actually? Yeah, because now I can get Cram Crisis. Do I remove their draw power, or do I get rid of their... Because, yeah, they can Devo with the Cram. They can Crisis with the Cram. We did get the Turo, so that gives us some opportunities here, actually. Uh-oh, they gave me the thumbs up emoji. Not good. Oh, wait, they Crisis KO my active... All right, we got to know. We got to know. Okay. Yeah, Crisis Punch would actually just knock us out in the active, right? Because it... Crisis Punch. Oh, wait. Oh no, we're good. I didn't even like realize what was happening for a second. First I was like, I can't attack. But I was like, wait, I should be able to attack. Wait, I can't attack. No, does that make sense that I can't attack? A combo. Yeah, does Crisis Punch apply weakness or no? We are weak to water. Does Crisis Punch apply weakness though? I assume it does, right? That was a funny one. Dude, Incineroar is honestly a pretty powerful attacker. Like, what? Like your opponent wants to bench Pokemon, obviously. Being able to do that much damage for 1 energy is like kind of crazy. It's like actually like not. That's not bad. It's not bad. Definitely not bad. Honestly, one thing that's a little bit disappointing about the card though is almost like the lack of use of the Relicanth so far. Like it just feels like it's a big Pokemon that hits hard. Let's go. I don't know. If people get used to not benching Pokemon, it's ass, bro. No, because then they have no Pokemon, bro. You're just wrong. You're wrong. Deck's broken. You just can't come to terms with it because you keep losing to it. You just need to accept the fact that it's broken. Relicanth is good versus Zard, right? I make it be good against a lot of things, I think, for sure. Relicanth would have worked in place of retreating into Zard. True. It would have, yeah. Would work there. The old fish helps a lot more against Tina and Zard. The old fish. It's probably specifically really good against, like, Arctina, right? Wait a second. Yeah, specifically, it's probably, like, really, really good against Arctina. I promise, as bad as I am, I've never lost to this deck. I can't just take you at your word on that one, Echo. You know that's fair. It's not possible for me to take you at your word on that. Oof, this hand would have been pretty good going first, to be honest. The Prime Catcher off. Well, that would have been okay. I think it's meta? No, probably not. Probably not good enough to be meta, but It was Arctina. We're up against Arctina as well. Dude, that's a funny name that you give it, Daycamp. The old fish. The ye old fish. Do you think Bliss EX is going to be any good? It seems interesting at least. It'll probably remain interesting, unfortunately. Oh, maybe it's not Arctina. Arctina usually doesn't play heavy ball. But maybe my opponent is tired of... Whoa. Wait, what are they playing? Now I almost just want to chill with the Candy Pidgeot in hand because they didn't do very much. Is the play for Indy? Yep. Arc Aerodactyl? I guess maybe, right? Yeah, I think I just chill because I can go Candy Pidgeot Prime. And I could top deck Rotom or Luminion to work with the Force Seal Stone as well. That Raz gonna bite. Look out! Beware. Squirrel bites. Is it Raging Bolt Sandy Shocks? That Iono is kind of unfortunate, but no, it's just kind of unfortunate. All right, our draw was good though. The draw was good. I can Ultra Ball for Candy Pidgeot and then do nothing. Yeah, but it was still good. We have a good setup here. We're looking okay. We can try and establish. We can go for like a Rotom draw this turn. I don't know. I gotta deal with my Razzard's gotta move. Nest for Rotom. Yeah, we can like Nest for Rotom, Ultra Ball for Candy Pidgeot. Candy Pidgeot gets Arven. Arven finds Poffin for Bidoof Litten. Like, we'll be okay. Bibin active is wild. Yeah, why did they do that? They didn't have to do that, right? Did they? They didn't have to, right? And then they're using Poffin. Dude, what are they playing? Of course! It's Glamora! Bro, how could I forget? Ah! Why did they sack the bib? I don't know. Maybe they just really like Squavette. Yeah, that was weird that they did that. That was really weird that they retreated. Maybe they misclicked. Maybe they misclicked. Squavette cute. That's why. That makes... Oh! We don't need that this turn, though. Well, hold on. I could... It'd be tough to do something. Probably just take it a little bit more chill. Like this for the Pidgeot. Oh, was Rhodey even in there? I don't even know if I saw Rhodey, to be honest. Let's do this first. Let me see what we got going on here. Rhodey is prized. And the heavy ball is... Wait, did I add the heavy ball? Because there's a heavy ball in the updated list, right? Did I add it? I don't remember adding it, though. Maybe I made it. Maybe I didn't fix the list all the way. Okay, that might be on me. And probably still go for the Schmarvin though. I can still get the Forest Seal. Well, I don't know if that's worth it. What did I missed a change then because I forgot to add the heavy ball. What change did I miss? Yeah, there's no heavy ball on the list. I definitely missed some. Oh, they're supposed to cut an Ultra Ball? Ooh, I don't know about that. That seems sus. Wait, I don't even want to put too many Pokemon on my bench though because I'm about to get Glamora. Well, actually, am I? They have a Bidoof in their active. B-Barrel, whatever. Still go for these. No, I should have done this differently then because I could have Nest Balled. I didn't really want a Nest Ball though. Where's this leading? What the heck am I doing? I'm wishing I had Rotom. Nest Ball for the fish. I might do that next turn. Maybe I should have done it this turn because of the possibility of them putting a Glamora EX in their active. Honestly, that was probably the play. I might be trolling here. Rotom being priced kind of... Yeah, I guess I would have got the heavy ball though, but I guess there is no heavy ball. No, there is a heavy ball. I just didn't put it in the deck. There's supposed to be one less Ultra Ball plus one heavy ball. Honestly, the Ultra Balls have not felt that great so far, so I'm not against that. Oh, shoot. They have the Switch. But do they have the Glamora? Yeah. Is it the EX? It's got to be playing the EX, right? What do? They limit my bench? So I have to discard a Well, maybe. I guess I have to find it. I'll discard a Litten, I guess. I could have switched into the Pidgeot, to be honest, this turn as well. And then discard my Radzard. That's also something I should... Well, if I do that, though, and then they just boss my Radzard again, that would, of course, be awkward. We do have the Turo. I could then Turo it at that point, and that would, like, then move it, I guess. I don't know. Mimikyu. I do burn the Mimikyu, right? That's like our answer for that thing, I guess. Oh, is it the other Glamora? Oh. That's annoying still, though. So they just sit there and they chain Glamoras. What? New poison animation? Or is that because of the jungle? Did they do like a special one for the jungle? What? New poison animation? Let's see, how do we want to play this? I might just grab Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball these two away. B-Barrel, draw B-Barrel, right? And then maybe I quick search. Oh, I need 2 pieces here, though. So this makes the most sense to do then, right? I think so. Yeah, and then whatever quick search, combo that with the piece that quick search gets. No, that makes the most sense. I don't know why I was thinking that this didn't make... For some reason in my head, I was like, I feel like I wasted my supporter, though, by going this route, but that's not true. I did whiff. There's a reason to not candy out a Torracat. I could play around TM Devo slightly here, to be honest, right? Well, I have a tool on the active, and they have a tool on the bench. Or maybe not. They do play Arvin, so like TM Devo is definitely like a possibility, but probably not immediately. I'll just go with a candy on a Roar. That's fine. And then leaving this in the active has to be fine, right? Yeah, but is that animation just because of the... These are a new... Wait, maybe I just haven't seen anything get poisoned since they updated animations, actually. That's probably it, actually. I just haven't seen them updated since then. Because they did do like a special condition animation update, right? At some point. I maybe just haven't seen it since then. That's probably what is happening, actually. That makes sense. Often. If they play TM Devo, wouldn't you rather not have that much damage on the bird? I mean, you're not wrong. I guess I could have left a Litten in the active. How much do they do? Snag, give them a prize card. I don't know if they play the TM Devo as well. So do I want to give them a prize card, or do I want to assume they don't play TM Devo? I'm also not that... I don't care about my Pidgeot that much, you know? Just play the research. Just play the research first, I guess. Guarantee I get the energy. I mean, does any of us really care about Pidgeot? I don't know if any of us really care about Pidgeot, but... I already KO their active. I guess I get rid of the EXP. I'm assuming they play like probably 3 or 4 Perilous Jungle. I guess I could run them out of Perilous Jungles as well. I just don't know what their win condition is. Is it a TM Devo deck? I KO the active already. I could get rid of the EXP share. The fact that they play EXP share is a little bit weird to begin with, to be honest. But I could maybe run them out of Perilous Jungle. But I don't know if their win condition is poison, or if it's... I don't know if their win condition is poisoning me to death, or if it's like poison into TM Devo. That's like the question I'm trying to answer. I don't really have an answer for, to be honest. I honestly just have no idea what their win condition probably is. Shadow and Crystal, though. If they get heads, I don't draw a prize card. Alright. A little bit longer to go. Ooh, dude. Nah, that's not worth it. That's not worth it. I got really excited for a second. I was like, imagine this deck with the new energy that reduces the chance that you get a prize card, but it just conflicts with your ability. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. If they are playing EXP, do we really think they play Devo? I mean, they play Arvin, so like it makes no sense to like not play Devo if you're playing Arvin. There's also a weird... Oh, is Hero Cape really protecting you? I'm still listening. No, I said stop. Don't listen to me anymore. Don't listen to me. I'm trolling. Honestly, chaining Glamora is kind of cool though. It's kind of sick. Just get heads on the Shattering Crystal. That is pretty dope. That is pretty dope. You could play that with the Glamora. You mean with the Glamora EX? That's what I was wondering. I wonder if they played the Glamora EX. Could have attached double turbo, and they would have died to burn damage for a prize. I have to have discarded the other thing though, right? Well, no. Oh, I see what you're saying. True, I could have. Well, I would have had to have used Magma Basin though, right? I did have a fire in there. Ooh, all right. Good point. Good point. But if their win condition is poison, maybe slowing down their prize exchange is better though, to be honest. I just don't know actually if it is better though. I actually couldn't tell you if it's better. It could be better though. And boss that guy's bib, he is preying on it. Actually, could I have bossed bib this turn? I could have gone Gus KO bib, couldn't I have? Just like not, I should have gone Gus KO. I'm gonna go Gus KO their bib. That's a good point. I should have definitely done that last turn. I should have gotten I should have prime catcher KO the B barrel for sure. Good point. Good, that's fair. Good point. Good point. Strong point. Reasonable point. Good prime catcher. Maybe I should use ball. I like the resetting the poison though. Resetting the poison's nice. I don't really want to Iona them either. I think we want to load up. We want them to like poison the same one again, right? I'm just gonna grab a fire to hard retreat this thing next turn. I don't want them to spread the damage between them. Like I could have got another Incineroar here, but I want them to spread the damage between them and then use TM Devo. But yeah, instead of going do KO Babe and then chase the baby Glims in the Glamora matchup, that might be the strategy. Going in depth. Matchup guide coming soon on Incineroar versus Glamora. KOing the bib is definitely correct here. I should have KO'd the B-Barrel last turn even, for sure. Also, I guess another reason to not have evolved this was to keep it around to be able to actually get through the Mimikyu. He's back! We're definitely going after his ass again. His ass is grass. Yeah, oh! Haha! They do play it! That's not good. Although that's a pretty good assumption. I should have definitely assumed that they had this. Big time cringe though. How do I respond to this situation? I guess I can at least Gritty Claws the Mimikyu, right? Alright, so I'm gonna push Litten, check top deck, proceed from there. I guess a good old Tora Cat for 40 is good enough. I do. How many candy do I have left? 2 candy. Do I even want to set up Pidgeot anymore at this point? Or do I just not even like think about that? It's like a something I care about doing right now. I feel like we just chill. Oh, wait. What is this? Is this what this looks like? Very next turn, if this Pokemon has full HP and would be knocked out by damage. Why is there an ability here called Gritty Claws? Is that how those things look? They coded it as an ability? Wait, do all things like that look like that? They don't, right? I'm like lost in thinking about that. All right. Kind of weird, shouldn't it be? That is super weird. No, other things don't look like that though, right? Like I'm trying to think of something that's similar. It's showing the effect of the attack. Wait, so this is what this isn't supposed to be here, but this is what it looks like in the game. This is what it's coded in the game as, then, right? That's weird. Oh no, they killed my Torracat with this thing. I didn't even think about that. They can just retreat, dude. I am so cooked right now. How do I win? Oh my gosh, and they got the B-Barrel back. I could boss the B-Barrel. Dude. For some reason, I thought they would either have to ghost eyes me or pass, but I didn't think about them retreating to Glamora. I don't know why. Was Basin to play last turn? I mean, I could have. I was kind of saving it to bump another jungle, but. I don't know about you, but I play this matchup daily. No, and they got and they play Eerie? Dude, I'm cooked. Dude, the Glamora deck is broken. Just lose. They got my Super Rod. What else did they get? Super Rod and what? Ultra Ball I don't really care about, to be honest. Do I just send this up and hope for an Ultra Candy top deck and then Iono? I'm in. Candy top deck. Let's go. Man. All right, Fire's still not bad, though. We'll take that. I got Iono into Candy. I mean, I only had 12 cards left in the deck when I played the Iono, so we actually have decent odds here. EBR for 1 into Candy. Bench Luminian, get... Oh, no, but it shuffles the deck, right? No, I can say no. All right, Luminian. I don't think I can, like, really aggressively KO my Luminian away. All right. Candy. Clean. Punch him. We're back, baby. We're back. All right, winnable again. Okay, we get a prize card as well. Making moves. Maybe I might make this comeback in this Clamora matchup. This is a tough matchup too, so it's gonna be a tough comeback. In almost all my experience in the Pokemon trading card game, I think this is the hardest matchup I've ever had to face is Incineroar against Clamora for the Incineroar side. This matchup is like 99.999999% in favor of Clamora. The deck is just super consistent, never bricks. So it's like that one chance where they usually brick. But I have to hope my opponent makes some mistakes to get this dub here. I'm gonna go kill that B-Barrel again, I think, for sure. Dude, that was such a big misplay by not going for B-Barrel sooner, to be honest. The more I'm thinking about it. So what do I have? Like, I have a ton of cards on the bottom of my deck now. 4. That's my turn. 6. 10 cards. So my top deck is my last card of my deck. And then my deck is Pidgeot and the Incineroar on the top half. I kind of would like to go Candy Pidgeot. I can go Counter Catcher. E-Barrel for 2. Look for the Candy Pidgeot. And then we'll figure it out from there, I guess. Yeah, KO on the B-Barrel seems pretty important here. Honestly, this still seems pretty tough. Well, actually, how many bosses do I have left? I have 1 boss. Okay. I could just like trap it in the active. That doesn't seem correct. I don't think it's gonna like win me the game. I have to use the Pidgeot as an attacker, actually, to be honest. And we're literally about to deck out. Oh wait, I'm out of attackers. I do need to use the Pidgeot as an attacker. All right. 1 boss left. 1 Turo. No Torracat. Oh, am I literally out of candy? Maybe this wasn't worth it, actually. I maybe should just try to candy out another Incineroar. Oops. This one actually might not have been worth it. Ah, okay. We're fine. Chill out. We're fine. How do I move my active? What's the best way to move it? Maybe a double turbo? I'm just gonna get the Roxanne, I guess. Attached to the Pidgeot. Yeah, this is like this. No one rocks 2 Devus. Very good. I mean, yeah, if they got second Devo, we're obviously cooked here, but I honestly should have... I misplayed this, though. Like, I shouldn't have Candy out Pidgeot. I should have played for another Incineroar, I think, instead of Candy out Pidgeot. I was like, kind of just like, oh my gosh, I got it. Let's go. The more I'm thinking about it, it probably just wasn't worth it. I could have Roxanne this turn as well. I don't know. They just had so much setup. I thought I was going to save the Roxanne for next turn, but maybe I should have Roxanne it. Well, I just lose, right? I just lose on board. I can't. I should have saved the... Yeah, maybe I should Roxanne. I don't know. I was gonna say the Roxanne a combo with like for next turn, but maybe I should just use it this turn. I don't know what I was waiting for. Like cutting off their plays this turn is as good as cutting off their plays next turn. What does BDIF mean? BDIF means best deck in format. So it just means what does someone think or what is like perceived as being the best deck. Basically, yeah. How far Incineroar has fallen? How far they have fallen? Oh, so Zardiax? Yeah, Zardiax is the best deck in format. Oh, they do play the other Glamora, but it doesn't. I just lose to TMD vote, right? Can I just concede? What else do we have as options? Oh, I can't even attack with this because it dies. What does this thing's attack do? Tackle. Dude, god damn it, bro. I was like, wait, there's a chance. Wait, did we know they had the switch? Did we know they had the switch the whole time? I wasn't really paying attention. That's pretty funny though. I was like, what? So I do have Radzard knockout, but then they just KO me back with Poison Petals, and I don't have another attacker after that unless I prize something. Like I can KO this. I could Turo it first, right? Oh, hold up. Then I'm so far behind on the prize exchange, I don't know if it matters. Because if I Turo this, then they just like, yeah, then I have a way to reset it anyways. Oh. Well, I mean, this one, it's definitely not the deck, you know. I'll take responsibility for this for sure. My play was subpar. And man, it is late, chat. It is late. Not a lot of Pokemon got played today, I'm not gonna lie. But I'm not mad with how the stream went. But I am gonna have to call it there. I'm gonna head off. I'll be back in 2 weeks. It's a long time. Not as long, I mean, yeah. Another big break already came up really, really fast, to be honest. That kind of sucks. Check out the YouTube channel and the podcast if you want more content from me, of course. I think we still had a good stream today. It was a fun stream. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and find someone to raid here on the Twitch side of things before I get out of here. Still a good stream though, for sure. It's time for me to say goodbye for now, and I will be back in like exactly 2 weeks. I'll be streaming again. I might be streaming again on I might be. They're playing in the late night tournament. I might be streaming again on Tuesday the 14th, I want to say, but if not, I'll be back streaming on Wednesday the 15th after the Stockholm Regional Championship. So 14th, 15th, I'll be back at it when I get back from Sweden. But I'll be in Indy this week, Sweden the week after. Coming up, that's where I'll be at. Yeah, I'm going to raid. Husmon? I don't quite know how to pronounce their name, but they're playing in the late night tournament and they're 11-2-1, that's pretty good. So if you guys want some competitive play, it's over there. All right, have a good one, chat. See you tomorrow. Any chance Dude Stream will come back after the break? Yeah, Dude Stream will come back after I get back. See y'all in a couple weeks. Have a good one. Peace.